Chapter 861. Zhou Xuanji's words made Sovereign Kong Shang fall into silence. He didn't respond immediately. He was still thinking about Zhou Xuanji's origin. The atmosphere became extremely solemn. Little Sovereign, on the other hand, was very upset. He scolded, "Why are you being so wishy-washy? Are you going to get lost or not?" His irritation made all the students break out in a cold sweat. Little Sovereign might have a very powerful origin, but he was only left with a soul while Sovereign Kongshang was still in his peak state. If he angered Sovereign Kongshang, could Little Sovereign bear it? Sovereign Kongshang's eyes flickered. In the end, he bowed to Little Sovereign before turning around and leaving. "Brat! You heartless brat! How dare you abandon me again?" The evil mother controlling spirit angrily rebuked. Her eyes were bloodshot, looking very ferocious. However, no matter what she said, Sovereign Kongshang didn't look back. "Kill!" Nanmu Tianyi immediately ordered. The Tianyi Divine Range's experts took the lead. Next were the Sovereign Emperor Divine Range, Chenxiong Divine Range, Mortal Divine Range, and so on. As soon as the Sovereign Divine Ranges attacked, the other Super Divine Ranges also made their moves. The great battle broke out once again. All kinds of divine abilities bombarded the evil mother controlling spirit. The evil mother controlling spirit didn't sit still and wait for death. It immediately manipulated its puppets to fight. Zhou Xuanji didn't intervene in the rest of the battle. As long as Sovereign Kongshang didn't intervene, the evil mother controlling spirit was dead. The evil mother controlling spirit's plan was good. Unfortunately, it ran into Zhou Xuanji and Little Sovereign. Otherwise, Sovereign Kongshang might really kill the Kunlun origin court for the sake of nurturing her. Yuan Ruzhen was the most violent and furious. He rushed to the front and was repelled by the evil mother controlling spirit again and again. Yet, he could still launch attacks. The other powerful cultivators were also very strong. They suppressed the evil mother controlling spirit to the point that it couldn't resist. Zhou Xuanji and Little Sovereign quietly watched the battle. "I really didn't expect her to end up like this." Little Sovereign sighed with emotion. His tone was full of sorrow. Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, "It's all fate." Little Sovereign curled his lips and said, "You are already a soul sovereign. Do you still believe in fate?" Zhou Xuanji could hear that he was really sad. It seemed like the evil spirit controlling mother was really a peerless beauty in the past. Now, she had fallen into a state that was neither a human nor a ghost. Otherwise, how could a supreme martial artist of a generation sigh in admiration? Little Sovereign didn't let him make a move. They watched the defeat of the evil spirit controlling mother together. In less than an hour, the evil spirit controlling mother was suppressed by Nanmu Tianyi with a golden alms bowl. The other almighty experts from the various divine ranges also applied sealing techniques. In the blink of an eye, the golden alms bowl was covered with tens of thousands of different seals. It was impossible for the evil spirit controlling mother to break free on its own. The creatures controlled by the mind-controlling evil insects were also sealed one after another. This calamity ended just like that. However, the atmosphere was still quite strange, and all of the creatures looked at Zhou Xuanji with complicated expressions. Li Shenhuang took a step forward and asked, "May I know Senior's name? Are you the Little Sovereign who has shaken the ages?" Little Supreme Sovereign. Some creatures were immediately moved, but most of them were very curious. What was the origin of Little Supreme Being? The word little made them feel that Little Sovereign was just a half-step sovereign. "So what if I am?" Little Sovereign said with an arrogant look on his face. This was his nature, but in fact he was just pretending. The stronger he appeared, the less people would dare to plot against him. Nanmu Tianyi then asked, "Are you going to make Zhou Xuanji the sovereign?" These words tugged at the hearts of all the living beings present. The competition for the sovereign's position was the hottest topic at the moment. "I naturally hope that he can succeed, but the sovereign's position depends on the people. You can play with him as much as you want, but you will die easily. Whether it's worth it or not, it all depends on you. There is only one sovereign in each era. If you don't become the sovereign, it doesn't mean that you can't achieve great things." Little Sovereign replied, his voice reaching the ears of all the living beings. These words didn't surprise everyone. Instead, they fell into contemplation. They felt that what little sovereign said made sense. No matter how they fought, there was only one sovereign. Thousands of troops crossing a single log bridge wasn't even enough to describe it. If they didn't become the sovereign, they could still live freely. If they wanted to become the sovereign, they would have to fight all over the Kunlun origin court. Yeah, in fact, we don't have any hope of becoming the sovereign. There are only a few people who are really qualified to become the sovereign. Why should we offend little sovereign for this? Zhou Xuanji is indeed powerful. He also contributed to the battle against the Sword Emperor and Dark Sovereign. I heard from the 12 ancestors that Zhou Xuanji indeed killed the Sword Emperor and Dark Sovereign. But at that time, the cultivation of the two sovereigns was suppressed to the Origin Fusion Divine Lord realm. Doesn't it mean that he is invincible in the same realm? In this catastrophe, it's all thanks to his appearance that Sovereign Kongshang was forced to retreat. Zhou Xuanji raised his brow as he listened to the discussions of all living beings. He didn't expect little sovereign's words to be so useful. Namu Tianyi flew over and said with a smile, "Brother Xuanji, your progress is beyond my expectations every time. I don't even dare to speculate about your possibilities." In his opinion, Zhou Xuanji already had the qualifications to become the sovereign. However, Zhou Xuanji's limit wasn't as simple as Great Sovereign Lord. "I think Brother Nanmu also has an opportunity," Zhou Xuanji said with a faint smile. Zhou Xuanji said with a faint smile as he exchanged pleasantries with Nanmu Tianyi. Nanmu Tianyi burst into laughter. The two chatted for a while before Nanmu Tianyi suddenly turned to look at all living beings and shouted, "I, Nanmu Tianyi, on behalf of the Tianyi Divine Range, declare that I strongly support Zhou Xuanji to become the sovereign. Whoever dares to stop Zhou Xuanji from becoming the sovereign will be the enemy of the Tianyi Divine Range." Wah! Everyone was in an uproar. Even Li Shenhuang, Chu Xinquang, Old Ancestor Hongqin, the 12 Law Ancestors, and other peerless powerhouses had their expressions drastically changed. Xu Longhua's eyes flickered as he mumbled, "Nanmu Tianyi, you are using the same trick you used in the past again." When Sovereign Wu Zhou rose, Nanmu Tianyi supported Sovereign Wu Zhou and helped him become the sovereign. After that, the originally desolate Tianyi Divine Range began to rise and became one of the top 3. Yuan Ruzhen furrowed his brow. His eyes were burning with anger. He hated Zhou Xuanji and he believed in the position of the sovereign. How could he hope for Zhou Xuanji to become the sovereign? "Okay, everyone, please disperse. My Emperor Sword Divine Range can't bear your presence here. I reckon many disciples have been overwhelmed by your divine might," Zhou Xuanji said, cupping his fists. Zhou Xuanji said as he cupped his fist. He tried to resolve the tense atmosphere with a joke. All the powerhouses burst into laughter and left one after another. In less than the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn, there were no other divine ranges in this universe. Zhou Xuanji, Little Sovereign, and Mortal Sovereign were floating in front of the Emperor Sword Divine Range. "Brat, whether or not you can become a sovereign will depend on yourself. You already have 2 nomological powers, and you're only 1 step away from becoming a sovereign. You don't have to collect nomological powers one by one. All you need to do is cultivate the soul nomological powers to the extreme and absorb 3,000 nomological powers into your soul." Little Sovereign stared at Zhou Xuanji and said seriously. Autarch Crimson Dust nodded. "I will help you become an autarch." Hearing this, Little Sovereign glanced at her and said with a faint smile, "Are you going to use the cultivation method this sovereign taught you in the past?" Chapter 862. Seeing the weird smile on Little Sovereign's face, Zhou Xuanji was speechless. But Mortal Sovereign pretended not to hear him. He stared at Zhou Xuanji and said, "You reach Origin Fusion Divine Lord 10 clears first, then I will help you." Shimming? Zhou Xuanji raised his brow. He thought that Origin Fusion Divine Lord only had 9 enlightened realms and did not expect him to have 10 enlightened realms. Supreme Hongqin coldly glanced at Little Sovereign before disappearing from the spot. TSK, she's really interesting. She wasn't like this in the past." Little Sovereign teased with a gloating tone. Zhou Xuanji rolled his eyes at him before turning around and entering the Emperor Sword Divine Range. The shock of the Kunlun Origin Court had just begun. After all, this battle involved two supremes. After returning to the divine range, Zhou Xuanji received deafening cheers. All the disciples were shouting Zhou Xuanji's name to express their excitement and surprise. Zhou Shaoxian and Zhou Tanhua suddenly became very interested in Zhou Xuanji. They began to pester him, hoping to get his teachings. The disciples of the Emperor Sword Divine Range became even more excited as they cultivated diligently. In just a few days, a slogan spread in the Divine Range. Cultivate for the sake of the supremacy. Help divine ranges become venerables. Most of the disciples changed their mindset to not drag Zhou Xuanji down. Judging from the current situation, Zhou Xuanji was almost certain to become the sovereign. With the help of a supreme being, his aptitude was unprecedented. If he couldn't become a supreme being, who could? At the same time, Sovereign Kongshang, Little Sovereign, and Zhou Xuanji became the most frequently mentioned names in the Kunlun Origin Court. Everyone was shocked. Was Zhou Xuanji really going to become the sovereign? If he succeeded, he would be the fastest person in history to become a supreme. There was no other. Now, Zhou Xuanji was not even 2,000 years old. Ever since he broke into the Kunlun Origin Court, he had amazed the world with a single brilliant feat. By now, all living beings were already used to his existence. Speaking of Zhou Xuanji, everyone's impression was that he was a peerless genius. Now, this prodigy had already launched a powerful attack towards the position of a supreme being. This kind of qualitative change would cause an extremely strong shock to the hearts of all living beings. And this kind of shock would give rise to extreme worship. More and more creatures began to worship Zhou Xuanji and even cheered for him. Zhou Xuanji should become the sovereign. That's right. Looking at Zhou Xuanji's rise, if he's not the sovereign, who is worthy to be the sovereign? Among all the sovereigns in history, none of them is as legendary as Zhou Xuanji. His path to the supremacy stage has gone through 5 supremacies. The Sword Emperor is the sovereign of Anti-Kunlun. This proves that Zhou Xuanji is qualified to become the sovereign. Who can tell me what happened before Zhou Xuanji entered the Kunlun Origin Court? Zhou Xuanji's voice began to spread throughout the Kunlun Origin Court. Many divine ranges were discussing this matter. Some range masters wanted to suppress him, but this kind of voice had already gained momentum. It was impossible to suppress it. Of course, more divine ranges were supporting and even promoting such a call. If they could gain Zhou Xuanji's favor, their future development would be even smoother. This was standing on the supreme martial artist's side. Although Zhou Xuanji was cultivating in the Emperor Sword Divine Range, with Chang Xian as his spy, he could clearly understand the movements of the Kunlun Origin Court. After knowing all of this, he didn't seem too excited and remained very calm. He only had one goal now: breaking through to the Origin Fusion Divine Monarch 10th Brilliance. His current cultivation was Origin Fusion Divine Lord 8 Comprehensions. Seemed close, but in fact, the gap was like heaven and earth. It was very difficult to surpass. Little Sovereign fell into a deep sleep again. If Zhou Xuanji didn't call him, he wouldn't wake up. In the blink of an eye, 10 years passed. A palace in the Origin Court was filled with clouds and mist. The 12 technique ancestors stood in a circle, looking solemn. Each of them was holding 3 jade slips. They looked at each other in dismay. No one spoke. After a long while, a technique ancestor who looked like a young man said, "What's there to hesitate about? I recommend Zhou Xuanji. This kid has talent, ability, background, benevolence, decisiveness, and ruthlessness. He is the most suitable candidate to become the sovereign." As soon as he said this, the other technique ancestors also spoke up. "I also choose Zhou Xuanji." The sovereigns who are related to Zhou Xuanji are the Sword Emperor, Sovereign Kongshang, and Little Sovereign. Who else should we choose but him? Don't forget that the sovereign asked him to kill the Sword Emperor and the Darkness Sovereign with his own hands. Let's choose Zhou Xuanji. Only his divine range is established for the first time. God knows how much trouble will be involved if he chooses another divine range. Let's vote. After chatting for a while, the 12 technique ancestors raised their hands to vote. In the end, 9 people chose Zhou Xuanji to be the sovereign. In that case, Let's start building momentum for Zhou Xuanji. His current cultivation is Origin Fusion Divine Lord 8 Comprehensions, and he's ranked first on the sovereign list. It's very easy to build momentum, said an old technique ancestor. The other technique ancestors nodded upon hearing this. They immediately took action. This year, the Origin Court announced that Zhou Xuanji was ranked first on the sovereign list and had never tasted defeat. They elected Zhou Xuanji as the first candidate for sovereign. As soon as this statement came out, the Kunlun Origin Court was shocked. Countless creatures were talking about this matter. Most of them expressed their support. A new sovereign ascended to the top meant that a new era had arrived. When the news reached the Emperor Sword Divine range, it shocked the entire Origin Court. Daoya Old Man held a celebration for Zhou Xuanji. All the disciples of the range celebrated together. Although Zhou Xuanji didn't attend, the disciples were still very excited. On this day, a technique ancestor came in person to congratulate Zhou Xuanji. He led 100 Origin Fusion Divine Lords and brought all kinds of gifts. Jiang Shui, Chang Xian, and the others welcomed them and gathered in the conference hall. Senior Mei, how can we trouble you to come in person? Jiang Shui said with a smile. Her tone was very calm. She didn't seem to be humble or arrogant. Senior Mei waved his hand, smiled, and said, if nothing goes wrong, Zhou Xuanji will become the next sovereign. In the future, he will be the leader of the 12 technique ancestors. The technique ancestors only sent me, which is already disrespectful. It's just that they are busy with the ascension of the sovereign. Jiang Shui gave Chang Xian a look. Chang Xian immediately understood and left quietly. Senior Mei continued with a smile. In today's Origin Court, there is no genius who can rival Zhou Xuanji. It's no exaggeration to say that there is no genius who can rival Zhou Xuanji in history. He began to flatter Zhou Xuanji without holding back. The more he spoke, the more excited he became. At first, Jiang Shui was able to keep calm, but toward the end, she was beaming with joy. Daoya Old Man, the little black snake, Beishao Wangjian, and the others also began to flatter Zhou Xuanji. The more powerful Zhou Xuanji was, the more glorious they looked. After the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn, Zhou Xuanji appeared in the hall. As soon as he appeared, Senior Mei stood up. In the previous battle with the spirit-controlling evil mother, Senior Mei had seen Zhou Xuanji's elegance. He cupped his fists and said with a smile, Brother Zhou, we meet again. The next time we meet, I may have to call you sovereign. The compliment had already turned into a positive expression. Chapter 863. Zhou Xuanji sat on the main seat with his hands on his knees. He looked at Senior Plum and asked with a smile, so, the Origin Court has already recognized me as the sovereign, or are there other tests later? He noticed the title of the first candidate. Senior Plum nodded and said, there is indeed a test, but judging from the current momentum of the Kunlun Origin Court, it is almost certain that you will become a supreme. When the others heard this, they all became excited. They had long dreamed of Zhou Xuanji becoming the sovereign, and this day finally became clear to them. Zhou Xuanji nodded and asked, what do I need to prepare next? Do I need to wait until I reach the sovereign's power, or? Senior Mei waved his hand and transmitted his voice. Once you become a supreme being, you will obtain supreme God force. As long as you have the cultivation of an Origin Fusion Divine Monarch, you will be able to obtain supreme God force. This matter must not be spread. For him to reveal such a secret, it could be said that he was treating Zhou Xuanji like a sovereign. Zhou Xuanji nodded and began to exchange pleasantries with Senior Mei. After chatting for almost an hour, Senior Mei finally left with her people. Zhou Xuanji asked Beishao Wangjian and the others to take inventory of the ancestors' gifts. Looking at Beishao Wangjian and Huang Lianxin, he suddenly thought of Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Congjian, and the rest. He wondered how they had been lately. They had not returned for a long time. Wow, the ancestor of technique is so generous. So many high-grade Dao stones, magic treasures, and Origin Court techniques and magical powers. Zhou Shaoxian exclaimed in surprise, holding a golden silk bag. The others were also holding different bags and rings of holding, all of them very excited. Jiang Shui walked to Zhou Xuanji's side and asked softly, You don't seem to be happy. You're about to become the sovereign. Are you still afraid that something will go wrong before that? Zhou Xuanji raised his brow and asked with a smile, "How do you know?" Jiang Shui curled her lips and said, "I can guess it just by looking at your serious expression." Zhou Xuanji pulled her into his embrace and smiled. His eyes became clear. He began to think about how to break through to the Origin Fusion Divine Lord 10th Brightness. With his current rate of growth, it would take a very long time. As for absorbing other living beings to become stronger, that was temporarily out of the question. Right now, he was trying to break through to the Supreme Exalt realm. How could he lift a rock and smash his own foot? No matter how discreet he would still be exposed. Haste makes waste. Forget it. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Looking at his trusted subordinates who were having fun in the palace, he could not help but smile. The news about the technique ancestors coming to the Emperor Sword Divine range spread like wildfire in the Kunlun Origin Court. This confirmed that Zhou Xuanji had become a sovereign candidate, and not just any ordinary candidate. The technique ancestors treated Zhou Xuanji as the next sovereign. For a time, a storm was brewing in the Kunlun Origin Court. Those on the sovereign ranking, on the other hand, were having a hard time. Being on the sovereign ranking had given rise to their ambitions for the position of sovereign. But now, their ambitions had no choice but to be destroyed. They suffered a great blow and felt very uncomfortable. They wanted to give up on this thought, but they felt extremely reluctant, as if they were cutting off a part of their heart. Void Boundary Palace. A void boundary heavenly venerate sat on the main seat. He had a dignified expression as he looked at the void boundary war gods in the hall. He said, "That's all I have to say. Go and make preparations. Remember, do not provoke the Emperor Sword Divine range." Yes. The group of emptiness boundary martial gods immediately obeyed the order and left. When the void boundary heavenly venerate was the only one left in the hall, Zhou Fei's figure appeared beside him. Zhou Fei's face was pale, and his eyes were bloodshot. He said in a cold voice, "Something is wrong. Why didn't the Origin Court investigate the Void Boundary Palace?" The Void Boundary Heavenly Venerate shook his head and said, "I don't know. Maybe they are busy with the new sovereign. The order of the Kunlun Origin Court is already in chaos. They are too busy to deal with it. They want to establish the sovereign first before sweeping away all the heretics." He looked up at Zhou Fei and asked seriously, "Are you sure that Zhou Xuanji will not deal with you after becoming the sovereign?" He didn't know much about Zhou Xuanji, but in his eyes, Zhou Xuanji was undoubtedly an extremely powerful existence. He was decisive in killing and even dared to contradict the sovereign. Would such a proud son of heaven tolerate Zhou Fei's existence? Not only did Zhou Fei look exactly like Zhou Xuanji, but he had also threatened to eliminate Zhou Xuanji. If he were Zhou Xuanji, the first thing he would do after becoming the sovereign would be to eliminate Zhou Fei. "Don't worry, I know him," Zhou Fei said, shaking his head. Zhou Fei shook his head. Then, he changed the topic and coldly snorted, "Beast Sovereign is too vicious. We must destroy the Evil Sky Divine range before he leaves. Let's see if he will still pursue his great Tao." The Void Boundary Heavenly Venerate nodded upon hearing this. Inside the Emperor Sword Divine range, Zhou Xuanji stood by the lake and taught Zhou Tianhua. He was giving pointers to the Great Li Divine Suppressor technique. Zhou Shaoxian was practicing swordsmanship not far away. She looked like a female immortal waving her sword on the lake. Her posture was elegant and full of celestial aura. The scene was harmonious, like a painting. Zhou Tianhua opened his eyes and asked, "Father, will you create a new cultivation technique after becoming the sovereign? I feel that although the Great Li Divine Suppressor technique's avatar ability is exquisite, its strength is only on par with the main body. You need to create a better cultivation technique." Zhou Xuanji found it funny and asked, "Why? You already looked down on the Great Li Divine Suppressor technique." This kid was indeed powerful. The Great Li Divine Suppressor technique had already reached the 4th level. He could break through to the 5th level at any time. Everyone in Emperor Sword Court thought that he would be as powerful as his father. "No, I feel that your aura has changed. It seems that you have cultivated a new cultivation technique, Zhou Tianhua said with a smile. Zhou Tianhua said with a smile full of confidence. Zhou Xuanji said with a smile that wasn't quite a smile. Kid, your senses are very sharp. I wonder if it's innate or acquired. This kid's growth rate was visible to the naked eye. He was getting stronger almost every day. When Zhou Xuanji became the sovereign, he could let Zhou Tianhua take the position of range master with peace of mind. They are all sovereign's inheritances, but compared to you, father, they are definitely far inferior, Zhou Tianhua said, scratching his head with a smile. Zhou Tianhua scratched his head and smiled. Then he became a little shy. At this moment, strands of red dust chi appeared in the air above their heads, quickly condensing into a red hole. Then Mortal Sovereign and Xian Xianghua stepped out of it. Mother! Zhou Tianhua cried out excitedly and immediately rushed over. Mortal Sovereign came to Zhou Xuanji's side in a flash. She stared into Zhou Xuanji's eyes and asked, "Have you had any contact with Sovereign Kong Shang during this time?" Zhou Xuanji shook his head and said, "He doesn't hate me. How could I have any contact with him?" Sovereign Kong Shang has fallen, Mortal Sovereign said in a low voice, her eyes cold. Hearing this, Zhou Xuanji was stunned. Sovereign Kong Shang has fallen? How is this possible? He was a sovereign, and even if he had fallen, how could there be no movement? Could it be that Sovereign Kong Shang was killed outside the Kunlun origin court? Zhou Xuanji's sword-like eyebrows furrowed as he fell into deep thought. How strong was the existence that could kill Sovereign Kong Shang? I went to visit Sovereign Kong Shang. His independent plane was destroyed. His body was left in the cave, intact. But his soul had been taken away, and all his divine energy had been sucked away. Mortal Sovereign's face was solemn. There was a hint of uneasiness in her voice. Chapter 864. His body was unharmed, but his soul was extracted? Zhou Xuanji's brow furrowed even tighter. He was even more astonished. From the looks of it, there were only two possibilities. One was that Sovereign Kong Shang deliberately left his body. The other was that he encountered an enemy far stronger than him and had no power to resist. The former was still okay, but the latter was unimaginable. Sovereign Kong Shang was a sovereign, and a famous one in history. His strength was unfathomable and unpredictable. An existence that could kill him. Just thinking about it made people shudder. Then, why are you looking for me? Zhou Xuanji looked up and asked. He had no friendship with Sovereign Kong Shang. It didn't matter if he died. Sovereign Hong Chan stared at him and said, "Have you forgotten that you will soon become a sovereign? The mysterious existence who killed Sovereign Kong Shang might attack you." Zhou Xuanji nodded and said, "The other party did not harm the Kunlun origin court. It's either a personal grudge, or he is only targeting the sovereigns." It was impossible for him not to feel pressured, but he had to stay calm. He couldn't be afraid before even seeing the enemy. Now, the other party seemed invincible and invincible. But when Zhou Xuanji became a great sovereign lord, it was still unknown who would be the winner. He had encountered such an invincible enemy at every stage of his growth. "I will remind you to be careful," Sovereign Hong Chan said softly. Autarch Crimson Dust said softly. With these words, she vanished from where she stood. Xian Xianghua and Zhou Tianhua landed in front of Zhou Xuanji. "What did the sovereign say to you?" Xian Xianghua asked curiously. She had always wanted to know the relationship between Zhou Xuanji and Sovereign Hong Chen. Zhou Xuanji raised his brow. He and Sovereign Hong Chen weren't communicating telepathically. Why didn't the others hear it? He shook his head and said with a smile, "Nothing. You have already reached Origin Fusion Divine Lord? How did you cultivate?" Although he and Xian Xianghua's exterminating divine eyes were connected, it had only been a short time. She had already reached Origin Fusion Divine Lord by leaps and bounds. There must be other reasons. "I have already become half a mortal god. It won't be long before I become a complete mortal god. At that time, you can leave the Emperor Sword Divine Range if you want. I will help you guard the Emperor Sword Divine Range," Xian Xianghua said excitedly. She rubbed her hands, looking eager. It was as if she couldn't wait to help Zhou Xuanji take the position of Range Master. After all, she had the heart of a powerhouse and wanted to be independent. She already knew that Zhou Xuanji had become the first candidate to become the sovereign. In the future, the Emperor Sword Divine Range would naturally need someone new to shoulder the heavy responsibility. Zhou Xuanji raised his brow and said with a smile, "Oh, you want to be the range master? Then what about your son? Your son is now the supernova of the Kunlun origin court, just like me back then." Hearing this, Xian Xianghua turned to look at Zhou Tanhua with a surprised expression. Did this kid's cultivation catch up again? Zhou Tanhua smiled shyly and said, "I still can't compare to you." Xian Xianghua curled her lips and was instantly displeased. She pinched Zhou Tanhua's ear and snorted, "Brat, do you know how hard your mother has been cultivating recently? How did you catch up with her? It seems like you inherited your father's talent perfectly." Sigh, should I be happy or disappointed? She was both angry and amused. She should be happy that her son was so powerful. But she was also a person who was unwilling to be left alone. Forget it. I'll just be the branch master's mother. Xian Xianghua sighed inwardly. The former number one in the northern wilderness region was at a loss. The idea of being the sole ruler in her heart began to collapse. Zhou Tanhua said seriously, "I'm still too young. Although my cultivation has improved quickly, I don't have much experience. Give the position of the range master to my mother. I will learn from her." He really didn't have much desire for status and power. He even found it troublesome. Every time he thought of how many creatures there were in the Emperor Sword Divine Range and how many powers there were, he would have a headache. "Humph! Does your mother need you to give in?" Xian Xianghua said disdainfully, twisting Zhou Tanhua's ear half a circle. Zhou Xuanji glared at her and scolded with a smile. "Your son has grown up. You can't bully him like this in public." Xian Xianghua was disdainful, but she still obediently let go. Only in front of Zhou Xuanji would she be obedient. Zhou Shaoxian flew over and hugged Xian Xianghua's arm. She giggled and said, "Aunt Xian, have you learned any powerful divine abilities? Teach me. Teach me." "Okay, let's go, little girl." Xian Xianghua hooked her nose and said with a chuckle. The two women left hand in hand and quickly disappeared into the horizon. Zhou Tanhua sighed helplessly and said, "Father, my sister is my mother's biological daughter, right?" Zhou Xuanji glared at him and scolded, "Get lost. Hurry up and cultivate. You must become an origin fusion divine lord within 100 years. If you can't do it, you will stay in the Emperor Sword Divine Range for the rest of your life." Zhou Tanhua smiled bitterly upon hearing this. 100 years? This is going to trap me to death. After Xian Xianghua's return, the Emperor Sword Divine Range became restless. This woman fought with people everywhere. Except for Zhou Xuanji, no one in the Emperor Sword Divine Range was her opponent. Even if everyone joined forces, they still wouldn't be able to defeat her. Therefore, she began to challenge the surrounding divine ranges. In less than 3 years, she had defeated dozens of divine ranges in the vicinity. Xian Xianghua's name also began to spread. She even called herself the Devil Sovereign. No matter how she won, whether it was because of Zhou Xuanji's fame or not, she had already become famous. Zhou Xuanji learned of this news while he was cultivating. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He used his divine will to probe Xian Xianghua's cultivation. To his surprise, she was constantly improving in battle. It seemed that the cultivation technique passed down by mortal sovereign was amazing. He didn't interfere and let Xian Xianghua do as she pleased. On this day, the Void Boundary Palace began to move. They mobilized their army to attack the Evil Sky Divine Range. This war came quickly and sensationally. Countless creatures threw themselves into the war. Many divine ranges could hear the commotion. Zhou Xuanji remained unmoved after receiving the news. Chang Xian asked hesitantly, "The Void Boundary Palace has enmity with us, and the Evil Sky Divine Range is our old friend. Are we not going to make a move?" Although she was loyal to Zhou Xuanji, the Evil Sky Divine Range was her hometown after all. Zhou Xuanji replied without opening his eyes, "Beast Sovereign hasn't made a move." Chang Xian immediately furrowed her brow when she heard this. That's right. Why hasn't Beast Sovereign appeared? Could this be a conspiracy? Chang Xian asked nervously. She carefully recalled the details of this war. The more she thought about it, the more she felt that something was wrong. Zhou Xuanji continued, "Just wait and see. Beast Sovereign will appear. At that time, he will definitely shock the Kunlun Origin Court." The reason why he dared to say this was that he had seen Beast Sovereign leave the Kunlun Origin Court. He even appeared in Sovereign Kongshang's independent plane. His whereabouts were very secretive. In his opinion, Beast Sovereign must have something to do with Sovereign Kongshang's death. Perhaps there was a mysterious and powerful existence plotting against the Kunlun Origin Court. After all, Sovereign Wu Zhou had also said that he had enemies outside the Kunlun Origin Court. Chang Xian wanted to say something but hesitated. In the end, she chose to leave. Zhou Xuanji suddenly opened his eyes. The corner of his mouth rose as he murmured, "Very good. You are actually plotting against me. You will regret it." Chapter 865. Zhou Xuanji saw Beast Sovereign appear around the Emperor Sword Divine range. He was shrouded in black qi, hiding his true appearance. Beast Sovereign seemed to be looking for something. He kept wandering around the Emperor Sword Divine range. If not for Zhou Xuanji's powerful exterminating divine eyes, he might not have been able to see him. At least, the guards of the Emperor Sword Divine range did not notice his appearance. After a long while, Beast Sovereign left. He didn't take anything with him, nor did he leave any traces. Zhou Xuanji, who was in the palace, noticed his murderous intent. This fellow was already eyeing the Emperor Sword Divine range. "Originally, I didn't want to be your enemy. However, if you want to harm Emperor Sword Divine range, then don't bother about me." Zhou Xuanji muttered to himself. He had already repaid the kindness that the Evil Sky Divine range had given him. He didn't feel the slightest bit guilty facing Beast Sovereign. He had saved the Evil Sky Divine range and Beast Sovereign. The debt of gratitude had been repaid. If they wanted to start a war, then so be it. After that, Zhou Xuanji closed his eyes and continued to cultivate. The battle between the Void Boundary Palace and the Evil Sky Divine range continued. The Origin Court didn't intervene, as if they didn't know about it. All the divine ranges were paying attention to this matter. Most of them were curious. After all, the Void Boundary Palace was under the jurisdiction of the Origin Court, which was equivalent to the Imperial Court of the mortal world. The Evil Sky Divine range was just a city. Could it be that Beast Sovereign had offended the Origin Court? The news of Beast Sovereign being imprisoned by the 12 Law Ancestors was quickly dug out. The news of Zhou Xuanji rescuing Beast Sovereign was also spread by some people, causing an uproar in the Kunlun Origin Court. The Void Boundary Halls, Void Boundary Emperors, Void Boundary Gods, Void Boundary War Gods, and Void Boundary Heavenly Venerables came from different divine ranges. In a short period of time, there were hundreds of divine ranges attacking the Evil Sky Divine range. In the past, the Evil Sky Divine range was so overbearing that it had made countless enemies. Now that the Origin Court's Void Boundary Palace was attacking them, those enemies naturally came to beat them when they were down. The successive defeats of the Evil Sky Divine range caused the enemies to surround the Evil Sky Divine range. At first glance, the entire starry sky was filled with the figures of people fighting. In the void outside the Emperor's Sword Divine range, a young man in blue stood with a curved sword in his hand. He shouted, "Zhou Xuanji, come out and fight." As his voice fell, he unleashed the aura of his Origin Fusion Divine Lord's 7 lights. Boom! The surrounding space twisted as if it was being roasted by a high temperature. After a few moments, a figure flew out from the Emperor's Sword Divine range. It was Xian Xianghua. "Humph, you want to challenge my husband? Are you qualified?" Xian Xianghua raised her palm, and the qi of the mortal world condensed into a heavenly demon. It was as tall as a world, and it slapped out. The blue-clothed youth frowned and quickly raised his sword to block the attack. Meanwhile, in the cultivation palace, Zhou Xuanji was communicating with Little Sovereign. TSK, your little wife is really fierce, aggressive, and ambitious. Not bad, not bad." During this time, more than one person had come to challenge Zhou Xuanji, but they were all repelled by Xian Xianghua and Zhou Tanhua. The demon sovereign and the small sword emperor were already rather famous. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and said, "Don't bother about her. Tell me, does my energy technique work?" Recently, he had been creating a new cultivation method of his own. Using the greatly divine suppressor art and the world Buddha art as the foundation, he created his own divine technique. Heavenly separation saints suppressing Yuan slaughtering art. At first glance, it was obvious that the name was randomly created. The heavenly distant saint suppressing origin slaughtering art is not bad, but it requires a great fortune to accelerate its growth. You opened it with the origin of your soul. If you want to create it directly, you will need an even stronger divine power. Let's go. It seems like we have to absorb another origin rule. It seems that we have to absorb another origin law. Little Sovereign touched his chin and said in a hesitant tone. Zhou Xuanji's eyes lit up as he asked, "Where is it?" "There is an independent plane outside the Kunlun origin court. It is a place of inheritance left by a sovereign. It might be able to cultivate a sovereign candidate in the future. But since you need it, I will give it to you first." Little Sovereign replied helplessly. Little Sovereign replied helplessly. He felt that he had fallen into a pit. Why did he start to obey this kid now? Does he think of this kid as his son? If Zhou Xuanji knew what he was thinking, he would definitely go berserk. "How much do you know about such a place of inheritance?" Zhou Xuanji's eyes lit up as he asked curiously. He was trying to hold back his excitement. If I can absorb a few origin laws, wouldn't I become extremely powerful? Little Sovereign glared at him and scolded with a smile. "Greedy, are you ready? We can go now." Zhou Xuanji nodded and immediately disappeared. After leaving the Emperor Sword Divine range, he saw that Xian Xianghua and the young man in blue were still fighting. Even if her cultivation was inferior to the other party, Xian Xianghua was still very strong. She wasn't injured. The mortal qi was indeed powerful, could corrode the enemy's divine power. Zhou Xuanji's eyes narrowed as he cast the Suppressing the Universe. He focused his mind on the young man in blue, accurately locking on to him. The young man in blue paused. Xian Xianghua followed suit and slapped him with her palm. There was a loud bang. The young man in blue was sent flying back, vomiting blood. Xian Xianghua was about to follow up with another attack when he suddenly shattered the void and disappeared into the turbulence of time and space. Xian Xianghua was stunned. She cursed, gritting her teeth. He escaped. At the same time, in the turbulence of time and space, Zhou Xuanji grabbed the young man in blue, lifted him by the shoulder, and flew with him. The young man in blue looked up in horror. When he saw Zhou Xuanji, his expression changed drastically. How can it be? He was shocked by Zhou Xuanji's strength. Facing Zhou Xuanji, he felt that he was facing his ancestor. "The next time you come to the Emperor Sword Divine range, you will die," Zhou Xuanji said calmly, looking straight ahead. After speaking, he threw the young man in blue into the turbulence of time and space, into the unknown universe. Zhou Xuanji continued to move forward. He took out the Lesser Supreme Sword as Little Sovereign's soul emerged. "Use your Absolute Time Realm with the Absolute Time Realm," instructed Little Sovereign. Zhou Xuanji immediately did as he was told. With a thought, he directly entered the Absolute Time Realm. With the Absolute Time Realm, he could easily enter the Absolute Time Realm through the turbulence of time and space. The Absolute Time Realm wasn't the only and fixed existence. It was more like a manifestation of a realm. Meditate and keep chanting the Great Phoenix Ruins realm. At the same time, spread out your divine will, continued Little Sovereign. Little Sovereign continued. He closed his eyes and began to mobilize his soul power. Great Phoenix Ruins realm? Zhou Xuanji raised his brow. He felt that this name was familiar. He seemed to have seen it in the history pavilion of the Evil Sky Divine Range. However, he couldn't remember the specific information. He chanted the name again and again. His divine will spread out, covering the entire absolute time realm. After about half an incense stick of time, a space-time crack suddenly appeared in front of him. Zhou Xuanji didn't need Little Sovereign's reminder to know that it was the Great Phoenix Ruins realm. He turned into a sword light and dove into it. When he landed again, he came to a cliff. Below him was a dense forest with undulating mountains. As far as the eye could see, celestial mist filled the air, resembling dragons and tigers. The sky was cloudless. The scenery was magnificent and refreshing. At first glance, the great Phoenix Ruins realm didn't seem too special. Zhou Xuanji suddenly turned his head and saw a figure standing on the top of a high mountain next to him. His eyes widened as he said in a trembling voice, "How is this possible?" Chapter 866. Xin Yanqing, why is she here? Is she really still alive? Zhou Xuanji frowned as he looked at the figure on the top of the mountain. His face was a little gloomy. When he saw Xin Yanqing again, he was pleasantly surprised at first, but then he became vigilant. Xin Yanqing looked the same as before, but she was exuding an aura that made his heart palpitate. She was even more terrifying than mortal sovereign. TSK. This pair of sisters are amazing. They both have great opportunities. Little Sovereign sighed with emotion. But his expression was a bit solemn. Xin Yanqing is very dangerous. Although she looked like a girl, she was no longer as playful and lively as before. Her face was cold and her eyes were filled with killing intent. She wasn't looking at Zhou Xuanji but at the depths of the great Phoenix Ruins realm. It was unknown what she was looking at. "Don't go there. I feel something wrong," Little Sovereign warned. Little Sovereign reminded, his eyes suddenly becoming sharp. He narrowed his eyes and whispered, "This aura is so familiar. I seem to have met it before." The more he thought about it, the more he felt that something was wrong. At this moment, Xin Yanqing suddenly turned around and looked at Zhou Xuanji and Little Sovereign. Before the two of them could come back to their senses, Xin Yanqing had already appeared in front of Zhou Xuanji. She used her hand as a knife and her fingertips stopped in front of his throat. "Hey, have we met somewhere?" Xin Yanqing asked, staring at Zhou Xuanji's face as if she wanted to remember something. Zhou Xuanji was just about to speak when Little Sovereign answered first. "We haven't. We just accidentally broke into this place." Little Sovereign smiled, pretending to be calm. Zhou Xuanji was surprised. Could it be that Xin Yanqing has lost her memory, or has her body been possessed? An existence that can make Little Sovereign so flustered is definitely not a simple character. "Really? I think I know him. I don't know why, but I actually like him. This feeling isn't good. I must kill him," Xin Yanqing said, staring at Little Sovereign with a faint smile. Xin Yanqing stared at Little Supreme Being with a smile that wasn't a smile. After that, she patted Little Supreme Being's soul with her right hand and directly dispersed it. Zhou Xuanji subconsciously dodged, but he was still slapped to the ground by Xin Yanqing's palm. Cracks began to appear on the mountain like a spider web. Just as Zhou Xuanji was about to stand up, Xin Yanqing stepped on his chest. Layers of black light appeared from the soles of her feet, covering his body. He wanted to stand up, but he couldn't move at all. Xin Yanqing looked down at him and sneered, "You still want to escape? Your cultivation is only at Origin Fusion Divine Lord 8 realms, but your strength surpasses that of an ordinary Origin Source Sovereign. It's a pity that you're just a mortal in front of me. Previously, your Kunlun Origin Court's Sovereign Kongshang was killed by me. All of his supreme divine power belongs to me." Zhou Xuanji's pupils contracted. She killed Supreme Venerable Kongshang? He took a deep breath, stared at Xin Yanqing and said, "Do you want to understand your relationship with me?" With the overbearing strength displayed by Xin Yanqing, she could easily kill him, but she did not do so. This was enough to explain her inner thoughts. "Speak," Xin Yanqing ordered expressionlessly as her right foot moved away. Zhou Xuanji didn't hesitate to tell them about his previous experience with Shen Tang and Xin Yanqing. He spoke very calmly and did not deliberately express anything. After he finished speaking, Xin Yanqing sneered, "Looking for me? Did that stupid sister think she was amazing just because she became a mortal supremacy? She's nothing in front of us." Her gaze fell on Zhou Xuanji again, and her eyes flickered. She was considering whether to kill Zhou Xuanji. After a while, she smiled again. Her smile was very dangerous. "Very well, then I will let you live," Xin Yanqing said with a smile. With a wave of her right hand, The black light patterns on Zhou Xuanji's body dissipated. Zhou Xuanji then stood up straight. Zhou Xuanji wasn't surprised. Instead, he asked, "Can you tell me, why did you spare my life?" Shen Yanqing brushed past him and walked to the front, looking at the horizon. "That thing is coming out." Hearing this, Zhou Xuanji was curious. What could make Shen Yanqing so concerned? Could it be that the sovereign of the Great Phoenix Ruins realm is still alive? From killing Supreme Venerable Kong Sheng, Shen Yanqing seemed to be looking for a sovereign to absorb the sovereign's divine power. Shen Yanqing was lost in thought. She didn't say a word. Zhou Xuanji felt a strong sense of oppression, which made his hair stand on end. He didn't dare to act rashly. He had thought of all kinds of scenes of meeting Shen Yanqing, but he had never thought that he would be in such a sorry state. What has she become? Zhou Xuanji frowned. At the same time, he called out to Little Sovereign in his heart. Little Sovereign wouldn't be killed so easily. He still had a remnant soul in the sword. After an hour, Shen Yanqing suddenly disappeared. Zhou Xuanji raised his brow. He was hesitating whether to escape or not. Just as this thought came to his mind, Shen Yanqing returned to him. She was holding a golden-feathered rooster in her hand. It was as big as an eagle. She was clutching its neck. His two eyes were bulging, filled with panic. This thing is transformed from the origin of the crimson flame. It contains the most overbearing energy in the world. After countless years, it has become a spirit. Now it has the cultivation of a great sovereign, Shen Yanqing introduced. Shen Yanqing introduced with a playful expression, which made Zhou Xuanji's heart twitch. Great sovereign. Someone as strong as great sovereign is being held in her hand like a chicken? This is too exaggerated. Zhou Xuanji was extremely curious. How can Shen Yanqing cultivate to such a level? Could it be that she has traveled through time far longer than Shen Tang? Shen Yanqing threw the golden-feathered rooster to Zhou Xuanji and said, "I will leave this guy to you. You can't let him escape, let alone let him die." The golden-feathered rooster fell into Zhou Xuanji's arms and cried, "I'm the golden-crowned divine lord. Don't humiliate me. I'm not a fowl." Shen Yanqing smiled disdainfully, deeply provoking the golden-crowned divine lord. However, his cultivation wasn't good enough. The golden-crowned divine lord could only endure it. The corner of Shen Yanqing's mouth rose as a green lotus appeared under her feet. She then left with Zhou Xuanji and the golden-crowned divine lord. Flying to the top of the Great Phoenix Ruins realm, she looked down. The mountains and rivers below were directly destroyed, destroying the world with a single glance. The Great Phoenix Ruins realm was like a broken dream, no longer existing. Zhou Xuanji only felt the scene in front of him change. Next, they came to a blue and red universe. He carefully observed his surroundings and found that there was no Tao energy here. Instead, it was filled with another extremely powerful energy gas. There were no stars, no world. Everything was in a state of nothingness. The golden-crowned divine lord sent a voice transmission to Zhou Xuanji. "Kid, you and I will join hands and escape together. If we are caught by this crazy woman, we will definitely die." Zhou Xuanji was indifferent. He didn't reply. With Shen Yanqing's ability, she could definitely spy on their voice transmission. Shen Yanqing snorted and said, "Escape? Not even 10 of you can escape." The golden-crowned divine lord trembled in fear. He didn't dare to speak anymore. Zhou Xuanji asked, "Where are we going?" Seeing his calm expression, the golden-crowned divine lord cursed in his heart. This little bastard is too adaptable to the wind. When Zhou Xuanji entered the Great Phoenix Ruins realm, he had already noticed it. His soul was smashed by Shen Yanqing, but this kid wasn't angry at all. He's too unyielding. A coward. Chapter 867. Let's go to the hiding place of the next sovereign. I'm hunting great sovereigns. My goal is revenge, Shen Yanqing replied. She stood in front, looking into the distance. No one knew what she was thinking. Zhou Xuanji became even more curious. Shen Yanqing is hunting great sovereigns. How strong are they? Zhou Xuanji remained silent. He couldn't imagine how a power far beyond that of a sovereign could be cultivated. The The source law alone was broad and profound, giving him endless benefits. What kind of essence would a stronger power have? Zhou Xuanji fell into infinite reverie. The Golden Crown Divine Lord angrily rebuked, "You treacherous woman! You deserve to be hunted down." Shen Yanqing glanced at him, making him tremble in fear. He didn't dare to scold her anymore. Zhou Xuanji didn't laugh at him but concentrated on thinking. The rules seem to be unfathomable, but they are just the foundation. If you perform well, I can help you surpass great sovereigns in the future and compete for the path of a true expert. Shen Yanqing turned around and said with a smile. Shen Yanqing turned around and smiled. Her smile was thought-provoking, as if she was just joking. Zhou Xuanji didn't dare to chuckle. He did feel a murderous aura from her before. At least it showed that Shen Yanqing had killing intent toward him. She wasn't as loyal to him as Shen Tang. He sighed in his heart. Back then, Shen Yanqing worshipped him very much. Things are still the same, but people have changed. They continued moving forward. Along the way, Zhou Xuanji was looking for a way to escape. Unfortunately, Shen Yanqing was keeping a close eye on him and the Golden Crown Divine Lord. They couldn't do anything at all. The Golden Crown Divine Lord also settled down. He was no longer stubborn. About 7 days had passed. They came to another independent plain. Here, the wind and sand were everywhere. The sky was the sea. It made people feel as if the world had turned upside down. The strong wind was blowing. The Golden Crown Divine Lord shivered. He couldn't help but shout, "There are no source laws here. Why don't you give up?" The sand here was very hard. Even with their physical strength, it was difficult to bear. Zhou Xuanji was feeling this special sandstorm. Shen Yanqing brought them here, which meant that there must be a great sovereign hiding here. Could it be that the special sandstorm here is the power of a great sovereign? Shen Yanqing flew while looking around. Suddenly, Zhou Xuanji felt a powerful divine will sweep past him. It was so powerful that it made him shudder. The Golden Crown Divine Lord's hair stood on end like a golden hedgehog. "Humph! How dare you barge into my world? You're courting death." A cold snort sounded out, and it was incomparably dull. Shen Yanqing immediately disappeared. Bang! Suddenly, there was a deafening explosion in front of them, only to see the sandstorm swirling up, a blinding light expanding rapidly. Zhou Xuanji activated his exterminating divine eyes and looked carefully. He could vaguely see 2 figures crossing each other in the bright light. Shen Yanqing and a mysterious Grand Supreme. This time, Shen Yanqing was unable to directly suppress the other party, and the 2 sides were locked in battle. Zhou Xuanji and the Golden Crown Divine Lord quickly stepped back. The might of the battle made them shudder in fear. If Shen Yanqing started a war in front of them, they would probably be wiped out in an instant. Could there be such a huge gap in the strength of grand sovereigns? Zhou Xuanji asked with gritted teeth. His words almost made Golden Crown Divine Lord vomit blood. He roared, "Are you looking down on me? If it weren't for that bitch, I would have killed you with a slap. Her opponent is a tough one. It looks like she's going to lose." Having heard this, Zhou Xuanji was not surprised. If Shen Yanqing died, could they escape? No. This grand sovereign would kill them to vent his anger. Golden Crown Divine Lord was also terrified. Shen Yanqing alone gave him a headache. If there was an even more terrifying existence, wouldn't they be dead for sure? No, I can't sit still and wait for death. Golden Crown Divine Lord gritted his teeth. He suddenly looked back at Zhou Xuanji. His eyes widened as he transmitted his voice. "Quickly pour your supreme divine power into my body and help me break the seal. We must take this opportunity to escape." Zhou Xuanji frowned. He only hesitated for half a second before he slammed his palm on Golden Crown Divine Lord. He could endure it before, but he couldn't now. Shen Yanqing's aura was being suppressed. If this continued, she would lose without a doubt. As his supreme divine power entered Golden Crown Divine Lord's body, the golden feathers of Golden Crown Divine Lord fluttered. "No way! Is this all you've got?" Golden Crown Divine Lord cried in dissatisfaction. Zhou Xuanji wanted to strangle him, but things had already come to this. There was no point in arguing. Zhou Xuanji had no choice but to use the sword fusion technique. His aura soared as the violent and boundless supreme divine power wantonly rushed into Golden Crown Divine Lord's body. "Oh, so cool!" Golden Crown Divine Lord cried in a strange voice. Zhou Xuanji felt goosebumps all over his body. This guy, he really deserves a beating. "Little girl, you dare to have killing intent towards me with such little strength? Today I will suck your soul. You have no chance to regret it." The dull voice sounded again. His words were filled with bone-chilling killing intent, dropping the temperature of this independent plane to the freezing point. Boom! 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 The entire world was exploding. So was Golden Crown Divine Lord's body. Zhou Xuanji's supreme divine power was trying to break his seal. But Xin Yanxing's divine power was too strong. Zhou Xuanji's supreme divine power couldn't break through at all. He frowned and said in a deep voice, "No, I can't help you." Trash. Golden Crown Divine Lord was flustered and exasperated. He immediately cursed Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji's eyes turned cold when he heard this. He immediately reversed the technique and began to absorb Golden Crown Divine Lord's divine power. Golden Crown Divine Lord's expression changed drastically. He furiously cursed, "Brat! You dare to offend your superior?" Zhou Xuanji laughed. This guy must be a fool. Zhou Xuanji didn't stop. Instead, he sped up the absorption. His cultivation began to grow rapidly. He had wanted to do this for a long time. Since Golden Crown Divine Lord was willing to help him, he wouldn't stand on ceremony. Xin Yanxing was still fighting over there while Golden Crown Divine Lord kept cursing. As time went by, his cursing became less and less confident, until the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn. "I was wrong. Bro, Dad, Grandpa, please forgive me." Golden Crown Divine Lord wailed. He had become unprincipled. He was like a different chicken compared to his previous arrogant self. Zhou Xuanji ignored him and continued to absorb. He planned to take this opportunity to break through to Origin Fusion Divine Lord Juming. Golden Crown Divine Lord became more and more desperate. "It's over. I'm going to die in this kid's hands. How unfair. Unfair." He roared hysterically in his heart. His eyes seemed to be a little moist. At this moment, Xin Yanxing suddenly appeared in front of them. She wrapped them with her divine power and quickly took them away from this world. "Want to escape? It's not that easy." The dull voice snorted. Immediately, Zhou Xuanji felt a horrifying murderous intent coming from behind. It made him feel like he was in a cold cellar. His invincible saint body stiffened. Boom! Zhou Xuanji felt a heavy blow from behind. He immediately fainted. Before his consciousness disappeared, he vaguely heard Golden Crown Divine Lord's cursing. "I'm not convinced." Chapter 868. Zhou Xuanji's consciousness slowly woke up. He felt powerless and a breeze was flowing around him. He opened his eyes, and what entered his field of vision were countless corpses that floated about like stars, densely packed and innumerable. His eyes widened. He subconsciously wanted to move, but he couldn't move at all. Zhou Xuanji glanced in other directions and found that this universe was very strange. The space was like water. He could clearly feel the flow of space. It seemed that as long as he exerted force, the surrounding space would explode. He suddenly caught a glimpse of the Golden Crown Divine Lord. His wings had been broken. He looked like a corpse. He also saw Xin Yanxing. This girl's clothes were ragged, her hair was messy, and her body was covered in blood. What the hell happened? Zhou Xuanji frowned and thought in doubt. He couldn't absorb Dao energy here. Fortunately, his Tianxia map stored a massive amount of supreme divine power, which was enough for him to recover. After half an hour, Zhou Xuanji regained his mobility. He was about to leave. "Where are you going?" Xin Yanxing's voice suddenly drifted into Zhou Xuanji's ears. His body instantly stiffened. He looked back with difficulty and saw Xin Yanxing with disheveled hair appear behind him. Her cold eyes were staring at him. "Are you okay?" Zhou Xuanji asked. His expression was calm. He didn't panic at all. Xin Yanxing coldly said, "I almost died, but that guy is really dead. She raised her right hand and pointed. Zhou Xuanji followed her gaze. He saw a headless corpse 100 meters away. It was badly mutilated and looked very miserable. Zhou Xuanji frowned. He thought that Xin Yanqing had been defeated. He didn't expect that the great sovereign had already died. What's going on? He looked at Xin Yanqing in surprise and found that the woman's aura was weak like a candle that was about to be extinguished. Humph, what are you thinking? No one can get close to me. This guy underestimated me. I will use the divine ability mutual destruction and then use the rebirth technique, Xin Yanqing said with a contemptuous smile. Xin Yanqing smiled contemptuously. As soon as she finished speaking, she coughed. At this moment, she looked so weak. Zhou Xuanji had a strong hunch that if he made a move, he would definitely be able to kill her. However, he suppressed this idea. Xin Yanqing was also testing Zhou Xuanji. She wasn't sure and could only bet on her past with Zhou Xuanji. I want to go back to the Kunlun origin court. Can you show me the way? I can help you recover, and from then on, we don't owe each other anything. Zhou Xuanji looked into her eyes and said seriously. He had promised to bring Xin Yanqing back to the Kunlun origin court, but in the end, he failed to keep his promise and caused Xin Yanqing to encounter an accident. He had always felt guilty. This was also the reason why he could face Xin Yanqing calmly. Okay, I'll go back and see my poor sister. Immediately afterward, she closed her eyes and collapsed into Zhou Xuanji's arms. She raised her right hand with difficulty and pointed at the golden-crowned divine lord. She said with a trembling voice, "Take him and leave this place." Before she could finish her sentence, she fainted. Zhou Xuanji furrowed his brow and sighed softly. He took out a white robe and put it on Xin Yanqing before sucking the golden-crowned divine lord over. He held Xin Yanqing in his right hand and the golden-crowned divine lord in his left hand as he quickly left. Not long after, he realized that he was unable to enter the absolute time realm directly. The space here was very strange. It looked soft, but it couldn't be completely penetrated. He began to search for the weak space. If they could fall into this place, there must be a space-time node that could lead them out. However, it took him half a year to search for it. Xin Yanqing and the golden-crowned divine lord hadn't woken up yet. They were both in a comatose state. Zhou Xuanji stopped and began cultivating on the spot. Since he couldn't find it, he could only become stronger and look for an opportunity. Another 3 months passed. Xin Yanqing finally woke up. She opened her eyes and found herself wearing a loose white robe, floating in the void. "You are finally awake." Zhou Xuanji's voice came from the side. There was a hint of resentment in his tone. This girl fainted without saying anything, making him waste so much time here. How could he not be resentful? "Why haven't you gone out yet? Are you so weak?" Xin Yanqing asked with a frown. Zhou Xuanji's liver ached when he heard this. "What do you mean I'm so weak?" Xin Yanqing coldly snorted and said, "If you want to leave this place, you don't have to break the space but absorb it." As soon as she said this, Zhou Xuanji's eyes lit up. "Absorb space? Why didn't I think of it before?" He didn't answer her. Instead, he began to feel the surrounding space and absorb the space that was as soft as water. After half an hour, Zhou Xuanji suddenly opened his eyes. Suppressing the pleasant surprise, he exclaimed, "I found it!" He suddenly stood up. Purple light burst out from his eyes as he took in the entire universe. In the next second, he, Xin Yanqing, and golden-crowned divine lord appeared in the turbulence of space and time. He curiously asked, "What was that place just now? Why can't those corpses be erased?" Xin Yanqing coldly snorted and said, "Those corpses have long been turned into the eyes of the array. This space is a domain created by me. Those corpses are all source sovereigns. There are hundreds of great sovereigns among them. Their vast divine power is gathered together. This is a peerless array that no one can break into. Now, this array belongs to you. You have to thank me." Zhou Xuanji hesitated and asked, "Why can I absorb it so easily? If he could, so could other great sovereigns." In this way, this array was like an empty shell. "That's because I agreed in my heart that you could absorb it. Otherwise, you would have already broken out." Xin Yanqing snorted disdainfully. Zhou Xuanji furrowed his brows upon hearing this. He suppressed his anger and asked, "In other words, no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't escape unless you woke up and agreed in your heart? Then why didn't you agree before?" He finally understood that this girl was lying to him. She deliberately coaxed him to stay here? Shen Yanqing proudly smiled and said, "Why do you care so much? This array is called the 10,000 Venerables God-slaying array. This kind of good fortune makes you wait a little longer. What's wrong?" Sophistry. Zhou Xuanji took a deep breath and flew forward with Shen Yanqing and Golden Crown Divine Lord. He swept out his divine will, searching for the aura of the Kunlun origin court. Shen Yanqing was in his arms, staring at his side face thoughtfully. As for Golden Crown Divine Lord, he was still in a coma. "I suddenly feel that I might have liked you before," Shen Yanqing suddenly said. Shen Yanqing suddenly said. Her eyes were intriguing. Zhou Xuanji didn't answer. He just looked ahead. "Little chicken, don't sleep. I don't need you now. You can say your last words." Shen Yanqing changed the topic and said with a soft smile. Golden Crown Divine Lord immediately opened his eyes and struggled in Zhou Xuanji's hands. "Don't kill me. Don't kill me. Since my spiritual wisdom was born, I haven't really left the Great Phoenix Ruins realm. Just treat me as a pitiful worm. Let me go." Golden Crown Divine Lord cried and begged. He felt extremely wronged. Zhou Xuanji was speechless. Turns out that this guy is just a paper tiger. But he can pretend for so long. It's amazing. Shen Yanqing said with a playful smile. "So what? There are many pitiful worms that died in my hands." Chapter 869. After being tricked by Shen Yanqing, Zhou Xuanji was very angry at first, but his anger quickly disappeared. No matter what, it was a blessing in disguise. It was just that the 10,000 God-slaying formation was created by Shen Yanqing. Perhaps this girl had left behind some tricks, so he had to be careful. Seeing Shen Yanqing teasing Golden Crown Divine Lord, he couldn't laugh. He couldn't see through the current Shen Yanqing. God knew when she would make a move on him. They fooled around for a while. Zhou Xuanji suddenly sensed the aura of the Kunlun origin court. He immediately flew over with Shen Yanqing and Golden Crown Divine Lord. The Golden Crown Divine Sovereign shouted, "Is that Kunlun origin court really that good? Is it worth it for you to rush back so quickly?" His top priority was to find a way to escape from the clutches of Shen Yanqing. In the end, this guy actually cooperated with Shen Yanqing, which made him very angry. Zhou Xuanji did not reply but stared ahead. The Divine Lord with the golden crown pouted his lips and did not say anything else. The corners of Shen Yanqing's mouth raised, but she didn't say anything. The rest of the journey became quiet. About 3 days passed. Zhou Xuanji finally entered the Kunlun origin court. The familiar Tao energy and spiritual qi made him take a deep breath. This is the Kunlun origin court? How weak! The Golden Crown Divine Lord snorted disdainfully. He raised his head high and looked at the starry sky. Zhou Xuanji didn't bother to pay attention to him. Instead, he looked at Shen Yanqing and said, "Next, do you want to find a place to recuperate or follow me?" Shen Yanqing had already been to the Kunlun origin court. Supreme Kongshang was killed by her without anyone knowing. Although she was seriously injured now, she was definitely not someone the Kunlun origin court could plot against. "Go. It won't be long before you come looking for me." Shen Yanqing waved her hand. With a flip of her right hand, a floating island appeared in her palm. With a gentle wave, the floating island rose up and quickly grew larger. She carried the Golden Crown Divine Lord and flew into it. Zhou Xuanji looked at the massive island that was tens of thousands of meters tall and could not help but click his tongue. This lass was too arrogant. You're seriously injured, yet you're not hiding. On second thought, perhaps this island could defend against the attacks of a supreme being. However, it was impossible. If she was really that powerful, why would Shen Yanqing be so embarrassed in the face of that mysterious supreme being? He flew toward the Emperor Sword Divine Range. This place wasn't far from the Kunlun origin court and was close to the void boundary. In less than half an hour, Zhou Xuanji returned to the Emperor Sword Divine Range. During the time he was away, the Emperor's Sword Divine Range did not encounter any danger. Zhou Xuanji found Chang Xian and asked her about what had happened during this time. He had been worried that Beast Sovereign would attack the Emperor's Sword Divine Range. However, Chang Xian told him that the Evil Sky Divine Range had already been defeated. The entire Divine Range had been flattened and collapsed. It was very miserable. As for Beast Sovereign, he never showed up from beginning to end. Now, the Evil Sky Divine Range no longer existed. Its name had been erased from the history of the Kunlun Origin Court. Most of the original living beings of the Evil Sky Divine Range had died, and the remaining ones were hiding like street rats. Master, the Void Boundary Palace's target doesn't just seem to be the Evil Sky Divine Range. They have begun to attack other super divine ranges. It seems that the Origin Court is going to purge them. Chang Xian said with a frown. She had no feelings for the Void Boundary Palace. Zhou Xuanji asked, "Is there any movement from the sovereign divine ranges?" Chang Xian shook her head and said, "No. They are all recuperating and cultivating in seclusion." Zhou Xuanji fell into deep thought. After a while, "Go contact the Tianyi Divine Range and invite Namu Tianyi to come as a guest," Zhou Xuanji instructed. Zhou Xuanji instructed. Upon hearing this, Chang Xian nodded. He then waved his hand, motioning for Chang Xian to leave. When he was the only one left in the palace, he sighed and said, "Kunlun Origin Court, you think you are the highest existence, but you don't know that there are many terrifying existences lurking outside. Your fight is just a joke." He closed his eyes and began cultivating. After absorbing the divine power of Golden Crown Divine Lord, he was only one step away from Origin Fusion Divine Lord Ninth Enlightenment. Once the breakthrough was successful, his strength would soar. 10 days later, Zhou Xuanji broke through to Origin Fusion Divine Lord Ninth Enlightenment. He didn't need to go through the tribulation. Everything seemed so calm. Even the people inside the Emperor's Sword Divine Range didn't notice his breakthrough. He didn't walk out of the cultivation palace but continued to adjust the supreme divine power in his body. Until Nanmu Tianyi came to visit. The two gathered in a pavilion. Chang Xian prepared wine and dishes for the two to talk alone. Nanmu Tianyi exclaimed in admiration, "Origin Fusion Divine Lord Ninth Enlightenment, how did you cultivate?" If it was in the past, he would definitely be amazed. But now, he felt that Zhou Xuanji's achievements were reasonable. After all, this kid would be the next sovereign. It's just a small opportunity. I want to ask you, what opportunity did you, young heavenly lord, and Wang Bao get? Did it come from outside the Kunlun Origin Court? The Kunlun Origin Court isn't at peace yet. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and asked with a smile. He had been thinking about this question before. Nanmu Tianyi's aura was very strange. It gave him the feeling that he was facing the energy outside the court. Each plane outside the court had different energy, and most of them were stronger than the Kunlun Origin Court. Nanmu Tianyi's aura was incompatible with the spiritual qi and Tao energy of the Kunlun Origin Court. He was constantly devouring the spiritual qi and Tao energy around him. Even if he tried his best to restrain himself, Zhou Xuanji could still clearly feel it. Did your opportunity also come from outside the Kunlun Origin Court? Nanmu Tianyi asked curiously. He carefully observed Zhou Xuanji and found that the kid's essence, qi, and spirit had changed significantly. Zhou Xuanji nodded and then told him about his experiences during this period of time. He hid his relationship with Xin Yanqing and only talked about his experiences. Nanmu Tianyi was dumbfounded after listening to him. Are there so many great sovereigns? Nanmu Tianyi was drenched in cold sweat. He felt conceited because of his breakthrough. But after listening to Zhou Xuanji, he realized that he was still a frog in the well. Zhou Xuanji continued, "The recent actions of the Void Boundary and the disappearance of Beast Sovereign may be related to the outside world. As the range master of the Sovereign Range, not only must you be careful, but you also can't ignore it. It's best to ask the law ancestors what they mean. Don't be used by evil." Nanmu Tianyi solemnly nodded. The Kunlun Origin Court had experienced so many disasters during this period of time. He was also very worried that something bad would happen. Thinking of this, Nanmu Tianyi no longer had the mood to drink. He found an opportunity, got up and said, "In that case, I will go find the 12 law ancestors now." Zhou Xuanji nodded, and Nanmu Tianyi disappeared from the building. It seems that his opportunity also told him something. Zhou Xuanji shook the wine glass and murmured to himself. Zhou Xuanji swirled the wine glass and mumbled to himself. His eyes fell on the surface of the wine in the glass, as though he was peeking into another world. After Nanmu Tianyi left, Zhou Xuanji continued to cultivate in the following days. Shen Yanxing didn't come to disturb him either. Everything fell into a state of tranquility. It seemed easy, but Zhou Xuanji felt the pressure. The peace was broken by Zhou Tanhua's visit. Chapter 870. "Father, I have something to ask you." Hearing Zhou Tanhua's shout outside the hall, Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes and said, "Come in." Zhou Tanhua rarely took the initiative to disturb Ning Cheng's practice. But today he was making a fuss. It seemed that there was really an urgent matter. Ever since Zhou Xuanji returned from outside the court, he had paid less attention to Zhou Tanhua. At this moment he felt a little regretful. He wanted to nurture Zhou Tanhua into the range master of the Emperor Sword Divine Range. Zhou Tanhua pushed the door open, closed it, and quickly walked up to Zhou Xuanji. He hurriedly bowed and looked up, saying, "Father, Mother went to find trouble with the mortal divine range." Zhou Xuanji heard him and immediately got up with his eyes wide open. "What's going on? Is she crazy?" Zhou Xuanji asked furiously. Xian Xianghua's cultivation was increasing day by day, but the mortal divine range was the sovereign divine range. How could she fight with the mortal divine range? Zhou Tanhua gritted his teeth and said, "She said she wanted to collect the mortal qi. I wanted to stop her, but she used her exterminating divine eyes to stop me. By the time I broke free, she had already disappeared." "Nonsense!" Zhou Xuanji cried out before disappearing on the spot. Zhou Tanhua still wanted to chase after him, but he was shocked to find that he couldn't track his father's whereabouts at all. He had thought that he was strong enough. Even if he wasn't as strong as his father, he wasn't at a level where he couldn't catch up to him. But now, as expected, my cultivation is still not enough. Zhou Tanhua smiled bitterly. He immediately left and prepared to go into seclusion. The other side, Zhou Xuanji rushed toward the mortal divine range. At the same time, he activated the exterminating divine eyes, trying to establish a connection with Xian Xianghua. Their exterminating divine eyes were connected, but as Xian Xianghua became a mortal god, the connection between them also decreased. Not only Xian Xianghua, but even Zhou Xuanji was the same. They had an even more powerful force suppressing the god-exterminating eyes. Soon, Zhou Xuanji accurately sensed Xian Xianghua's aura. He immediately rushed forward. Right now, Xian Xianghua was fighting with 3 Essence Fusion Divine Lords. They all had the cultivation of Essence Fusion Divine Lord Erming. They surrounded Xian Xianghua, but they were unable to gain any advantage. In fact, they were even injured. Zhou Xuanji let out a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to rush over, a figure sped over. He glanced over and saw that it was Shen Yanxing. Her speed was very fast, and she quickly grabbed Xian Xianghua. Her left hand clasped Xian Xianghua's wrist, and with a wave of her right hand, the 3 Essence Fusion Divine Lords were killed and turned into ashes. "What do you want?" Zhou Xuanji angrily rebuked. He wanted to stop her, but Shen Yanxing pulled Xian Xianghua behind her. She sneered, "You want to save your wife?" Xian Xianghua was shocked. She wanted to struggle, but she found that she couldn't move, and she couldn't mobilize the mortal divine power in her body. She looked at Shen Yanxing in horror. "Who was this woman? Don't mess around. I did save you before," Zhou Xuanji said with a deep voice, his eyes flashing with a cold light. If Shen Yanxing dared to harm Xian Xianghua, then he would no longer care about their past friendship. He would definitely kill Shen Yanxing in this life. When Shen Yanxing saw his expression, she couldn't help but curl her lips and snort. "Do you have such feelings for my poor sister?" Zhou Xuanji was silent and did not reply. He stared fixedly at her. Xian Xianghua was very confused. Who is this woman's sister? At this time, Shen Yanxing suddenly let go of Xian Xianghua and said to her with a smile, your mortal god changed halfway. Your aura is not pure at all. It seems that you are related to my poor sister. After all, you both serve the same husband. That's why she can treat you with all her heart." As soon as she said this, Xian Xianghua's expression changed drastically. She subconsciously looked at Zhou Xuanji with a strange look in her eyes. She had always respected mortal sovereign and regarded him as her master. She didn't expect that the cold and powerful mortal sovereign would like Zhou Xuanji. No wonder. Xian Xianghua's expression became more and more strange. Her gaze made Zhou Xuanji feel pressured. He said in a deep voice, "Shen Yanqing, what are you going to do? Are you trying to tease me?" "Tease you?" Shen Yanqing burst into laughter as if she had heard the biggest joke in the world. Xian Xianghua looked for an opportunity and immediately fled behind Zhou Xuanji. A figure suddenly appeared in front of Shen Yanqing as the mortal qi exploded. Mortal sovereign Shen Tang appeared. She looked excited and wanted to hug Shen Yanqing. However, Shen Yanqing avoided her. Shen Yanqing grabbed mortal sovereign's wrist and said with a sneer, "Poor thing, you finally came out. After cultivating for so long, why haven't you broken through to great sovereign lord? If you had come to me earlier, you might have been far stronger than you are now. This shows that Zhou Xuanji is more important than me in your heart." Mortal sovereign hurriedly explained, "It's not like that. Yanqing, listen to me." "Explain what? You just want to use your lack of strength as an excuse," Shen Yanqing said impatiently. She was furious when she saw mortal sovereign. She squeezed her right hand, causing mortal sovereign to frown. Zhou Xuanji said, "We have the same root." "Shut up," Shen Yanqing shouted. After that, she grabbed mortal sovereign's neck and threatened, "If you dare to talk nonsense again, I will break her neck and make you regret it." Zhou Xuanji was speechless. Why did he feel like he was watching a melodramatic drama? Mortal sovereign couldn't break free from her grip. She was so powerful in the Kunlun origin court. But at this moment, in the hands of Shen Yanqing, she was like a defenseless mortal. She looked very weak. Without waiting for Zhou Xuanji to speak again, Shen Yanqing left with mortal sovereign, disappearing into thin air without leaving any aura behind. Zhou Xuanji turned around, looked at Xian Xianghua, and said seriously, "Don't mess around in the future. Think about the situation just now. If you do it again, you will die." He felt that it was necessary to teach this woman a lesson. She was really getting more and more arrogant. She actually dared to challenge the sovereign divine range alone. Xian Xianghua asked with a smile that wasn't a smile, "What if I meet your little lover next time?" The corner of Zhou Xuanji's mouth twitched. "Humph, come back with me first, and then I will deal with you." Zhou Xuanji took Xian Xianghua into his arms and flew toward the Emperor's Sword Divine range. Xian Xianghua asked with a frown, "What about mortal sovereign? Aren't you afraid that something bad will happen to her?" "They are sisters. If Shen Yanqing wanted to kill her, she would have done it just now. Why take her away?" Zhou Xuanji replied indifferently. If Shen Yanqing really hated mortal sovereign, she would have made mortal sovereign suffer just now. But she didn't. She just captured her. Xian Xianghua nodded. She was full of curiosity about the relationship between Shen Yanqing and mortal sovereign. She began to ask Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji didn't hide anything. While flying toward the Emperor's Sword Divine range, he told her about his experience in Anti-Kunlun. By the time they returned to the Emperor's Sword Divine range, he had also finished telling the story. Women are really affectionate. Even time and space can't isolate their affection for you, Xian Xianghua said with a teasing smile. At the same time, she fell into deep thought. She could have what she had today because of the celestial devil rebirth technique passed down by her ancestors. And this technique was created by mortal sovereign. Everything was destined. Chapter 871. After returning to the Emperor's Sword Divine range, Zhou Xuanji severely criticized Xian Xianghua. Xian Xianghua also realized her arrogance and promised not to challenge the Sovereign Divine range again, unless she surpassed Origin Fusion Divine Lord. Zhou Xuanji was still worried. He made her promise not to provoke the Super Divine ranges on her own and not to go in alone. Xian Xianghua hurriedly promised, but she seemed very perfunctory. Zhou Xuanji could not do anything to her and could only give up. After letting Xian Xianghua leave, he directly escaped out of the Emperor's Sword Divine range to track down Shen Yanxing's whereabouts. Soon, he saw that the giant island that Shen Yanxing had taken out was still there. He immediately teleported over. After entering the huge island, he saw Golden-Crowned Divine Lord bathing in a lake. The golden pheasant hummed a song as it washed, looking very comical. Zhou Xuanji noticed that he did not have any divine energy in his body. Even so, he could still be so happy. It was really puzzling. Zhou Xuanji did not bother to talk to the Golden-Crowned Divine Lord and flew toward a massive black castle on the island. He could already hear Shen Yanxing's wild laughter, cruel and insane. He could even vaguely hear the sound of a whip being lashed. Zhou Xuanji's heart sank, and he immediately sped up. He quickly penetrated the stone wall and came to the palace where Shen Yanxing was. He stood on the stone beam and looked down. His expression instantly froze. Shen Yanxing held an iron whip in her hand and frantically whipped a stone man. This stone man was still wearing the clothes of mortal supremacy. Even though he was repeatedly whipped by the iron whip, the red clothes did not break. "You're here. Have you seen? This is the consequence of offending me." She didn't look at Zhou Xuanji above. Instead, she stared at the stone man. Zhou Xuanji's expression changed drastically and asked in a deep voice, "You turned your sister into this?" He immediately went in front of the golem and helped it block the iron whips. Shen Yanxing didn't wave the whip again. Instead, she asked with a faint smile, "What? Is your heart aching?" She came up to Zhou Xuanji and grabbed the cloth in front of his chest with her right hand as fast as lightning, pulling it back. Zhou Xuanji could only see darkness before his eyes. He could not control his body and fell into it. He fell into the endless darkness and looked back. He saw Shen Yanxing standing at the entrance of the cave looking down at him, smiling extremely coldly. "Damn it!" Zhou Xuanji struggled with all his might, but he could not mobilize the sovereign's divine power in his body. Plop! He fell to the ground in a sorry state. The hole above him suddenly disappeared, and he fell into complete darkness. He immediately activated the exterminating divine eyes and scanned the surroundings with purple light. There was nothing under the darkness. Even the space beneath his feet was transparent. He slowly turned around and looked behind him. His body suddenly stiffened, because he saw a figure. It was Autarch Crimson Dust. At this moment, Autarch Crimson Dust wasn't wearing any clothes and was in the middle of cultivating. His snow-white body and his fluttering black hair caused his heart to skip a beat, and he hurriedly retracted his gaze. "You were imprisoned here by her?" Zhou Xuanji asked with his back facing mortal sovereign. In the darkness, he could clearly hear Supreme Crimson Dust's breathing, and he could even feel her warmth. Supreme Crimson Dust didn't answer him. After a while, a soft body suddenly hugged him from behind, causing his body to stiffen even more. He frowned and asked, "What do you want to do?" He couldn't help but wonder if Supreme Hongqian had been bewitched by Shen Yanxing. "She wants to humiliate me by helping you become stronger. She doesn't know that I have this plan all along." Supreme Crimson Dust replied softly. Autarch Crimson Dust replied softly, his voice no longer as cold as it usually was. She began to pull Zhou Xuanji's clothes. He resisted instinctively, trying to avoid her. "Don't move. Don't you want to break through to Origin Fusion Divine Lord 10 Enlightened? I will help you and help you become the sovereign of the Kunlun Origin Court. Anyway, I see that she is still alive. I have no regrets," Supreme Crimson Dust said softly, hugging Zhou Xuanji tightly. Just when Zhou Xuanji wanted to refuse, she suddenly covered his mouth, stood on her tiptoes, and whispered in his ear, "This is the cultivation method that you and I should have done. Are you really going to refuse? This is also a good thing for me. After all, you have the soul origin. As far as I am concerned, it is not a loss." She suddenly burst out her divine power of the mortal world, drowning Zhou Xuanji like warm water. An uncontrollable desire rose from the bottom of Zhou Xuanji's heart. His eyes burst out with purple light, illuminating the dark space. What's going on? Zhou Xuanji was horrified in his heart. He tried to suppress this desire but to no avail. Supreme Crimson Dust's hands then touched his chest, completely igniting the flame in his heart. Inside the hall, Shen Yanqing was sitting on a stone seat covered with animal skin. She supported her chin with her right hand. Her eyes flickered. No one knew what she was looking at. She had a strange smile on her face. She licked her lips and murmured, "Interesting." At this moment, Golden Crown Divine Lord's voice came from outside. "Bitch, I have already washed it. Do you want to stew or roast it? It's up to you." Golden Crown Divine Lord's tone was full of pride. He wasn't afraid of death at all. He even began to kick the gate of the Black Castle, shaking the Black Castle. Shen Yanqing let out a cold snort. With a wave of her right hand, a black shadow flew out of her sleeve and quickly flew out of the Black Castle. "Ah! What are you doing? Bitch! You are crazy. You can kill me, but you can't humiliate me. Ah! I'm going to kill you." Golden Crown Divine Lord's scream resounded. He was surrounded by black chi as his golden feathers were thrown away. In less than 10 breaths, he turned into a featherless chicken. His fleshy wings wrapped tightly around his body. He squatted on the ground, shivering. He was crying. He had lived for so long but had never suffered such humiliation. He was the Crimson Flame origin. He lowered his head. His eyes were bloodshot as he gnashed his teeth and murmured, "Shen Yanqing, just you wait." Boom! A strong wind blew in his face, sending him flying backward while vomiting blood. His body was like a ball, rolling along the ground and crashing into the woods. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. A few days later, the Black Castle shook violently as a terrifying aura erupted. It was Zhou Xuanji. He had forcefully broken through to Origin Fusion Divine Lord 10 Enlightened. A horrifying pressure shrouded the entire island. Golden Crown Divine Lord, who was sleeping in the grass, suddenly opened his eyes. He cried out in shock, "How is this possible?" In his opinion, Zhou Xuanji's fate was the same as his, a prisoner. Why could Zhou Xuanji still break through? It's unfair. At the same time, inside the palace, Shen Yanqing nodded with satisfaction and said in amazement, "This method is very suitable for cultivation. I can use him as a cauldron for my cultivation in the future." Clang! A sword chi appeared out of thin air, tearing the space apart and creating a black crack. The sword chi rushed up and broke through the top of the castle. Next, Zhou Xuanji flew out of the black crack with Mortal Sovereign in his arms. He was wearing white clothes and a black robe wrapped around Mortal Sovereign's body. Mortal Sovereign was nestled in his arms. His eyes were closed as if he was sleeping. Chapter 872. Do you like this kind of cultivation method? Shen Yanqing asked with a smile, leaning back on the stone seat lazily. Zhou Xuanji said expressionlessly, "Did you do it?" He looked calm, but he was helpless in his heart. He really couldn't control himself before. "I just did you a favor." "Why? You don't want to admit it after putting on your pants?" Shen Yanqing said with a sarcastic smile. Zhou Xuanji stared at her. Swords of light appeared around him, pointing at her, ready to attack at any time. "You are not my opponent. Don't make trouble for yourself," Shen Yanqing provoked. Shen Yanqing provoked, which made Zhou Xuanji narrow his eyes. At this time, Mortal Sovereign in his arms slowly opened her eyes and said, "Forget it." She looked at Shen Yanqing with gentle eyes and said, "Yanqing, no matter what, I am very happy now because I found you. I am relieved to see that you are stronger than me." Shen Yanqing snorted and said in a bad mood, "What are you talking about? You are happy for the man next to you. Look at you in his arms. You are really shameless. You can leave, but he has to stay." With a wave of her right hand, Mortal Sovereign uncontrollably left Zhou Xuanji's arms. Zhou Xuanji wanted to catch her, but he couldn't. Even if he had reached the Origin Fusion Divine Lord 10th Realm, he was helpless. Mortal Sovereign quickly put on the black robe given by Zhou Xuanji. She looked back, but she could no longer see Zhou Xuanji. She was directly sent out of the Black Castle. She frowned and could only watch the Black Castle getting farther and farther away from her. Not long after, She was sent to the depths of the universe by Shen Yanqing's supreme divine power. Inside the hall, Zhou Xuanji looked at Shen Yanqing with a calm expression and asked, "What do you want to do?" After breaking through to the Origin Fusion Divine Lord 10th Realm, Shen Yanqing was still unfathomable in his eyes. This unfathomable feeling made him uncontrollably nervous. He tried hard not to show this nervousness. He wanted to be calm and collected. "What do I want to do?" "Naturally, I want to do what you were doing before," Shen Yanqing said with a teasing smile. Shen Yanqing teased. Zhou Xuanji couldn't help but frown. He didn't take it seriously. He felt that Shen Yanqing was teasing him and mocking him. Shen Yanqing stopped smiling and asked, "Do you want to become a supreme being?" Zhou Xuanji nodded. There was nothing to hide about this. After all, he had not become the sovereign. "I'll be leaving soon. If you can become a sovereign, then I'll come back to find you. I'll have you accompany me to hunt grand sovereigns. I won't let you do it for nothing. I'll impart my cultivation technique to you. Before that, I have to leave. I'll leave the scarlet flame essence to you. Take good care of it. I'll come back to inspect it." Shen Yanqing stood up and said slowly, "I'll leave this island in your care for the time being. This place is very suitable for cultivating supreme god force." As her voice fell, Shen Yanqing stepped down. Zhou Xuanji frowned. Just as he was about to speak, Shen Yanqing disappeared. He was stunned and spread out his divine sense to cover the entire island. But he could no longer capture Shen Yanqing's aura. She really left. Zhou Xuanji felt that everything was unreal. He was still thinking about how to get rid of Shen Yanqing, but he didn't expect her to leave just like that. It seemed that her injuries had healed and she was in a hurry to hunt grand sovereigns. However, judging from Shen Yanqing's words, it would take a long time for her to come back again. After all, it was impossible for him to become a sovereign immediately. Zhou Xuanji sighed and flew out of the Black Castle. He first looked for Golden Crown Divine Lord. His expression turned weird. Golden Crown Divine Lord was napping on the ground. His body was bare and covered with big leaves. His fur. Zhou Xuanji almost laughed out loud. It must have been done by Shen Yanqing. This guy is really miserable. He didn't disturb Golden Crown Divine Lord but went to look for Mortal Sovereign. After Shen Yanqing left, Mortal Sovereign regained her freedom. She was rushing to the island and met Zhou Xuanji head-on. As soon as she saw that Zhou Xuanji was safe and sound, she was pleasantly surprised. Zhou Xuanji was the same, but just as the two of them wanted to speak, they remembered the previous cultivation scene. They couldn't help but fall silent. What happened before? Zhou Xuanji wanted to say something but stopped on second thought. He wanted to say sorry, but when he thought about it carefully, it was Mortal Sovereign who took the initiative. However, Mortal Sovereign might have been controlled by Shen Yanqing. Mortal Sovereign shook her head and said, "No need to say more. For you, cultivation is the most important thing right now. Don't care about unnecessary romantic feelings." Zhou Xuanji was a little disappointed when he heard this. Generally speaking, shouldn't it be a man who says such things? Autarch Crimson Dust tightened his black robes and chuckled softly. "It seems she has already left. Since that is the case, I'll go back and train as well. That cultivation technique earlier allowed me to comprehend the laws of the soul." After speaking, she turned around and left. Zhou Xuanji stayed in place and fell into contemplation. This pair of sisters were really sisters. They acted so swiftly and decisively, making him feel like he was abandoned. He shook his head and laughed as he rushed toward the Emperor's Sword Divine Range. After a month, the 12 Law ancestors came to visit the Emperor's Sword Divine Range. This alarmed the nearby divine ranges. The news spread quickly. Soon, the news about Zhou Xuanji's breakthrough to Origin Fusion Divine, Lord 10 Enlightened, spread like wildfire in the Kunlun Origin Court. Origin Fusion Divine Lord 10 Enlightened. Even the range masters of some super divine ranges might not have such cultivation. For a moment, the gloomy atmosphere resounded again. More and more creatures were spreading the news, hoping that all living beings could elect Zhou Xuanji as the sovereign. As long as the Kunlun Origin Court didn't have a sovereign, all living beings couldn't feel at ease. All living beings were looking forward to an indomitable expert standing at the top of the Origin Court to protect the order of the Origin Court and resist all kinds of catastrophes. The 12 Law ancestors stayed in the Emperor Sword Divine range for 6 days before leaving. When they left, they all had smiles on their faces, looking very satisfied. In the meeting hall, Zhou Xuanji was chatting with the higher-ups of the Emperor Sword Divine range. Ha ha ha! Now we should congratulate our master. He is no longer the first candidate for the sovereign but the sovereign. Qiu who burst into laughter as if he had become the sovereign himself. Zhou Shaoxian stood up in excitement and asked, "Father, can we announce this in advance?" Zhou Xuanji nodded with a smile. He was no longer afraid of anyone in the Kunlun Origin Court. Naturally, he had no scruples. After cultivating with mortal sovereign, his cultivation had soared. He even comprehended a trace of the mortal rule. Next, he could continue to grow stronger by comprehending the mortal rule. Zhou Xuanji instructed, "The Origin Court will prepare for the sovereign's ascension. You don't have to worry too much. Just take care of the Emperor Sword Divine range. When I become the sovereign, the Emperor Sword Divine range will be handed over to you. At that time, Tanhua will be the range master. The others will assist him. Also, gather all the disciples of the Emperor Sword Court who are wandering outside." He began arranging the positions of the Emperor Sword Divine range. No one dared to object to his arrangements. Everyone was very convinced by Zhou Tanhua. Chapter 873. While Zhou Xuanji was arranging the positions of the Emperor Sword Divine range, the Kunlun Origin Court was already in a heated argument. There was only one topic in all the divine ranges, and that was the position of supremacy. On the sovereign list, Zhou Xuanji sat firmly at the top. He had not lost to any other geniuses on the list. Zhou Xuanji is really going to become the sovereign. I heard that the 12 Law ancestors all went to visit him. When they came out, they were talking and laughing. Isn't that how it should be? Is his cultivation strong enough? It is said that becoming a supreme doesn't just depend on one's own cultivation. The Origin Court will grant you the supreme power. Come on, if the Origin Court had such power, it would have been used long ago. The sovereign divine ranges have already acknowledged him. After all, Zhou Xuanji has 2 sovereigns as his backing. Zhou Xuanji's name once again became a name that was passed down by everyone. Half a month later, the Origin Court made a public announcement, officially electing Zhou Xuanji as the current sovereign. This news was earth-shattering. All living beings rejoiced. This also meant that the dark period that had lasted for a long time had officially ended. 3 years later, at the peak of the Origin Court, Zhou Xuanji would be crowned as the sovereign with the title of Sword Emperor. The Sword Emperor had once brought terror to the Kunlun Origin Court, so Zhou Xuanji wanted to use the name of the Sword Emperor to protect all creatures and restore the Sword Emperor's reputation. Just like that, the name of the Sword Emperor spread through the mouths of all living beings. Zhou Xuanji officially became the Sword Emperor who reigned above all worlds. Time flew by. 2 years later, Zhou Xuanji came out of closed-door cultivation, and one of the 12 Law ancestors, Senior Mei, was waiting outside the cultivation palace. Senior Plum immediately cupped his fists and bowed as soon as he saw him. "Greetings, Supreme Elder," Senior Plum said with a smile. She seemed very enthusiastic. Zhou Xuanji walked up to him and smiled as he asked, "Why have you come, Senior?" I don't dare. I hope that the Supreme One will not call me Senior in the future," Senior Plum said in fear and trepidation. He knew clearly that Zhou Xuanji was just being courteous and did not really revere him. With Zhou Xuanji's current strength, he was really not a match for him. Zhou Xuanji nodded and continued to ask, "What is it?" Senior Plum immediately replied. It turned out that the Supreme Palace built for him by the Origin Court had already been built. It was located at the peak of the Origin Court, an independent space that belonged to the highest position of the Kunlun Origin Court. The spiritual energy and Tao energy of the entire Kunlun Origin Court and the myriad realms would flow into it, and then flow to the various realms to realize the heavenly cycle. "Then lead the way. I'll go take a look," Zhou Xuanji muttered. He originally wanted to teach Zhou Tanhua cultivation, But now he had become interested in the sovereign plane. Senior Plum immediately led the way. The two of them moved out and quickly flew upwards. By the way, Sovereign, have you seen Sovereign Kong Shang again? We originally wanted to invite him to participate in your ascension ceremony. But in the end, we discovered that his independent plane had already been destroyed. Where did he go? Senior Plum asked curiously. Sovereign Kong Shang was a sovereign, after all. If they could rope him in or even have him assist Zhou Xuanji, it would be a blessing for the Kunlun origin court. Zhou Xuanji glanced at him and said, Sovereign Kong Shang is dead. Senior Mei's eyes widened when he heard this, and he said in a trembling voice, How is that possible? He is a supreme martial artist. Wait a minute. How did Zhou Xuanji know about this? Could it be that he had teamed up with Little Sovereign? Senior Mei knew that Zhou Xuanji had killed the Sword Emperor and the Darkness Sovereign. Zhou Xuanji definitely did not have much respect for the sovereigns. Recalling Little Sovereign's rage that day, the more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. At that moment, Zhou Xuanji's image in his heart quickly rose. Next, Senior Mei became respectful. He didn't dare to speak rashly anymore. They didn't speak along the way. They passed through the spatial wall and arrived at the sovereign plane. This place was filled with clouds and mist. The blue sky was high and vast. In front of them was a towering, sword-like mountain. The mountain was hundreds of thousands of meters high and had a majestic aura. At the top of the mountain stood a magnificent palace. Two giant swords stood in front of the gate. This palace was built with Dao stones that are hundreds of millions of years old. You can cultivate at any time while living in it. Even if you rest, your cultivation will continue to improve. A virtuous demonstration array has been set up in the Sea of Clouds. When you move in, no one can break in without your permission. Senior Mei began introducing the sovereign plane to Zhou Xuanji. His tone was full of pride. This world also had his share of effort, and he was very satisfied with it. Zhou Xuanji nodded. Suddenly, two exterminating divine light burst out from his eyes. Swoosh! The exterminating divine light swept across, shocking Senior Mei. A loud bang resounded. A light blue light curtain appeared out of thin air, covering the entire mountain and blocking the exterminating divine light. The entire mountain shook violently, making Senior Mei shudder in fear. He wanted to say something but stopped on second thought. Fortunately, Zhou Xuanji's exterminating divine light dissipated in time. Not bad, Zhou Xuanji said with a satisfied smile. After that, he flew forward. Senior Mei, who was originally worried, immediately beamed with joy and hurriedly followed. In the universe filled with white light, Xin Yanqing was moving quickly. Her eyes were cold as she locked her gaze ahead. She saw a green light speeding ahead, making it impossible for her to catch up. Don't chase anymore. It's impossible for you to catch up with me. A female voice came from the green light, full of anger. Xin Yanqing let out a cold snort. She ignored it and continued to chase at full speed. The two chased each other. Soon, they rushed out of the white light space and came to a vast starry sky. Countless creatures were fighting in front of them. They were all over the starry sky. The scale was huge and there were corpses everywhere. Xin Yanqing and the green light directly passed through the battlefield. In an instant, all the creatures and stars were directly shattered, turning into flying ashes. The space was also shattered. Spiritual qi poured into the cracks, taking away countless flying ashes. Such a scene had happened before. In order to chase the green light, Xin Yanqing had destroyed countless planes. Let's see who will stop first, Xin Yanqing said with a cold smile. As she spoke, she licked her lips. Even though she looked like a young girl, she still gave people a very evil feeling. When the green light heard this, it flew even faster, gradually distancing itself from Xin Yanqing. Xin Yanqing frowned. She didn't expect the other party to be able to accelerate. At this moment, a huge black vortex appeared in front of them. It swallowed the turbulence of time and space. It was extremely terrifying. A big black hand reached out and grabbed the green light before putting it into the black vortex. Xin Yanqing stopped in fright. She looked at the black vortex vigilantly and asked in a deep voice, "Who are you?" This black vortex appeared so suddenly that she couldn't see through it. There seemed to be countless demons hidden in the darkness. It was very terrifying. After a while, a hoarse voice came from the black vortex. "Little girl, I advise you not to create a massacre. You have attracted the attention of many immortal existences. Although you are strong, you are not the strongest." Shen Yanxing's eyebrows furrowed even tighter. She asked impolitely, "You're talking nonsense. Get out now. Let me see what kind of immortal existence you are." She had a magical ability to escape. Even if she was no match, she could still escape. This was her arrogance. Chapter 874. Humph! A girl who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. The hoarse voice coldly snorted. As soon as the voice fell, the surrounding space-time turbulence began to riot. Shen Yanxing didn't panic at all. Instead, she sneered and said, "Can you stop talking nonsense? If you don't want to offend me, hand over that guy. I will definitely eat her." She raised her hands, causing the surrounding space-time to fluctuate visibly. In the blink of an eye, the entire space-time turbulence was wantonly twisting like countless water dragons surging. The scene was very spectacular. The black vortex suddenly shrank and quickly turned into a black ball with a diameter of only 6 feet. It was flashing with a faint red light. A figure emerged from the surface of the black ball. It was an old man with disheveled hair. He looked like a ferocious ghost. His expression was horrifying. His eyes were full of stones, making people shudder. Upon seeing him, Shen Yanxing couldn't help but frown. She asked in a deep voice, "Are you the legendary Black Demon Xian ancestor?" Black Demon Xian ancestor. As soon as she thought of this person, she didn't dare to be arrogant anymore. "Little girl, since you know my name, do you still want to eat her?" Black Demon Xian ancestor looked at Shen Yanxing coldly and asked in a cold voice. His voice was so hoarse, filled with endless killing intent. Shen Yanxing suddenly laughed and said, "Well, I admit defeat." After saying that, she turned around and left, quickly disappearing into the space-time turbulence. Black Demon Xian ancestor stood on the black ball. He raised his right hand and the green light appeared in his hand. He murmured, "What is the origin of that girl? She is hunting grand sovereigns everywhere. Is she related to that person?" His expression became solemn. He pondered for a while and finally chose to leave. The black ball shrank and disappeared into thin air with him. As soon as he left, Shen Yanxing appeared in his previous position. "Humph, Black Demon Xian ancestor, do you really think I am afraid of you? I happen to be looking for you. As long as I refine you, I will be able to transform. At that time, I will devour the soul source and surpass Grand Sovereign." Shen Yanxing excitedly muttered to herself. She shook her body and disappeared. Kunlun Origin Court, Sovereign Plain. Zhou Xuanji was sitting on the golden throne. Behind him, there were countless huge barriers coiling around him. He looked majestic and domineering. The hall was wide and was filled with immortal mist. Then, giant pillars emerged from the mist, rushing into the clouds above. The air of an immortal, the lofty sentiments of a supreme being. Senior Mei stood in the hall and rubbed his hands. He asked with a smile, "How do you feel, Sovereign?" Zhou Xuanji nodded in satisfaction and said with a smile, "I can sense endless Tao energy flowing toward me. This feeling is very good. I'm very satisfied with this palace. I will reward you in the future." A supreme being was the faith of all living beings. Once he became a supreme being, a single word from him would be enough to abolish the 12 law ancestors, and no one would dare to object. Only I am supreme. This was a grand supreme. When Senior Mei heard this, she couldn't help beaming with joy. He rolled his eyes and said, "Why don't you rest here first? I'll go back and prepare for the ascension with the other ancestors. We can't be careless about this. We will definitely make this the greatest event of the Kunlun Origin Court and let the name of the Sword Emperor spread throughout the world, forever engraved in the river of history." Zhou Xuanji nodded, and Senior Mei left immediately. After his aura completely disappeared, Zhou Xuanji closed his eyes. He began to comprehend the laws of the mortal world that he had obtained earlier. The Origin Fusion Divine Lord was already superior to most living beings, but he was still far from being comparable to a Grand Supreme. He wanted to become stronger. At least before the next time he met Shen Yanqing, he had to have the power to protect himself. He took out the Lesser Supreme Sword, making it hover beside him. Little Sovereign's soul flew out as well. TSK, this place is really magnificent. It's even more magnificent than my Supreme Palace, Little Sovereign exclaimed. Little Sovereign sighed with a face full of envy. Zhou Xuanji asked without opening his eyes, "Do you want to be resurrected?" He also had the help of the souls of 9 powerful cultivators. All of them had been resurrected and reincarnated by him. Now they were wandering around the world. He had always been grateful to Little Sovereign. Therefore, he was willing to resurrect Little Sovereign. Little Sovereign's eyes immediately lit up when he heard this. But the next second, his eyes dimmed again. Humph! I will not be resurrected. Once I am resurrected, how long will it take for me to cultivate again? I might as well follow you like this. I believe that you will surpass all the other sovereigns. Maybe you will have the ability to resurrect me and restore me to my peak state. Little Sovereign said with a proud smile. Little Sovereign smiled proudly. His expression was as annoying as ever. Zhou Xuanji opened one eye, glanced at him, and asked curiously, "Do you really have that kind of ability?" Little Sovereign was a genuine Grand Sovereign. It wasn't easy to resurrect him, let alone directly raise his cultivation to the pinnacle. Wasn't that too difficult? As long as you dare to think about it, it may not be impossible. Little Sovereign said with a smile. There was some expectation in his eyes. He once heard his master say that the end of cultivation was omnipotent. The mind could transform everything. As long as one thought about it, anything could come true. Zhou Xuanji began to look forward to it. If it was really as Little Sovereign said, what kind of realm would it be? But then again, your little wife seems to have obtained the inheritance of an immortal existence. She can even hunt great sovereigns. This is incredible. You must be careful. She is no longer the same as before, Little Sovereign said in a solemn tone. His tone suddenly changed as he spoke in a solemn tone. He shuddered at the thought of his soul being scattered by Shen Yanqing. The little girl from back then had already become a great evil demon. She could even threaten his life. Zhou Xuanji asked doubtfully, "How strong is she? Compared to you, who is stronger?" Little Sovereign glared at him and said in a bad mood, "My cultivation is not my greatest strength. My knowledge, my experience, my calmness, my wisdom, these are... She is stronger than you? I already said it. I rely on my wisdom. You are weaker than her." Okay. Little Sovereign was rendered speechless by Zhou Xuanji's retort. Zhou Xuanji was even more curious about Shen Yanqing's experience. How did the once unreliable lass get to where she was today? Just as the two were chatting, the Void Boundary Palace made another move. Zhou Fa flew out of the Kunlun Origin Court with 6 Void Boundary Heavenly Sovereigns and headed toward the Lower Realms universe. "Where do you want to go?" A cold voice came, startling Zhou Fa. He immediately stopped and looked around. He saw a figure descend. Surprisingly, it was Beast Sovereign. Beast Sovereign's face was expressionless as he said, "Zhou Fa, it's time for us to settle our grievances. If you don't resist, this sovereign will make you feel better." Seeing that it was him, Zhou Fa smiled disdainfully and said, "I was wondering who it was. It turns out to be the famous Super Range Master, Beast Sovereign. How is your evil Sky Divine Range now? Has it become a Sovereign Divine Range?" The Void Boundary Heavenly Sovereigns became nervous. They had grown up listening to Beast Sovereign's prestige. They were naturally afraid. Humph! Beast Sovereign let out a cold snort. He then stretched out his hand and grabbed Zhou Fa from a distance. Zhou Fa's expression drastically changed. His body flew uncontrollably toward Beast Sovereign. Chapter 875. Pa! Beast Sovereign's right hand clasped Zhou Fa's neck. Zhou Fa's face instantly turned red. He stared into Zhou Fa's eyes and said in a cold voice, "Ever since you appeared and told me about the future, This sovereign has been tricked. Now, my evil sky divine range has been destroyed. Tell me, how should this sovereign punish you? In the distance, the 6 void boundary heavenly sovereigns widened their eyes. Their bodies were stiff. They were extremely nervous. Zhou Fa suddenly showed a strange smile and said, "Don't you want to know what has happened in the future?" Beast Sovereign frowned upon hearing this. "Now, our fates are actually connected. Zhou Xuanji has become the sovereign. I have no place to live in the Kunlun origin court, and your evil sky divine range has been destroyed. The 12 ancestors are behind it. They pushed Zhou Xuanji, and with Zhou Xuanji's character, he will definitely repay them in the future." Zhou Fa continued. Zhou Fa continued. His words made Beast Sovereign's brows furrow even tighter. He knew very well that Zhou Fa was deliberately trying to fool him, but he couldn't help but feel a glimmer of hope in his heart. He wanted to know what his future would be like. Zhou Fa saw his hesitation and couldn't help but continue. "The future is not fixed. Can be changed. Zhou Xuanji has successfully changed his fate. The past has already happened. It's useless even if you kill me. It's better for us to join hands and create a new future together." Crack! Beast Sovereign directly twisted his neck and turned to look at the 6 void boundary heavenly sovereigns, saying, "A bunch of worms at the mercy of others." Beast Sovereign disappeared with Zhou Fa, leaving the 6 void boundary heavenly sovereigns behind. They were really afraid of facing Beast Sovereign. "What should we do now?" asked a void boundary heavenly sovereign cautiously. He looked around, fearing that Beast Sovereign would come back. "Run!" Without Zhou Fa, the void boundary palace will be controlled by the origin court sooner or later. "We must leave." "That's right. Once the ancestors find out what we have done, we will definitely die." After the 6 void boundary heavenly sovereigns discussed, they quickly made a decision and retreated. In the sovereign plane, Zhou Xuanji was sitting on the golden throne. He supported his cheek with his right hand, looking very lazy. He murmured, "Beast Sovereign, this is the path you have chosen. You have already regretted it. Why do you continue to sink?" He couldn't understand Beast Sovereign's excessive trust in fate. In any case, Beast Sovereign was also a super vain master. How could he fall into such a swamp? He was hesitating whether he should help Beast Sovereign or not. But facing the current him, what kind of mentality would Beast Sovereign have? Forget it, let him be. Zhou Xuanji let out a sigh. Beast Sovereign had changed. When the evil sky divine range was in trouble, he didn't appear. Previously, he even wanted to harm the Emperor Sword divine range. In such a situation, Zhou Xuanji couldn't persuade Beast Sovereign at all. Everyone had their own fate. He couldn't care less. Right now, he had yet to truly become a supreme being. After thinking about it, Zhou Xuanji slowly closed his eyes and continued to comprehend the rules of the mortal world. Recently, he had a deep understanding of the rules of the mortal world. Somehow, he had already touched the realm above the Origin Fusion Divine Lord. He had once asked Little Supreme how to break through to the Grand Supreme Realm by himself. Little Sovereign answered. He needed the guidance of Supreme Force. Every generation's Supreme Being would leave behind a strand of Supreme Being's power for generations to fuse with. This would allow the Supreme Beings of the later generations to have a better foundation. Logically speaking, the higher the level, the stronger the Supremes should be. But the environment was the biggest factor that determined one's strength. The worse the era, the stronger the Supremes born. In the blink of an eye, the day of the Sovereign's ascension had finally arrived. Zhou Xuanji stood on the top of the mountain. Behind him was a dense immortal mist that blotted out the sky. The 12 Law ancestors were kneeling in the void below the Sovereign's plane. Below them was the Kunlun Origin Court. Tens of millions of Origin Court divine soldiers were kneeling before the 12 Law ancestors. Every inferior divine soldier's face was filled with fanaticism. It was a great honor for them to be able to witness the ascension of the Sovereign with their own eyes. At the same time, close to 10,000 divine ranges were silent. Countless living beings were raising their heads in anticipation. All the creatures could see Zhou Xuanji's majestic figure when they looked up. This scene was created by the Sage Manifestation Array. Inside, the emperor soared divine range. Father's figure is so mighty. How did he do it? Does he already have the strength of a sovereign? Zhou Shaoxian asked excitedly. Zhou Xuanji had been away for some time. She thought that he had broken through again. The others standing on the hillside had the same thought. Xiao Jinghong sighed in amazement. Revered teacher is indeed revered teacher. I thought that my breakthroughs outside were already big enough, but compared to him, it's nothing. His face was filled with admiration. Zhao Congjian, Lin Changge, Ning Zifeng, Chen Bantian, Meng Tianlang, and the others were the same. They were all excitedly discussing Zhou Xuanji's strength. Jiang Shui looked up with a smile. She had been looking forward to this day for a long time. When it really came, she realized that she wasn't too excited. Instead, she felt that everything was reasonable. He deserved all of this. Today is the grand event of the Kunlun Origin Court that only happens once in a billion years. The new sovereign is about to ascend. A law ancestor's voice resounded across the entire Kunlun Origin Court. His voice was so majestic and awe-inspiring. Sword Emperor Zhou Xuanji was born in a mortal world. His starting point was lower than all living beings in the Kunlun Origin Court. But with his extraordinary aptitude, he became the sovereign in less than 2,000 years. Ever since he entered the Kunlun Origin Court, he showed his brilliance and soared into the sky. The law ancestor began talking about Zhou Xuanji's past. His voice was full of emotion and stirring up the crowd. Everyone's blood boiled as they listened. They couldn't hold back their excitement. All kinds of phenomenons bloomed at the top of the Kunlun Origin Court. Zhou Xuanji stood before the cliff. Listening to the law ancestor's voice, a smile appeared on his face. The sovereign's position, he really did it. Once upon a time, he even fantasized about what he would see if he became the sovereign. Now he saw it. All living beings bowed down to him. Everything was under his feet. Rumble, the Tao energy in the sovereign's plane began to riot. More accurately, the Tao energy in the entire Kunlun Origin Court was rioting. All of it surged toward the sovereign's plane. Above Zhou Xuanji's head, purple clouds gathered, and an immense pressure descended. A violent gale swept up, stirring up the surrounding celestial mist. Zhou Xuanji looked up. His black hair danced wildly in the wind, covering more than half of his face. He peeked into the purple clouds with his exterminating divine eyes and mumbled, "Could this be the sovereign's power?" The sovereign's power existed everywhere in the Kunlun Origin Court. Was this the reason why the law ancestors couldn't use it? He took out the lesser supreme sword and asked in a low voice, "What should I do?" Little sovereign's soul flew out. As soon as he saw the purple clouds above, he smiled and said, "You don't need to do anything. Just wait for its arrival." A look of relief appeared in his eyes. Could be said that he had watched Zhou Xuanji grow step by step until he became the sovereign today. This was the first time he had seen a junior he was optimistic about become the sovereign. Chapter 876. The technique ancestor's voice was still resounding, solemn and majestic. All living beings were listening carefully, listening to Zhou Xuanji's growth experience. All of them felt their blood boiling and their fighting spirit soaring. Putting aside his current achievements, who would have thought that Zhou Xuanji would become the sovereign? Zhou Xuanji had written an inspirational story with his own opportunities. For all living beings, this was a story that happened around them. It was very close and very real. Under such a feeling, all living beings had an extreme sense of worship for Zhou Xuanji. Even those geniuses who hated or envied Zhou Xuanji couldn't help but sigh in admiration. The technique ancestor's speech lasted for a long time. The billowing purple sea gathered above Zhou Xuanji's head. Countless purple qi fell like stars and quickly poured into his body, transforming his muscles and bones. Zhou Xuanji accepted the baptism of these purple qi with a smile on his face. Awesome! He could feel that his sovereign divine power was transforming. It wasn't just becoming stronger, but it was changing qualitatively. Faintly, he saw countless figures descending from the purple sea like a group of immortals. It was a very artistic conception. Even Zhou Xuanji couldn't help but immerse himself in it. Little sovereign, floating behind him, excitedly said, "They're here! They're here!" Great Sovereign is also known as Court Realm Lord Great Sovereign. Every 100 million years, a court can only give birth to one Court Realm Lord Great Sovereign. If you were a little later, I'm afraid you would have to wait for 100 million years. And this is a special case. Generally speaking, the sovereign reigns for billions of years. Zhou Xuanji didn't care. His eyes were focused on the purple sea with a calm expression. Those sovereign divine shadows drilled into his mind. In an instant, his consciousness exploded. Purple halos flew out of his body, wrapped around him, and quickly circled around him. The origin of battle, the will is firm, indestructible, indelible, the will transforms into God. The origin of time, the past and the future are close at hand. Invert time and space, and only respect one's heart. The origin of radius, the stars revolve. 10,000 worlds are a square, the vertical is a circle, the radius and the circle are one. The origin of change, the body turns into all things, all sources obey. One change, one source, one grace. Different majestic voices exploded in Zhou Xuanji's mind, one after another. Past sovereigns. He heard the voices of Little Sovereign, Sovereign Kongshang, Sovereign Darkness, and Sovereign Wuzhou. The Supremes were all talking about their own origin laws in unison. At first, Zhou Xuanji only felt that it was very noisy, but he soon entered a state of enlightenment. The ruler of the court realm was a grand autarch, the ruler of a court, and the 3,000 origin laws were at his disposal. At the same time, the laws of the myriad realms of the Kunlun origin court rushed toward the supreme plane. The Tao energy that had drilled into Zhou Xuanji's body was assimilated and turned into sovereign divine energy. Then it overflowed from all his pores and flew out of the sovereign plane, landing in the Kunlun origin court and turning into brand new rules. This was a kind of good fortune, using the transformation of the laws to control the Kunlun origin court. The ascension of the supreme martial artist has officially begun. The Sword Emperor will transform into a supreme martial artist. Everyone should celebrate together. The ancestor of technique raised his voice. Like thunder, it bombarded everyone's ears. Countless golden lotuses floated down from the Paragon Plain and landed on the various divine ranges. With the Kunlun origin court taking the lead, the spiritual energy of all the great heavens realms began to surge. The spiritual energy was boiling, and his Tao energy was increasing wildly. Everyone was pleasantly surprised, and they all shouted the Sword Emperor's name. Sword Emperor! Long live Sword Emperor! Supreme Sword Emperor! Sword Emperor! Sword Emperor! All the creatures of the various divine ranges were shouting the Sword Emperor's name. They gathered together as if they wanted to overturn the sky of each divine range. 3,000 origin laws were manifesting to celebrate the Sword Emperor. This day would be the most joyous day in the past 100 million years. At the border of the Kunlun origin court, in the void, Beast Sovereign and Zhou Fa looked up at Zhou Xuanji's majestic figure. They were silent for a long time. After a long time, Beast Sovereign had a complicated look on his face as he murmured, "He really succeeded." At this moment, his heart was filled with regret. If he had desperately cultivated Zhou Xuanji instead of Origin Court War God, perhaps his current situation would be completely different. The Evil Sky Divine range might still exist, or even be stronger. After all, even the Emperor Sword Divine range still existed, and its power was growing day by day. It's useless to regret. We no longer have a foothold in this court. Let's retreat, Zhou Fa said, shaking his head. Zhou Fa shook his head. He appeared calmer than Beast Sovereign. What was done could not be undone. Instead of regretting here, it was better to plan for the future. Beast Sovereign nodded, and the two turned around. He took out a scroll inlaid with red jade and waved it forward. Space fluctuated as a crack appeared. The two stepped into it one after another. The crack disappeared as if it had never appeared. On the other side, Beast Sovereign and Zhou Fa shuttled through the dark void. A ball of light was suspended above their heads, like a small sun, illuminating the void within a radius of 100 feet. At the same time, they were vigilant of their surroundings. We have to be careful after leaving the Kunlun Origin Court. There are many unknown existences lurking in the darkness. You may be swallowed by them before you can even see their appearance, Zhou Fa reminded. At the same time, he took out a sword, ready to fight at any time. It wasn't the first time he had come outside the Kunlun origin court. He was very scared every time he came. Beast Sovereign didn't answer, but his eyes were very sharp. He was vigilant in all directions. The two moved forward at full speed. After an unknown period of time, a light appeared in front of them. Zhou Fa heaved a long sigh and said, "Finally, we are leaving this damn ghost domain. Next is..." Before he could finish his words, terrifying shadows that resembled dragons and flood dragons suddenly appeared from the darkness 1,000 feet away, surrounding them tightly. The two immediately stopped in fright. "What are these things?" Beast Sovereign cried out in horror. The aura of these shadows was very terrifying. It made his hair stand on end. Zhou Fa gritted his teeth and replied, "I don't know. Damn it." He felt that his luck was really bad. He was besieged as soon as he came out. "Are you from the Kunlun origin court?" A cold voice came from above, startling them and making them look up. They couldn't see anything in the endless darkness. "Who are you?" Zhou Fa asked in a loud voice. His voice was trembling. He was obviously very scared. He was pretending to be calm. "Bring me to the Kunlun origin court, or else you will die here." The cold voice sounded again. A soul-freezing killing intent locked onto Beast Sovereign and Zhou Fa. They didn't dare to refuse. Sovereign Plain Zhou Xuanji was still enjoying the sovereign's inheritance. The preaching of the sovereigns and the sovereign's divine power had made a qualitative change in his cultivation. In terms of his own sovereign's divine power, it was more than 10 times stronger than before. The sovereign's inheritance wasn't an infusion of wisdom. It was a kind of traction that led his sovereign's divine power to transform. He was getting closer and closer to the true sovereign. Relax your body. Let your extermination immortal physique reach its most comfortable state. Don't offset it. Little Sovereign's voice came from behind. Zhou Xuanji immediately did as he was told. The next moment, he was pleasantly surprised to find that the growth rate of the sovereign's divine power had begun to accelerate. Chapter 877. Boom! In the sovereign plain, the mountains shook, and the celestial mist billowed. Zhou Xuanji stood on the edge of the cliff. A powerful gale surrounded his body, forming a majestic tornado that swept away the clouds. His aura continued to rise, like a hot knife cutting through butter, unable to be stopped. The 12 ancestors who were closest to the sovereign plain looked up. They were pleasantly surprised. So fast, so powerful. He can accept the sovereign's power so quickly. Seems like he will become a true sovereign soon. Kunlun Origin Court will welcome a new era. I think he will become the most powerful sovereign in history. The 12 ancestors discussed among themselves. They were all full of confidence in Zhou Xuanji. Since ancient times, very few sovereigns had the same experience as Zhou Xuanji. Moreover, Zhou Xuanji had connections with several sovereigns. Such talent and luck were rare. Senior Mei smiled and said, "It's time to promote the Emperor's Sword Divine Range. Before the sovereign gives the order, we should take action." The other ancestors nodded. They did not hate the Emperor's Sword Divine Range at all. Since the Emperor's Sword Divine Range was established, other than Zhou Xuanji's wife, the other disciples had never caused trouble. Even after Zhou Xuanji became the first candidate to become the sovereign, they rarely left the divine range. All of them were cultivating diligently. Such a divine range was the favorite of the ancestors. After all, the Kunlun Origin Court needed a large number of powerful cultivators to deal with the previous predicament. Immediately, an ancestor left to arrange the promotion of the Emperor's Sword Divine Range. Zhou Xuanji was reborn. Everyone rejoiced. This kind of life lasted for several decades. This day, a majestic aura engulfed the entire Kunlun Origin Court. I, Zhou Xuanji, have been recognized by all sovereigns and have officially become a great sovereign of the court realm. My title is the Sword Emperor. I will protect the Kunlun Origin Court with all my power. I will help the Kunlun Origin Court surpass history and create an unprecedented era. Zhou Xuanji's voice resounded across the world like a great bell, shaking everyone's soul. The peaceful Kunlun origin court was in a great commotion again. At the same time, the sword spirit's voice resounded in Zhou Xuanji's mind. Analyzed that the sword owner has reached the great sovereign of the court realm. Gotcha begins. Ding! Congratulations. The sword owner has obtained the soul of court-toppling origin. Kunlun sword. Battle body explosion. Zhou Xuanji slowly opened his eyes. The violet light in his eyes made his eyes look like purple gems, mysterious and majestic. The ruler of the court realm was a grand autarch, grand supreme being. His supreme god force had already transformed. Compared to before he broke through, he felt that he was more than 10,000 times stronger. Hearing this, Zhou Shaoxian came back to her senses and hurriedly turned around to chase after him. Stinky little brother, what are you talking about? Is my cultivation weak? Sovereign Plain. Zhou Xuanji and the others landed on the summit. Jiang Shui and Xian Xianghua observed their surroundings, and they were all stunned. This place is so beautiful. This world belongs to me. You can go wherever you want and create whatever you want. Zhou Xuanji said with a smile. With a wave of his right hand, the doors of the Supreme Palace opened. The two women looked at each other and immediately flew in different directions. They wanted to take a look at the Supreme Plain first. The Supreme Plain didn't have a fixed boundary, and it could be continuously expanded. There were many natural treasures here, and it contained almost all the resources of the Kunlun origin court. This was all thanks to the 12 ancestors. Zhou Xuanji smiled and walked into the palace alone. He was going to continue studying the rules of the mortal world. In the mortal plane, sovereign mortal world was meditating in the sea of fog. Strands of soul shadows coiled around her like a group of dancing ghosts. It was very strange. Since parting with Zhou Xuanji, she had been focusing on cultivating the rules of the soul. Although it wasn't a leap forward, it was still a great epiphany. Suddenly, she opened her eyes and said with a calm look, "Come out!" Just as she spoke, a spatial crack appeared in front of her, and a figure stepped out. It was Zhou Fa. Looking at Zhou Fa, who looked exactly like Zhou Xuanji, Sovereign Mortal World said with a contemptuous smile, "You dare to come to me, a little ghost who doesn't dare to show his true face?" Zhou Fa looked very nervous facing Sovereign Mortal World. He forced a smile and said, "I came here to ask you a favor. After it's done, you will have the opportunity to break through to the great sovereign realm. You want to read my fortune?" "I don't dare." Zhou Fa's smile was very unnatural. Cold sweat was dripping from his forehead. Sovereign Mortal World closed her eyes and asked, "What's the matter?" Zhou Fa replied, "It's like this. There is a big opportunity outside the Kunlun origin court. Dozens of great sovereigns will gather there. If you can let the Sword Emperor go, it will be beneficial for both you and the Sword Emperor." Sovereign Mortal World didn't speak and waited for him to continue. Zhou Fa explained slowly. After a long while, Zhou Fa looked up at Sovereign Mortal World and asked, "How is it?" Sovereign Mortal World didn't answer immediately, as if she didn't notice him talking. Zhou Fa wasn't in a hurry either. He waited patiently. "Okay, wait outside the court," Sovereign Mortal World said leisurely. Autarch Crimson Dust said slowly. Zhou Fa immediately bowed and left. She opened her eyes, stood up, and said with a smile, "You have been listening for so long. Why don't you show yourself?" A beam of light descended from the sky and landed in front of her. Zhou Xuanji appeared majestically with the Emperor Sword of Life and Death and a long sword radiating red light floating behind him. This red sword was the Kunlun Soul Sword. "What do you think?" Sovereign Mortal World asked with a smile as she looked at Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and said, "It should be a trap, but I want to take a look. This is a good opportunity to get in touch with the outside world." Zhou Fa said that an ancient great sovereign had invited great sovereigns to meet him with the excuse of a sovereign's opportunity. There was no need to fight. They just wanted to get to know each other and obtain information about the sovereign's opportunity together. If this was said by a great sovereign, Zhou Xuanji might not think too much about it. But the other party sent Zhou Fa. He couldn't help but think too much. "You have just become a great sovereign. Do you want to stabilize yourself for a while?" Sovereign Mortal World asked with concern. She was a little surprised. She couldn't see through Zhou Xuanji's cultivation. This kid gave her a feeling that he was even more mysterious than the Sword Emperor and the Darkness Sovereign. He was like Sovereign Wu Zhou. "It's okay. I can stabilize myself better if I go out and fight," Zhou Xuanji said with a confident smile. Zhou Xuanji smiled confidently. He had already noticed Zhou Fa when he entered the Kunlun Origin Court. He deliberately let Zhou Fa in to see what tricks this guy had. Sovereign Mortal World nodded and said, "Then I will go with you." Zhou Xuanji raised his hand and said, "No, I have another request." "What is it?" "Teach my 2 wives to cultivate. When I come back, I will share half of the opportunity with you," Zhou Fa said. "TSK, are you afraid that I will drag you down?" "No, I just feel that the Kunlun Origin Court needs someone to take charge. When the time comes, I will let you control the Divine Demonstration Array." "Yo, you have even mastered the Divine Demonstration Array?" The two began to chat and laugh. They were no longer as distant as before, but they still treated each other with respect. Looking at the current Zhou Xuanji, Sovereign Mortal World couldn't help but sigh. The feeling of being in Anti-Kunlun had returned. Chapter 880. Mortal Sovereign did not refuse Zhou Xuanji's request to oversee the Kunlun Origin Court, and so, Zhou Xuanji took her back to the Sovereign's plane. He summoned Jiang Shui and Xian Xianghua. When the 2 girls saw Mortal Sovereign, they looked a little strange, especially Xian Xianghua. She used to regard Mortal Sovereign as her master, but now she always felt awkward. "I will teach you cultivation in the future. I will leave only after the Sovereign returns," Mortal Sovereign said expressionlessly. Autarch Crimson Dust said expressionlessly. His tone was very calm, and he had returned to his usual demeanor. Jiang Shui said gracefully, "Then, thank you." She had a smile on her face and her eyes. Her heart was as clear as a mirror. He had told her everything that happened between Zhou Xuanji and Mortal Sovereign. Mortal Sovereign nodded and said, "You guys talk first. I will find a place to cultivate." After that, she flew toward the horizon. As soon as she left, the pressure on Xian Xianghua was immediately reduced. "Should I call her sister now?" Xian Xianghua asked with a faint smile. Jiang Shui was startled. She covered her mouth and laughed. Zhou Xuanji said helplessly, "That was just an accident." He and Mortal Sovereign did not have that kind of relationship, and Mortal Sovereign did not want to become his woman directly. So he left it to fate. Next, he told the 2 girls about his upcoming journey. After listening to him, the 2 girls frowned. "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. In my opinion, the Kunlun Origin Court has encountered successive disasters because it has been stuck in its own ways and can never get out," Zhou Xuanji said with a smile. He raised his hand and rubbed the long hair of the 2 girls with a gentle expression. He planned to stay for a few years before leaving. As for Zhou Fa, he would wait a little longer. He believed that Zhou Fa would wait until he appeared. The Kunlun Origin Court was still establishing a new order. He had to wait for the God Pillars to be selected. A year later, Zhou Xuanji met with nearly 10,000 God Pillars in the Supreme Palace. The 12 ancestors stood at the forefront. Everyone was very nervous facing Zhou Xuanji. No one dared to whisper. They all lowered their heads and waited for Zhou Xuanji to speak. Before coming, they had imagined all kinds of scenes. They thought that this sovereign would be very immature. But they did not expect Zhou Xuanji's aura to be so powerful. Even if he did not deliberately reveal it, they still felt suffocated. The absolute difference in strength made them not dare to have any improper thoughts, only endless reverence. The 12 law ancestors were like this as well. They sighed in admiration in their hearts. It seemed like the Sword Emperor had made a huge breakthrough again. Compared to a few years ago, the pressure that Zhou Xuanji gave them was even greater. Zhou Xuanji said slowly, "You are all the first god pillars. Don't think about taking care of your positions. From now on, there will be another god pillar selection every 1,000 years. The god pillar positions will be voted by the creatures in the divine range. If you can maintain the highest number of votes, you can be re-elected. If you don't have the highest number of votes, you will be replaced. If you fail, you will still have a chance to run for the position of the divine pillar in the future. Understand?" The expressions of all the divine pillars changed greatly, falling from heaven to hell in an instant. Even the 12 ancestors of law were shocked. When they thought about it, they were instantly shocked. Such a rule could indeed spur on the divine pillars. If it was the branch master, he would probably overturn the heavens. The divine ranges belong to the Kunlun origin court, but they also belong to themselves. Zhou Xuanji was very clear about the feelings of the branch masters. When he was the Emperor Sword Divine Range's range master, he did not want to be controlled by others. The god pillars he promoted were not taking away the freedom of the divine ranges. On the contrary, he was giving the creatures in the divine ranges a chance. The range masters might be furious, but everyone would be happy. Who did not want to climb higher and higher? Understood. Who dares not to understand? Senior Mei suddenly shouted. All the god pillars trembled in fear, and they responded in unison. Understood. Nearly 10,000 powerful cultivators shouted in unison. Their aura was so powerful that it seemed like they were going to turn the Supreme Palace upside down. The cultivation of these god pillars ranged from Tao Ancestor to Origin Fusion Divine Lord. After all, many divine ranges were powerful. Their top combat power was Tao Ancestor. Zhou Xuanji looked around and said, "Next, I will talk about the future plans of the Kunlun Origin Court. My goal is not just the Kunlun Origin Court and the worlds below. I want to break out of the Kunlun Origin Court. I believe everyone has more or less heard that there are other realms outside the Kunlun Origin Court. They were created by the sages. Before this, Sovereign Darkness and Sovereign Wuzhou had been outside. I want to make the Kunlun Origin Court stronger and surpass all the previous eras." Everyone in the palace was dumbfounded. Zhou Xuanji's words made them feel like they were coming from the Arabian Nights. Hold on. According to the sovereign, could it be that there were other realms outside the Kunlun Origin Court that could threaten the safety of the Kunlun Origin Court? Surprise, fear, and excitement filled their hearts, making them feel very confused. The 12 ancestors looked at each other. They could see the excitement in each other's eyes. They were already aware of the threat of other realms. If it was Sovereign Wuzhou who said this, they would only be worried. But since it was Zhou Xuanji, they somehow believed him. They saw a kind of hope in Zhou Xuanji, and a kind of domineering aura that Sovereign Wuzhou did not have. He had become a sovereign at the age of 2000. Such brilliance had never been seen before. Also, after the God Pillars matter is settled, I will leave the Kunlun Origin Court, Zhou Xuanji continued. Zhou Xuanji continued to speak. With these words, everyone was shocked. Leave? The 12 ancestors were the most terrified. They had already experienced the dark period without sovereigns. They did not want to experience it again. Sovereign, you. The ancestors hurriedly tried to persuade Zhou Xuanji. But just when they opened their mouths, they saw Zhou Xuanji raise his hand. Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, "It's not that I won't return. This is an invitation from a great sovereign. Do you understand what a great sovereign is? To someone who is as powerful as me or even more powerful than me. He has gathered dozens of great sovereigns. I'm going to understand the situation outside the Kunlun Origin Court." Everyone was dumbfounded by his words. Dozens of great sovereigns. Their first reaction was that Zhou Xuanji had gone crazy. Everyone, the Kunlun Origin Court has just been attacked by 3 great sovereigns. We can't be like before. We can't just sit and wait for death. The next plan is for all the divine ranges to stop all wars. All of you must cultivate hard. Without my order, If any divine range dares to start a war, I will annihilate them, Zhou Xuanji said in a deep voice. His domineering aura made all the god pillars tremble in fear. When you go back, tell your range masters that not only must everyone cultivate hard, but so must the range masters and god pillars. All of you go back. Origin Court divine soldiers will come to hand over various tasks to you. Just when he finished speaking, Zhou Xuanji waved his right hand and teleported everyone out. Below the sovereign plane, the god pillars and the 12 ancestors were stunned in the air. They looked at each other in dismay and did not speak for a long time. After a long while, an Origin Fusion Divine Lord sighed in amazement. Our sovereign is really amazing. I'm afraid that if we follow him, we will really surpass the past and present. Chapter 881. Yes, although it was very risky, his decisiveness was indeed very impressive. The previous Supremes never had such foresight like him. That's right. I'm starting to look forward to the future Kunlun Origin Court. That's good too. Without the war, everyone can cultivate in peace. Wouldn't it be inappropriate for a sovereign to meet dozens of grand sovereigns rashly? Don't worry. If he was so rash, he would have died long ago. How old is the Sword Emperor? It's impossible to reach this step by relying on talent alone. The divine pillars discussed spiritedly, most of them extremely excited. Senior Mei turned around, looked at them, and said in a clear voice, "All right, everyone, supremacy has already confided in you. The future of the Kunlun Origin Court is in the hands of all of us. I hope that you will live up to supremacy's expectations and benefit the Kunlun Origin Court. Go back now." Yes. The divine pillars saluted and left one after another. The 12 law ancestors did not tarry and left together. Very soon, the various divine ranges announced a ceasefire. They responded to the Sword Thearcha's call and cultivated diligently together. Under Zhou Xuanji's command, the Origin Court began to build momentum. All kinds of news about the Outer Court domain and the Great Supreme were circulating in the Origin Court. Cultivating for the Kunlun Origin Court. This sentence resounded throughout the Kunlun Origin Court at an extremely fast speed, becoming a declaration passed down by all living beings. Everyone in the Origin Court admired Jizun. Such a method was truly powerful. He could easily unite all living beings into an iron plate, and at the same time, he had also aroused the enthusiasm of all living beings to cultivate. When the news reached Emperor Sword Divine Range, all the disciples were proud. Zhou Xuanji could decisively change the Kunlun Origin Court as soon as he became the sovereign. This had already surpassed many sovereigns. Most of the Supreme Venerables would be cautious for a period of time after they took up their positions. They wanted to take care of the feelings of the various divine ranges. This was because the majority of Supremes were able to ascend to their current positions thanks to the support of some divine ranges. But Zhou Xuanji's decision was to treat everyone equally. He did not give special consideration to any divine range. Such a supreme being could convince all living beings. Several years later, Zhou Xuanji tore open spacetime and came to the outside of the Kunlun Origin Court. He walked slowly in the boundless darkness. The Emperor's sword and soul Kunlun sword levitated by his side, giving off black, white, and red lights that illuminated the surrounding 100 kilometers. He was like the sun. Wherever he went, there would be light. "Zhou!" A voice came. Zhou Xuanji did not need to look to know that it was Zhou Fa. Zhou Fa quickly flew over and said respectfully, "Jizun, you've come." Now, he did not dare to do anything overboard when facing Zhou Xuanji. He nonchalantly glanced at the Life and Death Emperor sword and the Soul Kunlun sword. He was shocked. This kind of treasure. He was also a person who loved swords, but this was the first time he had seen such a divine sword. If it weren't for his rationality warning him, he would have continued to stare at the two swords. "Lead the way," Zhou Xuanji instructed indifferently. He used to be interested in Zhou Fa, but now he had no interest at all. He had seen through Zhou Fa's identity. Back then, he had experienced a great war in the northern wilderness region and ended up in a village, teaching the children there. One of the children wanted to be his disciple, so he taught the villagers how to practice the sword. What was worth mentioning was that this kid had another identity. Jixian. To him, this name was like a star in the sky, a legend. Later on, Jixian accidentally entered the space-time turbulence and accidentally flew out of the Kunlun origin court, encountering the Darkness Sovereign. All of this could only be seen after Zhou Xuanji became the sovereign. His soul source had already reached the pinnacle, and he could see Zhou Fei's past with just a glance. Zhou Fei flew in front, not daring to look back. After leaving the dark area, they entered a universe space that was constantly changing between green and red. This place was filled with a kind of scorching energy gas. If one didn't reach the Saint Realm, they would be turned into ashes immediately. Zhou Xuanji scanned this universe with his divine will. At this moment, his two divine swords suddenly vibrated. Zhou Fei, who was in front, heard the commotion. His body immediately stiffened. Ha ha ha! You are the sovereign of the Kunlun origin court, Zhou Xuanji? A burst of heroic laughter came. Zhou Xuanji and Zhou Fei turned their heads to look. A man in a yellow robe walked over. His body was surrounded by runes of blue light, and he wore a divine beast crown on his head. His eyes were brimming with vigor as he stared at Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Fei's expression changed the moment he saw him. How come it's him? Zhou Fei's eyes widened as waves of shock surged in his heart. Zhou Xuanji asked with a smile, "Who are you?" His divine will captured Zhou Fei's expression. It seemed that Zhou Fei wasn't in the same camp as this person. You can call me Han Jinggu. I once went to the Kunlun origin court and gave pointers to a kid. That kid is called Daohu. I don't know if he's dead or alive. The man in the yellow robe explained with a smile. The yellow-robed man said with a smile. He was very generous. He came to Zhou Xuanji's side and sized him up before praising, "What a good soul origin. The sword Dao you created is very good. I once met a great sovereign with great attainments in the sword Dao. This time I can introduce you to him." Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes. His attention was attracted by Daohu. It turned out that Daohu had received pointers from this great sovereign. No wonder he was so powerful. He curiously asked, "What do you think about the sovereign's opportunity?" Han Jinggu replied, "It doesn't matter whether it's true or not. You should be thinking the same thing. The courtyard realms are very far away from each other, and the various domains are in different planes. It's also what every single great supreme being wants to gather here. There were many existences like Xin Yanxing. Most of the great sovereigns were still uneasy. It would be a good thing if they could get to know more great sovereigns." Zhou Xuanji nodded and started chatting with Han Jinggu. The three of them continued to move forward. Zhou Fei flew in front, extremely nervous. His back was drenched in cold sweat as he tried to remain calm. "This kid is your son? He looks like you, but his aura isn't from you. He has many kinds of powers in his body, and this isn't a good thing. Sooner or later, he'll play himself to death." Han Jinggu looked at Zhou Fei and asked mockingly. When Zhou Fei heard this, his body stiffened, and he felt very unnatural. Zhou Xuanji replied with a smile, "It's not my son. He was also sent by a great sovereign. If it wasn't for that great sovereign, I'm afraid I wouldn't have come." Hearing this, Han Jinggu's interest was piqued. He shouted, "Hey kid! What's the name of the great supreme being behind you?" Zhou Fei turned around and said respectfully, "Senior, I don't know either. I was caught as soon as I left the Kunlun origin court. He never revealed his name to me." Han Jinggu frowned, his eyes turning sharp. Zhou Fei didn't dare to look him in the eye and quickly turned his head away. The atmosphere became silent. Zhou Xuanji had a smile on his face, but he was on guard in his heart, in case Han Jinggu attacked at any moment. This guy was too close to him. This wasn't a distance that should exist when they first met. However, he wasn't too afraid. Han Jinggu was very strong, but he didn't feel a great threat. Han Jinggu suddenly said, "I'm afraid this meeting won't be as good as we thought. If there is a fight, Brother Zhou, how about you and I join hands?" Chapter 882. That's naturally a good thing. Thank you for taking a liking to me. Zhou Xuanji nodded with a smile at Han Jinggu's request. If Han Jinggu hadn't made this request, he might have thought too much about it. Now it seemed that Han Jingu's interest in him came from finding helpers. Ha ha ha. All right. If you and I join hands, we will definitely be able to turn misfortune into fortune. Han Jingu laughed out loud. He was in a good mood. Following this, he became even more enthusiastic and began to tell Zhou Xuanji about his experiences outside the court. Han Jingu also came from a Fang court realm, and the ancestor of that Fang court realm was an ancient sovereign of the Kunlun origin court. It was very difficult for the vast majority of supreme beings to die, which was why they all established their own Dao realms that were scattered across different planes. It was very difficult to find all of them. Outside of the court realm, the hegemons and grand autarchs of the court realm were divided into different levels of power. Generally speaking, it could be divided into 9 courts. One court was the weakest, and the other 9 were the strongest. The grand paragons of the 9 halls needed to create or control the realms of the 9 halls. Once the destiny of the 9 halls fused together, their strength would reach the pinnacle. Zhou Xuanji asked curiously, "It's very difficult to control the other realms. I saw someone kill dozens of sovereigns." Han Jingu shook his head and said, "The supreme martial artists that person killed should have included origin supreme martial artists as well. It's impossible for all of them to be grand supreme martial artists. Besides, killing grand supreme martial artists is much more difficult than controlling other court realms. That's because our souls aren't limitless and can only withstand a single court realm. Furthermore, court realms and court realms will repel each other because of our luck. Since ancient times, how many grand supreme martial artists have died because they tried to forcefully fuse with court realms? Was this the great sovereign's way of playing him to death?" Zhou Xuanji suddenly wanted to ask Little Sovereign, "Did he die like this back then?" They talked and laughed along the way, so it was not boring at all. The one who suffered the most was Zhou Fa. He couldn't hide his flustered emotions at all, and his body kept trembling. Zhou Xuanji was very curious if he was under some kind of evil spell. After all, Zhou Fa wasn't a greenhorn. He had dared to play around with the Kunlun origin court before. Even if he was afraid, he didn't need to go to this extent. They flew for about 20 hours. "Ah!" Zhou Fa suddenly hugged his head and screamed. He stopped and curled up in pain. Zhou Xuanji frowned and immediately used his divine sense to scan his body. TSK, as expected, he suffered the backlash of the power. This brat is a pitiful worm, to actually be cast with such a sinister curse. He will forever be reduced to a puppet, unable to escape the control of the caster. Han Jingu said, taking pleasure in Zhou Xuanji's misfortune. He could tell that Zhou Xuanji did not take Zhou Fa seriously. Their relationship was quite strange, which was why he mocked Zhou Fa directly. Zhou Xuanji asked, "Can you recognize the person behind this technique?" Han Jingu shook his head and said, "I don't know him, but we will meet him later." With a wave of his right hand, a white light flew out from his sleeve and entered Zhou Fa's body. Zhou Fa's body suddenly stretched out, and his screams came to an abrupt end. He looked at his hands in pleasant surprise, turned around and said excitedly, "Thank you for your help, Senior. No need, I can only help you suppress it for a while. Continue to lead the way, this is your only value." Han Jingu waved his hand, his expression disdainful. He was too lazy to say another word to Zhou Fa. Zhou Fa quickly turned around, and the 3 of them continued forward. Zhou Xuanji asked curiously, "Since you were also invited, don't you know the route?" Zhou Fa's speed was really too slow. No hurry. It might not be a good thing to go earlier. I also want to see who is behind this brat. Han Jingu shrugged with a smile, which made Zhou Fa's heart shudder. Zhou Xuanji thought about it. Although they were already very familiar with each other, he still could not tell what Han Jingu was thinking. In the blink of an eye, about 7 days passed. They came to another cosmic domain. The top of the universe was bright ahead, and countless pink petals floated down. At a glance, there were many floating islands of different sizes. They saw a dragon with 2 heads. Its body was thousands of meters long, and it was coiled in one place. It was sleeping peacefully, and the dragon's scales on its body were giving off a terrifying cold light. Other than this old dragon, there were many other giant beasts hiding in this cosmic space. The destination is ahead. Zhou Fa pointed at an archipelago far away and said with a nervous expression. There were a total of 12 floating islands in that archipelago. They were like beads strung together. The floating island in the middle was the largest. It was filled with majestic spiritual qi and was surrounded by clouds and mist. Zhou Xuanji had already sensed a dozen powerful auras, and none of them were weaker than him. He was shocked in his heart. They are really great sovereigns. Han Jinggu's expression was also a little unnatural. Apparently, he was also shocked. 2 great sovereigns. Come in. A majestic voice came. A majestic voice came. Having heard this, Zhou Xuanji and Han Jinggu immediately flew over, while Zhou Fa stayed where he was. At the same time, beside a lake in the archipelago, short tables were placed on the ground, and a total of 17 Grand Supremes were sitting on each of them, in a meditative posture. Among them, 16 great sovereigns were facing one person. That person had white hair and a youthful face. He was wearing a white robe with peach blossom patterns. He stroked his beard and said with a smile, "The new sovereign of Kunlun Origin Court is coming. Everyone, prepare to welcome him." As soon as he said this, the 16 great sovereigns turned around and looked. Xin Yanxing was among these sovereigns. She furrowed her brow with a weird look on her face. He has become the great sovereign of the court realm? How long has it been? She was shocked by Zhou Xuanji's rapid progress. She originally thought that it would take Zhou Xuanji tens of thousands of years or even longer to officially become a great sovereign of the court. She didn't expect him to succeed now. What has he experienced? Just as she was in shock, Zhou Xuanji and Han Jinggu flew over and landed in the middle of the great sovereigns. "I'm Han Jinggu. Greetings, everyone." Han Jinggu took the lead and saluted with cupped hands. His expression was calm as he glanced at everyone present. Zhou Xuanji followed suit and announced his name. He was also shocked by the appearance of Xin Yanxing. Why is this girl here? This is troublesome. Based on his understanding of Xin Yanxing, this girl would definitely find trouble with him. Sure enough, noticing Zhou Xuanji's peripheral vision, Xin Yanxing revealed a dangerous smile, which made people shudder. Good. 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 2 fellow Taoists, please take a seat. The old man in the white robe waved his hand and said with a smile. Immediately afterward, 2 short tables appeared out of thin air on the right of Xin Yanxing. Zhou Xuanji's eyelids twitched as he followed Han Jinggu. Han Jinggu's eyes lit up when he saw Xin Yanxing. He walked up to Xin Yanxing and said with a smile, "Fairy, how about I sit next to you?" "No, let him sit," Xin Yanxing said expressionlessly. Xin Yanxing said expressionlessly, and Han Jinggu's face instantly froze. The other great sovereigns had a strange look on their faces. Their gazes shifted back and forth between Zhou Xuanji and Xin Yanxing. Han Jinggu burst into laughter before he walked to the short table next to him and sat down. Zhou Xuanji was helpless. He could only sit at the short table between the two. "Not bad. Your cultivation has risen so fast. I guess I can't use you as a cauldron now, right?" Xin Yanxing supported her chin with her right hand as she looked at Zhou Xuanji from the corner of her eyes. Chapter 883. Zhou Xuanji didn't answer Xin Yanxing but glanced at the other great sovereigns. Those great sovereigns were also observing him. His identity as the sovereign of the Kunlun Origin Court made him the most eye-catching existence. "I am Sovereign Xiaoyao. I used to be the sovereign of the Kunlun Origin Court. I have left the Kunlun Origin Court for billions of years. Sword Emperor, how is the Kunlun Origin Court now?" A middle-aged man dressed like a scholar asked with a smile. His words surprised Zhou Xuanji. Sovereign Xiaoyao. This name also left behind a mark in the long river of history. He reigned for 3 billion years, taking in countless disciples, and the next supreme being was one of his disciples. Many profound methods were passed down from him, and for the cultivation of the later generations, it was of great use. Zhou Xuanji immediately cupped his fists and said with a smile, "Greetings, senior. No one would lie on such an occasion." Sovereign Xiaoyao was very happy. He chatted with Zhou Xuanji. The other sovereigns weren't idle either. They chatted with Han Jinggu. The atmosphere became lively. The old man in a peach blossom robe had been observing all the great sovereigns present with a smile on his face. He looked amiable without any shrewdness. Xin Yanqing didn't speak. She held her chin and looked at Zhou Xuanji. The expression in her eyes kept changing. No one could guess what she was thinking. After some communication, Zhou Xuanji got to know all the great sovereigns present. The old man in a peach blossom robe was called Su Aoxue. He had lived for many years. Some people guessed that he had the cultivation of the great sovereigns of the three courts. In this regard, he just smiled and said nothing. Su Aoxue was very calm. He didn't speak much. Most of the time, he let the great sovereigns present communicate freely. After an hour, another great sovereign arrived. This great sovereign's aura was unstable. He had obviously just broken through. In the face of so many great sovereigns present, he was a little nervous and a little nervous. Slowly, the great sovereigns began to talk about their experiences of becoming great sovereigns. Zhou Xuanji also listened carefully. He wanted to learn something from other people's experiences. Ding! The grade of the legendary swords has been successfully updated. The divine swords, from low to high, are divided into ordinary stone, black iron, bronze, silver, gold, amethyst, glorious gold, heavenly soul, intimidating spirit, celestial shaking, God-slaying, Armageddon, ancient gazing, disaster releasing, heaven essence, overturning heaven, connecting heaven, 9 extremes, chaos, mysterious Tao, supreme marquee, vast sky, myriad life fusion, origin court, myriad flower origin court, lord of karma cauldron, and great destruction. The sword spirit's voice suddenly sounded out in Zhou Xuanji's mind, and he narrowed his eyes. Myriad flowers origin court, lord karma cauldron, the great apocalypse. The addition of 3 levels sounded impressive. Zhou Xuanji thought about these 3 names in detail, trying to find out the meaning behind them. This sovereign's opportunity is not that simple. Don't listen to Su Aoxue and agree to whatever he says. You'd better have the same attitude as me. Xin Yanqing transmitted her voice to Zhou Xuanji in a lazy tone. Zhou Xuanji ignored him again. 6 hours later, Xin Yanqing's voice floated into Zhou Xuanji's ears. Don't look at how harmonious these guys are. Maybe they will fight after leaving this island. He said nothing. 10 hours later, Xin Yanqing transmitted her voice. Among the people present, only Su Aoxue and Sovereign Xiaoyao are truly powerful. The others are just so. Zhou Xuanji was speechless. He found it funny in his heart. This girl is really two-faced. I'm gonna leave her hanging and see how much more she can say. Just like that, even if Zhou Xuanji didn't answer, Xin Yanqing would transmit her voice to him from time to time. Most of them were complaining about the sovereigns present. After a month, 33 great sovereigns gathered by the lake. Most of them maintained their human form, but some of them looked quite strange. It's almost time. Everyone has come from afar. Apart from making friends, you also want to know the whereabouts of the sovereign's opportunity, right? Su Aoxue slowly stood up with his hands on his knees. He glanced at all the great sovereigns and said with a smile, "We all know that there are 3 sovereigns' opportunities in countless planes. One can command all the great sovereigns, unify all the court realms, and usher in the golden age of the primeval sovereign." All the great sovereigns immediately sat up straight, waiting for him to continue. Zhou Xuanji was also very interested in the sovereign's opportunity. He had previously guessed that the supreme legendary sword system was transformed from one of the sovereign's opportunities, but he wasn't sure. The supreme legendary sword system transformed from the primeval's opportunity was indeed powerful, but it needed to be strengthened step by step. There was no end to it. Compared with the rumored sovereign's opportunity, it was far from it. I found the news of this sovereign's opportunity from a destroyed plane. I don't know who its owner is, but the jade slip he left clearly recorded that there is a sovereign's opportunity in the Myriad Domain Devil Lair. Everyone should have heard of what the Myriad Domain Devil Lair is, Su Aoxue said leisurely. He put his hands behind his waist and walked to the front of the short table. All the sovereigns were shocked. Myriad Domain Devil Lair. The grumpy man almost slammed the table and stood up. "Senior, are you sure you are not joking?" Han Jinggu asked in a deep voice. His eyes were filled with anger. The other great sovereign's eyes also turned unfriendly. The previous harmony and cheerfulness had disappeared. Su Aoshue said with a smile, "I'm not joking. Everyone, please calm down. Let me explain in detail. The Myriad Domain Devil Lair is an abyss left behind by the ancient sages when they created the universe. Anyone who enters will die. But have you ever thought about what kind of power could create such an abyss? Can't one jump to another plane after the universe is destroyed? I guess there must be something maintaining the Myriad Domain Devil Lair. Can devour great sovereigns. If it's not the sovereign's opportunity, what is it?" His words made the great sovereigns frown deeply. No one who could reach the cultivation of great sovereign was a fool. The great sovereigns were already thinking about how to retreat. Zhou Xuanji was listening with great interest. It was his first time hearing about the Myriad Domain Devil Lair. He wanted to see how Su Aoshue would continue to make up stories. How could the clue of the sovereign's opportunity appear in a destroyed plane so casually? It was enough for him to come here and meet so many great sovereigns. "Everyone, you may think that I am fooling you. After all, the sovereign's opportunity can only be obtained by one person. I may be using you, but you don't know that there have been many examples of people enjoying the sovereign's opportunity in history. You know about the 18 Purple Sky Formation, right? They shared the sovereign's opportunity. I learned about this from my revered master. He is the descendant of the 18 Purple Sky Formation." Su Aoshue continued. Facing the attitude of the sovereigns, he didn't get angry. He still had a smile on his face. Unfortunately, no one listened to him. Seeing this, he had to change the topic and said with a smile, "Everyone, think about it first. Next, I will give you the wine that I brewed for 1,000,000,000 years." With a wave of his right hand, wine pots appeared on the short table in front of the great sovereigns. Zhou Xuanji stared at the wine pots vigilantly. "It can't be poisonous, right?" The eyes of the other great sovereigns flickered. They were weighing whether to drink it or not. "Su Aoshue, have you ever been to the Myriad Domain Devil Lair?" Shen Yanxing suddenly asked, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Chapter 884. "Yes, I have. That's why I'm asking for your help. I've stayed at the edge of the 10,000 Domain Demon Nest for hundreds of millions of years, and I know that the 10,000 Domain Demon Nest has a stable period. During the stable period, the resentful demons and the demon tide inside will disappear. However, I can't be sure how long the stable period will be." Su Aoshue replied with a serious expression. He stared at Shen Yanxing and continued, "This is an opportunity. It is already very difficult for you to become stronger. Don't you want to give it a try? I will go with you. The 10,000 Domain Devil Lair is equally dangerous to you and me. I can't set up an ambush to harm you." His words made the other Grand Supremes fall into deep thought. That was right. No matter how strong Su Aoshue was, it was impossible for him to set up an ambush in the Myriad Domain Demon Lair. That was a dangerous place, and anyone who entered would die. Perhaps it wasn't certain death, but none of the creatures that rushed in managed to escape. Zhou Xuanji did not interrupt. He was not interested in the Myriad Domain Devil Lair. With his sharp senses, he could tell that this was a trap. If he was Su Aoshue, even if he couldn't obtain the Paragon's opportunity, he wouldn't leak it out. There were only two possibilities. Firstly, it was a lie. Secondly, he had already obtained the supreme opportunity. Therefore, no matter what Su Aoshue said, his heart would not waver. Shen Yanxing was also not interested in Su Aoshue's statement. She had a faint smile on her face and didn't point it out. "Everyone, are you afraid that my wine is poisoned? Everyone here is a Grand Supreme, yet you're afraid of a cup of wine?" Su Aoshue changed the topic and asked with a smile. "Taunt." The faces of all the great Supremes fluctuated between green and red, hesitating as to whether or not they should drink it. Zhou Xuanji suddenly said, "Of course we have to drink wine. Why don't we drink it after we succeed? Senior, when are we going to act?" As soon as he said that, the other Grand Supremes also joined in. "Exactly. The most important thing is the Paragon's opportunity. When are we leaving? This wine can be drunk at any time. Why now? Right now, I just want to find the Paragon's serendipity as soon as possible. That's right. We want to become an existence like the 18 Purple Dome Formation. Ha ha ha. I like Sword Emperor's determination. I also agree. Hearing these words, Su Aoxue looked at Zhou Xuanji meaningfully. Then he laughed and said, "That's right. That makes sense." He waved his right hand and all the wine disappeared. The Grand Supremes felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from their shoulders, and smiles reappeared on their faces. "You're finished. He hates you." Xin Yanqing sent a voice transmission to Zhou Xuanji, gloating. Zhou Xuanji rolled his eyes at her and did not take it to heart. There were many people who opposed Su Aoxue, and there were also people who took the lead. Even if Su Aoxue wanted revenge, he would have to kill them one by one. After that, Su Aoxue began to explain his plan. There were still 10,000 years until the next stable period of the Myriad Domain Demon Lair. During this period of time, he hoped that every Grand Supreme could store a huge amount of divine power and seal it in the space within their bodies, soul planes, or divine treasure spaces. The great Supremes all agreed, and the banquet ended. They left in twos and threes, talking and laughing. Zhou Xuanji and Han Zhenggu returned together, but Sun Yanqing wanted to follow. "Looks like this fairy likes my brother Zhou?" Han Zhenggu winked and said with a teasing look. He wasn't jealous of Zhou Xuanji. With his identity, he didn't lack beautiful partners at all. Not only that, but Xin Yanqing was also very dangerous. How could he hope to be favored by Xin Yanqing? Xin Yanqing smiled gently and followed beside Zhou Xuanji like a little wife. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and burst into laughter. For some reason, he suddenly felt that Xin Yanqing was very cute. Previously, he was still thinking about how to fight against Xin Yanqing, but now he felt that she was not so hateful. No, this lass was pretending. Zhou Xuanji warned himself in his heart to stay awake and not be confused by the divine star. In the past, Xian Xianghua was even more temperamental than Xin Yanqing. Never believe a woman's change, especially bad women. The three of them flew out of this plane and traveled through the space-time tunnel. After leaving the floating island, Zhou Xuanji found that Zhou Fa had disappeared. They were the first group of Grand Supremes to leave the floating island, which meant that Zhou Fa's master wasn't a guest Grand Supremes on the floating island. There was another possibility. Zhou Fa's master was Su Aoxue. "We have to be careful. I can sense danger," Han Jinggu said in a solemn tone. Zhou Xuanji also sensed it. He spread out his divine sense, and the Emperor's Sword of Life and Death and Soul Kunlun Sword appeared behind him at the same time, giving off powerful might. Xin Yanqing looked at the two swords in surprise. She was surprised. What kind of sword is this? The three stopped talking and moved forward at full speed. They traveled through time and space. They had already forgotten the direction. They just wanted to get rid of the danger behind them. "Aren't you very strong? Why are you afraid now?" Zhou Xuanji couldn't help but tease. The other party hadn't made a move yet. It seemed that he was afraid. Once the three of them separated, the other party would definitely attack. Xin Yanqing curled her lips and said, "How am I afraid? I just want to go back and see my sister. Is she your wife now?" Han Jinggu raised his brow when he heard this. He laughed loudly and said, "Oh, it turns out that you are in-laws. It seems that you can't separate." He deliberately said this to the existence that was following them. He wanted that guy to retreat. Xin Yanqing covered her mouth and chuckled, saying, "It's not just in-laws. I will marry him soon. He can become a grand sovereign thanks to my yin and yang technique." Han Jinggu laughed even louder when he heard this. Zhou Xuanji was speechless. This girl is slandering me. However, he didn't explain. It was best not to explain now. After an hour, the killing intent disappeared. It seemed like the other party had given up. Han Jinggu sighed. "This banquet is indeed full of danger. I wonder if it's Su Aoxue or the other Grand Supremes who can't see through it. If it was Su Aoxue, there was no need to go through so much trouble. That guy was still waiting for them to go to the Myriad Domain Demon Lair. It doesn't matter who it is. I've learned a lot from this banquet, and I'm very satisfied. As for the trip to the Myriad Domain Devil Lair, forget it." Zhou Xuanji shook his head and smiled. Han Jinggu nodded as well. Ha ha ha, to be able to get to know Brother Zhou and Goddess, I've gained a lot. Let's talk again in the future. Han Jinggu laughed. Zhou Xuanji asked in surprise, You're leaving now? Han Jinggu nodded. A pair of black wings sprouted from his back. He spread them and soared into the sky, quickly disappearing into the space-time turbulence. Brother Zhou, no, Sword Emperor, the outside world of the court realm is very vast, and it is also very confusing. One day, you and I will definitely meet again. I believe that at that time you will surprise me. Han Jinggu left, leaving behind only his hearty laughter. Xin Yanqing jokingly said, This guy is very dangerous. Fortunately, he left. Zhou Xuanji doubtfully asked, What do you mean? Han Jinggu gave him a good impression. But from what Xin Yanqing said, Han Jinggu was far more unfathomable than he thought. Chapter 885. Can't you see? That killing intent isn't directed at you, but at Han Jinggu. This guy pretends to be there to protect you, but in reality, TSK. Xin Yanqing smiled contemptuously. No one knew who she was looking down on. Zhou Xuanji couldn't help but think. It seemed that he hadn't incurred the hatred of the other grand sovereigns. That's good too. It's better to avoid trouble. Then he and Xin Yanqing continued to fly forward. Zhou Xuanji had left a demon god avatar in the sovereign plane, so he could clearly sense the location of the Kunlun origin court. There were simply too many cosmic domains outside the court. Even a Grand Supreme could easily get lost. Along the way, Xin Yanqing didn't ask Zhou Xuanji how he broke through to Great Sovereign, nor did she mention anything about what had happened before. She told Zhou Xuanji about her experiences outside the court, and Zhou Xuanji was very interested in all sorts of amazing things. The universe domain outside the court was collectively known as the Boundless Universe. No one knew exactly how big the boundless cosmos was, because countless generations of great sovereigns had been opening up their own worlds, expanding the boundless cosmos. Most of the past supremes of the Kunlun origin court were still alive, and they had already created their own court realms. Because of this, the Kunlun origin court was widely known in the endless universe, and it was known as the origin of all living beings. Xin Yanqing's attitude toward Zhou Xuanji had improved significantly. Every time Zhou Xuanji asked her about something, she would patiently answer him. Time passed quickly. Half a month later, the two returned to the Kunlun origin court. I'll go take a look at Golden Crown Divine Lord first. Don't worry about me. After dropping this sentence, Xin Yanqing disappeared. Zhou Xuanji smiled and returned to the sovereign plane. At this moment, Xian Xianghua and Jiang Shui were sitting side by side on the cliff, facing the vast sky as they cultivated. Supremacy Crimson Dust stood behind them, her red dress fluttering in the cool breeze. It was as if she was wrapped in red flames, looking extremely beautiful. The mortal world is the secular world, and the secular world is everywhere. When you cultivate, you can think back to the past. Autarch Crimson Dust said slowly as he stared off into the horizon. She smiled because she saw Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji smiled at her from afar and said nothing. He flew into the Supreme Palace silently to cultivate. Sovereign Hong Chun did not interrupt Xian Xianghua and Jiang Shui's cultivation. He continued to explain to them. Several years later, Sovereign Crimson Dust said, All right, let's end our cultivation here. The Sword Emperor has returned. You can go and see him. After saying that, Supreme Hongchen turned into a wisp of Hongchen Qi and dissipated. Jiang Shui and Xian Xianghua looked at each other and saw the surprise in each other's eyes. They immediately turned into two rays of light and flew away. Inside the hall, Zhou Xuanji sat on the golden throne and looked at the Soul Kunlun sword floating in front of him, deep in thought. Jiang Shui and Xian Xianghua flew into the hall and landed beside him. Why didn't you tell us that you were back? Xian Xianghua rebuked, while Jiang Shui looked at him affectionately. They did not expect Zhou Xuanji to come back so soon. This was good as well. They did not have to worry too much. Zhou Xuanji pulled them into his embrace and told them what had happened during this period of time. After he finished speaking, the two women were filled with emotion. I didn't expect that there would be such a big world outside the Kunlun origin court. It seems like the sages of the past really couldn't stop. Throughout history, the vast majority of sovereigns would leave the Kunlun origin court after they abdicated to open up a new universe. They would never return. Over time, in the eyes of later generations, they had all died outside the court. Jiang Shui asked worriedly, "Will those great supremes target our Kunlun origin court, especially the one behind Zhou Fa?" Zhou Xuanji shook his head and said, "I don't think so. Sovereign Wu Zhou has many enemies outside. Has he seen any of his enemies attacking? The Kunlun origin court should have some kind of protection, which is why it can exist for so long. After all, this is the origin of all living beings." Previously, Dark Sovereign hated the Kunlun origin court and was unable to extricate himself from the abyss of hatred. The Sword Emperor came from anti-Kunlun, and what he wanted to do was to occupy the Kunlun origin court's providence. Both of them were very special and couldn't be lumped together. The two ladies nodded. They felt that what Zhou Xuanji said made sense. How many sovereigns had gone out in the past? How could they not have enemies? If he wanted revenge, he would have come a long time ago. From now on, all of you will follow me and cultivate. Zhou Xuanji let go of his hand and said with a gentle smile. The two ladies also smiled. Two treasure chairs appeared next to them, and they sat down. Zhou Xuanji closed his eyes and channeled his energy. In an instant, the two women felt that everything around them suddenly shattered. A majestic Tao energy enveloped them from all directions. So strong. Xian Xianghua's beautiful eyes widened as she mumbled to herself. Jiang Shui was also shocked. At this moment, they felt that their cultivation could be enhanced just by breathing. It was the first time they had encountered such a scene. Outside the Supreme Palace, on a floating island in the distance, Sovereign Hong Qian, who was strolling in the courtyard, suddenly stopped. He turned his head and looked at the giant mountain on the horizon, murmuring, "How strong are you now?" In a dark palace, golden-crowned divine lord was crawling on the ground, shivering. After so long, his body was wrapped in a layer of beast skin. It seemed that even his golden hair hadn't grown out. Shen Yanxing stood on the high platform in front of him, frowning. No one knew what she was thinking. Golden-crowned divine lord was uneasy. He gritted his teeth and said, "Master, it really has nothing to do with me. I have never been out of the world before, let alone know a great sovereign." His eyes fell on the ground. A small silver token was lying on the ground. A strange divine beast was carved on it. It looked like a tiger. Shen Yanxing took a deep breath and said, "Do you know what this is? This is the universe kill order. Once this order appears, the person being hunted will die without a doubt." "Where did you pick it up?" Golden-crowned divine lord trembled in fear. He quickly replied, "I picked it up next to the Emperor's sword divine range. I was very interested in Zhou Xuanji's divine range, so I went for a stroll. Then I met his son. We had a good chat. Just as we finished talking, this token tore the space and flew over. I took it away." His heart was filled with regret. Previously, he felt that this token was exquisite and gorgeous, so he took it away and hung it around his neck. He didn't expect it to have such a background. Zhou Xuanji's son? Shen Yanxing's brow furrowed even more. She immediately disappeared. On the other side, on a meteorite outside the Emperor's sword divine range, Zhou Tanhua was practicing his sword. He held the sword with one hand as his figure kept moving. Lightning intertwined on the blade. The speed of the sword was as fast as the wind, causing the space to ripple like the surface of a lake under a strong wind. Shen Yanxing appeared above the meteorite, looking down at Zhou Tanhua below, sizing him up. "Huh?" she suddenly cried out, looking a little surprised. Zhou Tanhua, who had already reached the Origin Fusion Divine Lord level, didn't notice her arrival. He was still focused on practicing his sword. After a while, Shen Yanxing had a complicated look in her eyes as she murmured, "Zhou Xuanji, I didn't expect your son to be so amazing." Chapter 886. Ever since he assumed the position of the Emperor Sword Divine Range's master, Zhou Tanhua's cultivation had not fallen behind. He had let Daoya Old Man and Xiao Jinghong handle most of the affairs of the Divine Range for the time being. Only when there were big decisions would he ask Zhou Tanhua. Xiao Jinghong was now a deity pillar of the Emperor Sword divine range. The 12 ancestors were very understanding. After knowing that Xiao Jinghong was Zhou Xuanji's only disciple, they chose Xiao Jinghong as a deity pillar straight away. No one in the Emperor Sword divine range objected to this. Regardless of his identity, Xiao Jinghong's character was still trustworthy. Zhou Tanhua liked to study the Sword Dao and create his own Sword Dao magical ability. He even accepted some disciples in the Emperor Sword divine range. Many disciples believed that his aptitude was not inferior to his father's. At this moment, he felt uneasy as he practiced his swordsmanship. He frowned slightly, feeling that something bad was about to happen. He suddenly stopped and looked up. There were no living creatures in the starry sky above the meteorite. Strange, he muttered to himself, then shook his head and continued to practice. Little did he know that someone was looking at him. Shen Yanxing was still floating above. She wrapped her divine power around herself and isolated the vision of the exterminating divine eyes. She watched for a while and then left. From beginning to end, she did not disturb Zhou Tanhua. As soon as she left, Zhou Tanhua's mood suddenly calmed down. Strange. Zhou Tanhua muttered to himself and subconsciously looked at the top of Origin Court. Could it be that his father was spying on him? But if it was his father, why would he feel uneasy? Sovereign Plain. Shen Yanxing sneaked in without anyone noticing and broke into the Supreme Hall. Upon seeing her, Xian Xianghua and Jiang Shui immediately stood up and prepared to fight. Zhou Xuanji raised his hand and motioned for them to calm down. Tisk, tsk. Isn't it blissful to cultivate with your 2 wives? Shen Yanxing teased, but a strange light flashed in her eyes. Before Zhou Xuanji could reply, she threw out the Universe Kill Medallion, which floated in the air. What is this? Zhou Xuanji asked in astonishment. Jiang Shui and Xian Xianghua looked at each other and immediately guessed his identity. The younger sister of the Mortal World Supreme, Shen Yanxing. Universe Killing Order. Then, she introduced the origin of the Universe Kill Order to Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji frowned. Why had a universe-killing order appeared in the Kunlun Origin Court? Could it be that the mysterious existence that had been chasing after them hadn't given up? This kill order is aimed at your son. His talent is extraordinary, just like yours. However, you have already become a supreme being and have the protection of the Origin Court, but he is different. I reckon that he has already appeared in the calculations of many great supreme beings. Shen Yanxing said meaningfully, making Zhou Xuanji fall into deep thought. Jiang Shui asked, "Is there a way to solve it?" Shen Yanxing glanced at her and said casually, "We can only wait for the other party to come to our door. We can't escape, but the other party may be afraid of the Kunlun Origin Court. For the time being, let him stay in the Kunlun Origin Court with peace of mind. Don't run out." She had a good impression of Zhou Tanhua. He was like Zhou Xuanji's youth. With his cultivation, can he leave the Origin Court? Xian Xianghua coldly snorted as if she was despising Shen Yanxing's ignorance. For some reason, she instinctively resisted Shen Yanxing. He felt that this woman was very annoying, because when she saw this woman, she inexplicably thought of herself in the past. Shen Yanxing smiled and stopped talking. "Other than that, is there anything else?" Zhou Xuanji asked, his eyes fixed on Shen Yanxing. Shen Yanxing smiled and said, "Of course." As her voice fell, she suddenly turned into a gust of wind and rushed towards Xian Xianghua. Clang! Zhou Xuanji appeared in front of Xian Xianghua out of thin air. Holding the Emperor Sword of Life and Death, he blocked Shen Yanxing's right hand. Shen Yanxing's nails were so beautiful, but they were as hard as the Emperor Sword of Life and Death. Her fingertips collided with the blade of the sword, causing the blade to tremble. She followed suit and retreated, clicking her tongue in wonder. "Your strength is not like that of a great sovereign who has just entered the court realm." Zhou Xuanji coldly asked, "What do you want to do?" The Kunlun Soul Sword appeared behind him, emitting a red light with a trace of green smoke. Shen Yanxing covered her mouth and laughed. Her smile was so beautiful. She turned around and walked towards the gate. Xian Xianghua wanted to say something but hesitated. She wanted to step forward to stop her, but was stopped by Zhou Xuanji. In the Kunlun origin court, you had better not cause trouble. Otherwise, don't blame me for not considering our old relationship and fighting to the death with you, Zhou Xuanji reminded. He could see that Shen Yanqing didn't have any killing intent towards Xian Xianghua. But because of this, he felt a headache. What is this girl thinking all day long? Shen Yanqing laughed heartily as she disappeared. Her aura was still in the sovereign plane. He reckoned that she had gone to find Sovereign Hongchen. Xuanji, will she? Jiang Shui asked worriedly. She didn't finish her sentence, but Zhou Xuanji understood what she meant. He shook his head and said, "Don't worry. She will know what to do. She has come to the Kunlun origin court more than once. She has only killed Sovereign Kong Sheng." From Shen Yanqing's words, he could infer that the Kunlun origin court was feared by the endless universe and also by Shen Yanqing. In the dark void, Su Aoshue was walking in the air, followed by Zhou Fa and Beast Sovereign. Zhou Fa and Beast Sovereign, who used to be insufferably arrogant in the past, were like two walking corpses at this moment. Their heads were lowered and their temperament was decadent. Su Aoshue looked ahead. His eyes were as indifferent as water. He faintly asked, "Your Excellency, how long are you going to follow me?" Just as his voice fell, a silver crack appeared 100 feet away on the left. A white thigh poked out, followed by a beautiful woman wearing a cheongsam. Her silvery hair was fluttering in the wind. Her face was devastatingly beautiful. The corners of her red lips were raised. She looked extremely enchanting. As soon as he saw her, Su Aoshue couldn't help but frown. He asked in a deep voice, "Qilin Demon, why are you following me?" Qilin Demon covered her mouth and giggled. "I heard that you have information about the Sovereign's opportunity. Why don't you tell us Qilin 9 absolutes? We will give you a universe kill order in the future. How about it?" Su Aoshue frowned and didn't answer immediately. Zhou Fa and Beast Sovereign nervously looked at Qilin Demon. As soon as this woman appeared, they inexplicably felt as if they were facing death. Their bodies turned cold and stiff, unable to move. "Universe kill order, it's really a big deal. But why do you Qilin 9 absolutes trust me so much?" Su Aoshue asked with a faint smile. His eyes were filled with fear. He kept thinking about countermeasures in his mind. Qilin Demon slowly walked over and said with a smile, "It's our business whether we believe it or not. You only have one choice. Threat." Su Aoshue didn't get angry. Instead, he smiled and said, "Okay, I agree." Qilin Demon smiled even more happily when she heard this. She was so beautiful, but Su Aoshue and the other two couldn't have any evil thoughts. At this moment, the three just wanted to escape as soon as possible. "It just so happens that I'm planning to go to the Kunlun origin court. Why don't you accompany me lest I can't deal with that sovereign?" Qilin Demon smiled. She stopped less than 10 feet away from Su Aoshue. This distance made Su Aoshue frown. Chapter 887. Why are you going to the Kunlun origin court? Su Aoshue asked. His memory of Zhou Xuanji was still fresh. Although Zhou Xuanji was young, his divine energy was very pure. If they fought in the Kunlun origin court, it would be very difficult to win. Every Grand Supreme was invincible in their respective court realm, unless the difference in strength was more than 3 courts. The Qilin Demon blinked his eyes and said, "Another peerless genius has appeared in the Kunlun origin court, and there are still 2 of them. However, the strongest one has already become a sovereign and cannot be interfered with. The other one is still growing. Someone asked us, the Qilin 9 absolutes, to eliminate that brat." As soon as he said this, Zhou Fa and Beast Sovereign's expressions changed drastically. Zhou Xuanji and Zhou Tanhua? Su Aoshue wasn't surprised. The Kunlun origin court had produced peerless geniuses since ancient times, so it wasn't strange for 2 of them to appear at once. However, he was very curious as to who had invited the Qilin 9 absolutes. If one wanted to invite the Qilin 9 absolutes, one would have to pay a huge price. The Qilin Enchantress laughed mockingly and said, "The other party revealed your supreme being opportunity before we were willing to make a move." Su Aoshue's face changed drastically, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. Who was the one who leaked it? Could it be the great sovereigns he had invited before? Didn't those guys not believe it? The more Su Aoshue thought about it, the angrier he got. On second thought, he didn't have the ability to enter the Myriad Domain Demon Lair at the moment, so it wasn't a bad idea to let the Qilin 9 Absolutes go. He even got a universal kill order because of it. In the boundless universe, the value of a universe kill order was immeasurable. This was also the reason why the 9 Absolutes Qilin could look down on everyone. Once the universe killing order was issued, no matter how many Great Hall Supremes you were, you would definitely die. Kunlun Origin Court is the origin of the gods. Are you planning to barge in directly? Su Aoshue tilted his head to look at Qilin Mei and asked doubtfully. He had interacted with Zhou Xuanji before. Zhou Xuanji was definitely a ruthless character. He looked gentle, but his eyes were sharp. To be able to come this far, he must have stepped on countless bones. Qilin smiled charmingly and said, "You will understand when the time comes." Afterward, the four of them walked toward the Kunlun Origin Court. Sovereign Plain. Zhou Xuanji, Jiang Shui, Xian Xianghua, Red Dust Sovereign, and Shen Yanqing sat together. The atmosphere was a little quiet. Shen Yanqing crossed her arms in front of her chest, glanced at the four people, and said with a smile, "What's wrong? Are you very nervous?" Autarch Crimson Dust asked, "Why have you gathered us here?" She looked at her younger sister helplessly. In the past, Shen Yanqing was obedient to her, listened to her everything, and regarded her as the only dependence. Now there was a deep estrangement between the two sisters. Even now, it had not been completely eliminated. Zhou Xuanji was very calm, waiting for Shen Yanqing to speak. "Naturally, it's for your son. During this time, I have been calculating and found that the killing intent against Zhou Tanhua is approaching. I want to accept Zhou Tanhua as my disciple. Do you have any objections?" She had seen Zhou Tanhua and felt that his aptitude was really strong. He might be the next Zhou Xuanji. "No!" Xian Xianghua refused without hesitation. Sovereign Hongchun also furrowed her brow. She couldn't figure out her sister's true intentions. If Zhou Tanhua was harmed, how would she face Zhou Xuanji? Zhou Xuanji laughed unpleasantly. "He has me as his father. Why does he need to take me as his master?" Shen Yanqing stared at him and said in a serious tone, "His aptitude is not inferior to yours, but you have already become a sovereign. If he stays in the Kunlun Origin Court, it will only limit his development. I will take him to see my revered master so that he can grow up quickly." Hearing this, Zhou Xuanji fell into deep thought. He naturally had expectations for his children, but it was too dangerous to leave the Kunlun Origin Court. Sovereign Hongchun solemnly asked, "Yanqing, you have to consider this matter seriously. There are still people hunting Tanhua outside." Jiang Shui kept staring at Shen Yanqing without saying a word, as if she wanted to see through her. Xian Xianghua, who was a little angry, also calmed down. If what Shen Yanqing said was true, this would be Zhou Tanhua's opportunity. If I want to target him, I can take him away at any time without anyone knowing. Do I still need to discuss with you? Shen Yanqing said in annoyance. She had good intentions, but these guys didn't believe her. She suddenly thought of leaving. "Do you have a way to avoid the universe kill order?" Zhou Xuanji asked. He really wanted to take out the truth sword to test it, but he felt that it would be too insulting to Shen Yanqing. What's more, can the truth sword work on great sovereigns? Shen Yanqing nodded and said, "I have a way to hide his fate. Although it's only for a while, it's enough for me to rush to my revered master's range. At that time, even the 9 Absolutes of Qilin who issued the universe kill order will not be able to kill him." Her tone was full of confidence, looking down on the 9 Absolutes of Qilin. Zhou Xuanji thought for a moment before he waved his right hand, and Zhou Tanhua appeared behind him out of thin air. As soon as he saw the 5 people in front of him, Zhou Tanhua was stunned. He was still holding his sword with a dumbfounded look on his face. Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, "Sit down. I have something to discuss with you." Zhou Tanhua sat down between Zhou Xuanji and Xian Xianghua in a daze. Seeing him like this, Xian Xianghua couldn't help but touch his head. For some reason, she suddenly felt that this kid was really cute. Maybe it was because they might have to separate. Zhou Xuanji told Zhou Tanhua the ins and outs of the matter. After listening to the entire story, Zhou Tanhua's expression didn't change much. His calmness made Xin Yanqing and Sovereign Hongchun look up to him. This kid was really like his father. Zhou Tanhua smiled and said, "I'm willing to go. Leaving the Kunlun Origin Court can save the Kunlun Origin Court from a calamity. At the same time, I can also obtain opportunities." He looked at Xian Xianghua, raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, "Mother, it seems like the position of branch master is destined to belong to you." When Xian Xianghua heard this, she pinched his ear reproachfully. At this time, this brat was still joking. "If you go out, you will also be in danger. Don't be in a rush to make a decision," Zhou Xuanji said seriously. Zhou Tanhua nodded. Then, he crossed his hands and closed his eyes in deep thought. Xin Yanqing burst out laughing. "Zhou Xuanji, your son obviously has an idea, but he is still pretending. Is this inherited? He is so pretentious." As soon as he said this, the corners of Zhou Xuanji and Zhou Tanhua's mouth twitched. When Xian Xianghua and Jiang Shui saw this, they also laughed. It was indeed very similar. "Ahem, then I've decided to leave. But before I leave, I want to see my sister. If I leave without saying goodbye, she'll definitely be very angry." Zhou Tanhua touched his nose and pretended to be serious. Zhou Xuanji nodded. With a wave of his right hand, Zhou Tanhua and Xian Xianghua disappeared at the same time. Xin Yanqing got up and said, "It's settled then. Tell him to hurry up. I can feel the killing intent getting closer and closer. It won't be long before it arrives at the Kunlun Origin Court." As her voice fell, she gave Sovereign Hongchun a look, and the two women immediately left. Jiang Shui moved to Zhou Xuanji's side and asked softly, "Have you really decided?" She also regarded Zhou Tanhua as her son. It was natural for her to be worried. Zhou Xuanji calmly said, "A young eagle has to soar alone in the end. When I was his age, I had already begun to compete for the position of sovereign. The age gap between him and Zhou Tanhua wasn't big. At least in the Kunlun Origin Court they could be brothers." Chapter 888. Zhou Tanhua and Xian Xianghua returned to the Emperor Sword Divine Range to explain. In less than 3 days, he left with Xin Yanqing. The range master of the Emperor Sword Divine Range was Xian Xianghua. After all, Zhou Shaoxian was too impatient and Xiao Jinghong's cultivation wasn't high enough. It was difficult for him to support the majesty of the Emperor Sword Divine Range. Zhou Xuanji sent them off. They came to the dark realm outside the Origin Court. Zhou Tanhua looked back at his father and said with a smile, "Father, don't worry. When I come back, I will definitely become your right-hand man and strengthen the Kunlun Origin Court with you." He smiled confidently. There was no sadness of parting at all. In fact, he felt very sad in his heart. But in order not to drag Zhou Xuanji down, he felt that he had to act free and easy. Zhou Xuanji rubbed his head and said with a smile, "Then we have an agreement. You have to come back. Don't go away and never return." Looking at him, Zhou Xuanji inexplicably thought of himself. He used to be like Zhou Tanhua. Now, he was a sovereign, but he still couldn't cover the sky with one hand and protect his family. This made his heart a little heavy. Xin Yanqing, who was next to him, looked at the father and son. Her emotions were surging. She suddenly remembered the scene in the passageway between the two worlds. She looked at Zhou Xuanji with a complicated look in her eyes. After exhorting a few words, Zhou Xuanji let them set off. "Don't worry, I won't let him die." Xin Yanqing couldn't help but let out a cold snort when she saw Zhou Xuanji looking at Zhou Tanhua. She was a tyrannical existence who had hunted many great sovereigns. How could she be so weak and untrustworthy? Zhou Xuanji nodded before watching Xin Yanqing and Zhou Tanhua leave. Only after they disappeared into the darkness did he slowly retract his gaze. "If I find out who you are, I will make you regret it." Zhou Xuanji's eyes were cold as he muttered to himself. Zhou Xuanji's eyes were cold as he mumbled to himself. After that, he turned around and returned to the Kunlun Origin Court. Zhou Tanhua's departure didn't change anything. The Kunlun Origin Court was still the same. Zhou Xuanji also began to work hard on cultivating. With the 12 law ancestors and the god pillars, the order of the Kunlun Origin Court was restored. The various origin cities became lively again. Due to the prohibition of war, many living beings in the Kunlun universe came and went in an endless stream. The entire Kunlun Origin Court seemed to be flourishing with each passing day. The interactions between the divine ranges had also increased. If they couldn't start a war, they would hold a tournament to hone their combat abilities. The Origin Court turned a blind eye to this. Zhou Xuanji came out of closed-door cultivation and discovered this, and he did not know whether to laugh or cry. He sent a message to the 12 ancestors, telling everyone that they could fight, but they couldn't carry out a divine range war. Completely curbing the slaughter would only produce the opposite of the desired result. As long as it did not affect the divine ranges, Zhou Xuanji had no objections. Some people needed to fight to become stronger, while others needed to take revenge. These emotions could not be suppressed. Time flew by. Zhou Xuanji welcomed his 3000th birthday. Analyzed that the sword owner has reached 3000 years old. Gotcha started. Ding! Congratulations! The sword owner has obtained Myriad Flower Origin Court, 1000 Worlds Banishing Hegemon Sword, Outer Soul Doppelganger. The sword spirit's voice sounded out in Zhou Xuanji's mind. He opened his eyes, which flashed with a purple light. The Myriad Flowers Origin Court that surpassed the Origin Court Reversal Divine Sword. Zhou Xuanji had a feeling. Currently, he was not qualified to use the Thousand Realms Chaotic Executioner Sword. Soon, the sword's information appeared before his eyes. Sword name, Thousand Realms Hegemon Slayer Sword Grade. Myriad Flower Origin Court Description. A peerless overlord sword formed by the fusion of 1000 planes. Contains a horrifying power that can destroy everything. To use this sword, one must have at least the cultivation of the great sovereign of the 5 courts. Zhou Xuanji raised his brow. What did 1000 planes refer to? Only the cultivation of the great sovereign of the 5 courts could use it. This showed how domineering this sword was. After that, he continued to inherit the Outer Soul Doppelganger. A stream of memories flowed into his mind, allowing him to quickly master this divine ability. The Outer Soul Doppelganger divine ability used soul telekinesis to manifest a doppelganger. The doppelganger's aura was exactly the same as the original body, making it difficult to distinguish the real from the fake. The strength of the original body was related to the amount of soul telekinesis consumed. The greatest advantage of this divine ability was that it was difficult to distinguish the real from the fake. Zhou Xuanji smiled satisfactorily. Not bad. Although he only received 1 legendary sword for his birthday, it was still a huge gain for him. He got up and walked out of the Supreme Palace. On the cliff, Jiang Shui had already prepared a table of dishes and wine, waiting for him. Seeing him walking over, Jiang Shui got up and said with a gentle smile, "Xuanji, congratulations on reaching 3000 years old." 3000 years old. For mortals, this was such a long time. But in the Kunlun Origin Court, Zhou Xuanji was still not old enough to travel alone. Not only was Jiang Shui congratulating Zhou Xuanji, but the 12 ancestors were also busy. The entire Kunlun Origin Court congratulated Zhou Xuanji together. When everyone learned that Zhou Xuanji was only 3000 years old, they were all dumbfounded. They knew that Zhou Xuanji was very young, but they didn't know his exact age. Now that they heard about it, they were all stunned. For a moment, Zhou Xuanji was praised as the most powerful genius in history. "Congratulations to you too. You are already 3004 years old," Zhou Xuanji said with a soft smile. Zhou Xuanji said with a soft laugh. He walked to Jiang Shui's side, held her hand, and sat on the bench. Jiang Shui poured wine for him. The two talked about the past while facing the majestic immortal mist. Since Zhou Tanhua left, Zhou Xuanji and Jiang Shui spent most of their time in closed-door cultivation. Under his guidance, Jiang Shui had already reached the Origin Fusion Divine Lord Stage 1. Although Zhou Xuanji's supreme divine power had been growing steadily, it was difficult for it to make a qualitative leap. According to Little Sovereign, if he wanted to break through to the Great Sovereign of the Second Court, he had to master another court. In other words, he had to leave the Kunlun Origin Court. However, the owner of the Universe Kill Order hadn't arrived yet. He couldn't leave. The two talked about the past for a while. Then, the topic fell on their children. I wonder how Tanhua is now. He hasn't replied after leaving for so long, Jiang Shui said worriedly. She was most worried about Zhou Tanhua. As for Zhou Shaoxian, she was very safe in the Emperor's Sword Divine range. Zhou Xuanji swirled the wine glass and calmly said, "He's fine. I have a hunch that he will surprise us the next time he comes back." Jiang Shui nodded and said with a smile, "Just like you. Every time you disappear and come back, you will surprise everyone." Zhou Xuanji smiled proudly. Like father, like son. The more powerful Zhou Tanhua was, the more face he would have as a father. "Sword Emperor, can you come out for a gathering?" At this moment, Su Aoshua's voice suddenly came. Zhou Xuanji put down his wine glass. He softly said, "I will go out for a while. Wait for me here." Having said this, he directly left the Kunlun Origin Court without waiting for Jiang Shui's response. In the Dark Domain, Su Aoshua, Qilin Demon, Zhou Fa, and Beast Sovereign were waiting. As soon as Zhou Xuanji appeared, the four's gazes quickly fell on him. The Qilin Demon looked at Zhou Xuanji with an evil smile on his face. He looked like a poisonous scorpion, making people shudder. "Sword Emperor, long time no see. How have you been?" Su Aoshua cupped his fists and said with a smile. He had an amiable look on his face. He was secretly surprised. "How long has it been? This kid's aura has become stronger again." Chapter 889. Not bad. May I know why Senior Su is here? Zhou Xuanji asked as he bowed. He could not help but glance at the Qilin Mei. He could sense that this woman was very dangerous. She tried her best to suppress her murderous intent, but Zhou Xuanji could still sense it. This woman came with ill intentions. Su Aoshua immediately introduced the Qilin charm to Zhou Xuanji. After hearing that the Qilin charm was one of the Qilin 9 absolutes, Zhou Xuanji's eyes narrowed. The universe-killing order was created by the Qilin 9 absolutes. Zhou Xuanji was immediately filled with murderous intent. "Sword Monarch, can I see your son?" The Qilin enchantress covered her mouth and smiled. Her demonic tone and expression seemed to have a deeper meaning. "No." Zhou Xuanji shook his head. The imperial sword of life and death and the Soul Kunlun sword appeared behind him. His gaze turned sharp. He wanted to fight. Zhou Fa and Beast Sovereign were secretly shocked, especially Beast Sovereign. In his eyes, Zhou Xuanji didn't seem to be any weaker than Su Aoshua. "How long has it been?" Beast Sovereign thought bitterly. Zhou Xuanji is growing too fast. Previously, when he heard Zhou Fa's words, he felt that it was unreal. Now that he had seen it with his own eyes, he was shaken to the core. His emotions were complicated, and he even wanted to find a hole to hide in. The more powerful Zhou Xuanji was, the more he would lose face. The Qilin demon laughed out loud. She laughed beautifully, as if she had heard a very funny joke. Su Aoshua frowned and transmitted his voice to Zhou Xuanji. "The Qilin 9 absolutes are very powerful in the endless universe. Too many great sovereigns have died in their hands. Don't act recklessly." In his opinion, it was just a son. If he died, he could just have another one. It was not worth it to sacrifice his own life for this. Zhou Xuanji looked at the Qilin demon calmly, without any fear. As for Su Aoshua, he did not have a good impression of him. This matter had nothing to do with Su Aoshua. If he wasn't here to lead the way, was he here to be a mediator? In his heart, Su Aoshua was already his enemy. The Qilin charm's expression also calmed down. She no longer had a smile on her face as she said coldly, "If you are unwilling, the consequences will be unimaginable." Kunlun Origin Court? So what? The 9 absolutes Qilin were not afraid. You all acted for money and serendipity. If I pay a higher price to buy you all to kill your original employer, will that work? Zhou Xuanji asked. The Qilin enchantress shook her head and said, "We are selling the Universe Kill Medallion. We only sell it and don't take it back. If you want to take revenge, you can also buy the Universe Kill Medallion and let us kill that guy." It was really not a loss to sell and buy. The murderous intent in Zhou Xuanji's heart grew stronger. He was thinking about whether he should act directly. Qilin Mei was a little impatient and said, "Sword Emperor, since you can become a sovereign, you should be a smart person. Adapting to circumstances is the greatest ability to survive. Otherwise, no matter how talented you are, you will still die. To you, the Qilin Nine Absolutes is a power that transcends dimensions. We will not destroy the Kunlun Origin Court because of its past. But what about you? Even Wu Zhou has to avoid me." Su Aoxue nodded. He looked so cowardly in Zhou Xuanji's eyes. Back at the banquet, Zhou Xuanji felt that Su Aoxue was unfathomable and had a deep understanding of the Tao. Now, it seemed that he had misjudged him. No matter how high one's cultivation was, without backbone, what kind of expert was he? It's useless to say more. Zhou Xuanji directly used the sword fusion technique. Except for the Life and Death Emperor sword and the Soul Kunlun sword, all the other swords perfectly fused with his body, making his sovereign divine energy skyrocket. His aura reached its peak. Suddenly, a purple light lit up in the darkness behind him. Strands of purple light rushed over and quickly wrapped around him. The power of the Kunlun Origin Court. In the face of external forces, the Kunlun Origin Court would automatically help its sovereign. It was also Zhou Xuanji's first time using this power. He was inwardly shocked. This is too strong. No wonder little sovereign said that he wouldn't lose in the vicinity of his origin court. In an instant, his confidence exploded. He looked down on everything in his eyes. He raised his hands and grasped the Life and Death Emperor sword and the Soul Kunlun sword. Purple light burst forth from his eyes. The aura of the Sword Emperor Sovereign was completely revealed. Su Aoxue and Qilin Mei were shocked at the same time. The Kunlun Origin Court is so strong? Qilin Mei was shocked. His eyes turned cold. Zhou Xuanji raised the Life and Death Emperor sword and poured all the sovereign divine energy in his body into the blade. The next moment, sword light burst forth and rushed up with unstoppable momentum. Without any hesitation, the sword slashed down. Su Aoxue immediately waved his hand and fled with Zhou Fa and Beast Sovereign. Qilin Mei raised her hand and slapped. Immediately, a universe kill order appeared in front of her out of thin air. It quickly grew bigger and blocked the sword chi for her. Boom! The violent sword chi forced Qilin Mei to retreat. She gnashed her teeth and murmured, "This guy." At this moment, she suddenly understood the truth of the legend. Her figure flickered and disappeared into thin air. The universe kill order directly shattered and turned into ashes. Zhou Xuanji, offending the 9 absolutes of Qilin won't end well. Today I will let you go for the time being. The next time the 9 absolutes of Qilin come, they will not only kill your son but also slaughter the Kunlun Origin Court. Qilin Mei's cold voice echoed in the dark domain for a long time. Zhou Xuanji didn't chase after them. He just sneered. It would take time for the 9 absolutes of Qilin to make a comeback. After all, the endless universe was so big. Even great sovereigns couldn't come and go easily. After confirming that the aura of Su Aoxue and Qilin Mei had completely disappeared, Zhou Xuanji returned to the sovereign plane. Jiang Shui was still waiting for him at the table. He appeared beside her and sat down. "What's the matter?" Jiang Shui asked as she poured wine for him. Zhou Xuanji told her everything that had happened. He looked calm and didn't panic at all. After he finished, Jiang Shui asked, "Can you deal with the 9 absolutes of Qilin?" Zhou Xuanji was able to force the Qilin Mei to retreat. This meant that he was very powerful even in the endless universe. "I'm not sure, but we'll deal with it when it comes. Even if I say that the Tanhua isn't here, the 9 absolutes of Qilin will not give up." Zhou Xuanji shook his head. Jiang Shui nodded. She understood this too. She couldn't help but sigh. "Your enemies are too big. Even if we cultivate with all our might, we can't keep up with you." Following Zhou Xuanji was both blissful and sad. No matter what kind of disaster they encountered, Zhou Xuanji was there to handle it. But at the same time, no matter what kind of enemy they encountered, they could only watch from the sidelines. Zhou Xuanji saw the worry in her eyes and said with a smile, "Your role to me is not to kill enemies with me. It's also very important to appease the rear." Jiang Shui smiled helplessly. She rolled her eyes and suddenly thought of something. She said, "Should I go out and do something too?" Zhou Xuanji touched her nose and said with a smile, "Do what you want to do. I support you." Not to mention Jiang Shui, even Xian Xianghua, Zhou Tanhua, and Zhou Shaoxian would find it difficult to catch up with his cultivation. "Then give me a god position." Jiang Shui tilted her head and said. Jiang Shui tilted her head and pondered. She began to imagine her future plans. Chapter 890. After the Qilin 9 absolutes left, Zhou Xuanji returned to his daily cultivation. He arranged a deity position for Jiang Shui and asked the 12 ancestors to announce it to the entire Kunlun origin court. Shitian goddess. Her job was to control the marriage in the origin court. In the Kunlun origin court, every creature was free in their emotions. But there could only be one Dao companion, just like a wife or a husband. Zhou Xuanji took Jiang Shui around the Kunlun origin court to choose a suitable female companion to serve her. This matter couldn't be handed over to the 12 ancestors, in case they were too cautious. This trip lasted for 3 years. Zhou Xuanji and Jiang Shui chose 18 female cultivators from different divine ranges. All of them had the cultivation of Origin Fusion Divine Lord. Each of them was calm and beautiful, worthy of Jiang Shui's identity. After returning to the sovereign plane, Zhou Xuanji guided the Kunlun origin court's fate into Jiang Shui's body, allowing her to see the fate of all living beings and find the most suitable marriage. Zhou Xuanji asked Jiang Shui to leave some variables. Some marriages couldn't be destined by the heavens. Everything should have variables for there to be hope. Jiang Shui opened her eyes and sighed. Fate is truly mysterious. How many people are willing to sacrifice their lives for their love? In the end, they only get the other party's indifference. How many infatuated men and women have been separated by the world? Love is truly difficult. Only she and Zhou Xuanji were in the palace. The 18 goddesses were waiting outside. So, you have to grasp it well and reduce the tragedy of fate in this world, Zhou Xuanji said with a smile. Zhou Xuanji said with a smile. Then he changed his tone and said meaningfully, "Marriage can only be arranged and cannot be forced. Understand? Some marriages may be good for you, but they are torturous for the people involved." Jiang Shui nodded and rolled her eyes at him, saying, "Don't worry. I know all this. Love can't be forced." After that, Jiang Shui began to travel around the Kunlun origin court with the 18 goddesses. With their cultivation, few people in the origin court could hurt them. Moreover, Zhou Xuanji was at the highest point and could see every corner of the Kunlun origin court. If they were in danger, he could immediately take action. No matter how far they were, he could reach them in an instant. After the birth of Shitian goddess, Zhou Xuanji began to cultivate alone. As for Xian Xianghua, she was busy developing the Emperor Sword divine range. Sovereign Hongqian took Zhou Shaoxian to the Hongqian plain to cultivate. Everything was so harmonious. In the blink of an eye, another few hundred years passed. Zhou Xuanji's understanding of the rules of the mortal world became deeper and deeper, but he found that it was too difficult for his cultivation to improve greatly. He summoned Little Supreme Being and told him about his confusion. "I didn't expect you to be dissatisfied so quickly. You're just like an animal." Little Sovereign sighed with emotion. In the past, after he became a sovereign, he had wasted a lot of his cultivation time. Zhou Xuanji looked straight at him, which made him feel helpless. "If that's the case, you'll have no choice but to go out and search for dynasty realms. Only by devouring them will you be able to break through. However, the majority of dynasty realms have grand sovereigns overseeing them. I'm afraid you'll have to get past them first." Little Sovereign teased. Zhou Xuanji hadn't really fought against a great sovereign yet. When facing Su Aoxue and the Qilin Enchantress, they didn't fight at all. Once he left the Kunlun origin court, he would no longer be able to use the power of the Kunlun origin court. Zhou Xuanji asked curiously, "After defeating a great sovereign, how do I absorb a court realm?" The reason why he was able to become a supreme being was because he had obtained the recognition of a supreme being's power. The other court realms definitely wouldn't do. He could only conquer them by force. "I will teach you when the time comes. It's useless to tell you now. Different court realms have different absorption methods. You haven't gone to the endless universe. It's hard to explain it to you," Little Sovereign said, waving his hand. Little Sovereign waved his hand. Hearing this, Zhou Xuanji didn't insist. He sighed and said, "The Qilin 9 Absolutes haven't made a comeback yet. It's not good for me to leave directly." Little Sovereign already knew about the Qilin 9 Absolutes. He furrowed his brow and said, "They are indeed very troublesome. Back then, I had to take a detour when I saw them. But because of you alone, it's impossible to attract all the Qilin 9 Absolutes. They are all very busy." Mentioning the Qilin 9 Absolutes gave him a headache. Back then, he even scolded Zhou Xuanji. Thinking that this kid was too impulsive, Zhou Xuanji asked, "How many of the Qilin 9 Absolutes can I kill with the power of the Kunlun Origin Court? Only by killing them can I eliminate future troubles. Kill a few people? You must be dreaming. You can't kill any one of them. I know about the Qilin demon from last time. That girl is ruthless. She might not be your match, but if you fight to the death, she will be seriously injured and you will die." Little Sovereign said in a bad mood. He felt that it was necessary to give Zhou Xuanji a blow to prevent this kid from becoming arrogant. Zhou Xuanji helplessly said, "So, there is no solution to this situation. I can only wait?" Little Sovereign smiled and said, "You can send your avatars out to explore and find the whereabouts of the other court realms. It will be convenient for you to act in the future." Zhou Xuanji felt that it was reasonable. His eyes focused as an outer soul avatar directly separated from his eyes and landed in front of him. This outer soul avatar looked exactly the same as him. Even its aura was the same. After thinking for a moment, he divided another 9 outer soul avatars. With a wave of his right hand, he directly sent the 10 outer soul avatars out of the Kunlun Origin Court. TSK, your avatars are very accomplished. It's hard to tell the real from the fake," Little Sovereign said in amazement. He suddenly couldn't see through Zhou Xuanji. It seemed that while he was asleep, this kid had been growing rapidly. Zhou Xuanji just smiled and didn't answer. He then stored the Lesser Supreme Sword in the Supreme Storage and continued to cultivate. In a purple cloud cosmic domain, a huge ship that looked like a flood dragon was sailing. The dragon head was ferocious and as huge as a mountain. There were 2 tall buildings on the ship, both of which were tens of thousands of feet high. Countless creatures were standing on the corridors of each floor. On the deck, the Qilin demon was standing behind a man in a black robe. This man in a black robe was 10 feet tall. He had 4 curved and sharp horns on his head. His long blood-red hair gave him a wild and domineering look. He was wearing a blood-red heavy armor. He looked as if he had climbed out of a blood pool. The Sword Emperor of the Kunlun Origin Court? Interesting. But are you sure your mission target is still in the Kunlun Origin Court? The corner of the man in a black robe's mouth rose. He was smiling arrogantly. Hearing this, the Qilin demon lowered her head and replied, "No, his fate has changed. But the Sword Emperor contradicted our Qilin 9 Absolutes. Are we going to let it go?" She gnashed her teeth at the thought of Zhou Xuanji's insolence. The man in a black robe turned around and raised her chin. He then said with a cold smile, "Mayor, Qilin 9 is not afraid of anyone, but there is no need to cause unnecessary trouble. Our current goal is to hurry up and collect opportunity stones. Understand? As for the Sword Emperor, when this mission is over, I will personally destroy him. I will also destroy the Kunlun Origin Court along the way. There are always some guys who overestimate themselves in that place." Hearing this, the Qilin demon's eyes lit up. She nodded excitedly. Chapter 891. Big Brother, how far has the main mission evolved? The Qilin demon hugged the black-robed man's arm and asked coquettishly. The black-robed man turned around and looked ahead with a deep look in his eyes. "One more person," he said casually. "Who?" the Qilin demon asked in astonishment. She thought that they were only lacking serendipity stones. "Speaking of which, that person is related to Kunlun Origin Court. You will know in the future that he is a formidable opponent of mine," the black-robed man said softly. The corner of his lips curled into a cruel smile. The Qilin demon fell into deep thought. What kind of existence could become a formidable opponent of her big brother? On the other side, In a dusky universe, Zhou Xuanji's avatar traveled at high speed. He looked around and did not want to miss any clues around him. Strange. There's the aura of living beings here, Zhou Xuanji mumbled. Zhou Xuanji mumbled. Now that he was in his original consciousness, he could still split his divine will. It was not difficult to multitask to become a great sovereign. It had been 8 years since the avatar left. Only this avatar could sense the aura of living beings. In the boundless universe, the aura of living beings was rare. Take the Kunlun Origin Court, for example. Other than the sovereigns, how many people could leave the Origin Court freely? After wandering for an hour, Zhou Xuanji finally sensed the aura of living beings. He flew toward the direction of the aura and finally stopped before a fist-sized rock. The rock was silver in color and uneven. There were many similar rocks around, but only this one caught Zhou Xuanji's attention. He grabbed the rock and probed it with his divine sense. The next second, he saw a world. Court realm. This court realm was extremely huge, like a pyramid. The court realm was at the top, and below it were countless layers of universes. The aura of living beings gathered together as though they were going to overturn the top of the world. Zhou Xuanji was delighted. He finally found a court realm. Humph! A cold snort resounded beside his ear, which almost shattered his soul. Far away in the Kunlun Origin Court, Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes. There was a silhouette in his eyes. This person was wearing a white robe with blue characters on it. He was handsome and had a jade ruler in his hand. It was the sovereign of the Fang Court realm. Interesting. This guy seems to have just stepped into the great sovereign realm. Zhou Xuanji mumbled to himself. Zhou Xuanji muttered to himself. The other party did not have enough experience and only discovered him after he found the court realm stone, which meant that his cultivation was inferior to his. However, if he rushed over, it would take at least a year. If the 9 absolutes of the Qilin rushed over at this time, it would be a disaster. He sighed, feeling very unhappy. Damn the 9 absolutes of the Qilin. One day, I will destroy all of you. Zhou Xuanji thought to himself hatefully before closing his eyes again. However, just as he closed his eyes, he suddenly sensed something and opened them again. Why is he here? Zhou Xuanji mumbled to himself with a strange expression. A figure appeared at the edge of the supreme plane. This person was Reverend Daojing, the heavenly saint who had once thought highly of him. At that time, Sage Daojing had left the heavenly law universe in order to search for the Kunlun Origin Court. From then on, the Wanshan Great Thousand faced a calamity. His actions were very similar to Sage Wu Zhou's. Zhou Xuanji had some resentment towards Sage Daojing, but he had let it go now. He was very curious as to how Sage Daojing had come to the sovereign plane. Meanwhile, Sage Daojing held a piece of silver jade in his hand. Looking at the majestic celestial mist around him, a look of amazement appeared on his face. What is this place? Could it be the legendary Kunlun Origin Court? Sage Daojing mumbled. He was shocked by the spiritual qi here. He was overjoyed. If he cultivated in seclusion here, his cultivation would surely increase tremendously. After wandering for thousands of years, he had finally found it. Sage Daojing let out a long sigh and regained his composure. He was a heavenly saint. He should not be surprised by anything. He scanned his surroundings and flew forward. At this moment, 2 beautiful figures appeared in front of him. They were Mortal Sovereign and Zhou Shaoxian. Sovereign, do you think Father will be surprised by my cultivation? Zhou Shaoxian asked excitedly. She hugged Mortal Sovereign's arm, looking very intimate. Mortal Sovereign wanted to pull his arm back but was afraid of hurting her. He said helplessly, "Do you think your father doesn't know?" Zhou Shaoxian heard him and felt that it made sense. After all, her father was already the most powerful person in the Kunlun Origin Court. He knew everything and knew everything. Mortal Sovereign suddenly turned his head and looked at Sage Daojing in the distance. He said meaningfully, "Why is he here?" Zhou Shaoxian also turned her head, and her eyes widened. Sage Daojing. She still remembered Sage Daojing. Back in the Wanshan Great Thousand, Sage Daojing was her father's backer. Why was he here? Sage Daojing was very nervous, but when he saw Zhou Shaoxian, he could not help but frown. This woman looked very familiar. He could not be blamed for not recognizing Zhou Shaoxian. Zhou Shaoxian had been reborn, and her cultivation far surpassed his. Her temperament made her even more beautiful. How could he remember her at first glance? Sage Daojing, why are you here? Did my father summon you? Zhou Shaoxian asked curiously. With a wave of her right hand, Sage Daojing appeared in front of them. Sage Daojing was shocked. In front of this woman, he could not resist at all, especially mortal sovereign's gaze. It made his hair stand on end, and he did not dare to look at her. He braced himself and asked, "Your father is?" He was shocked. Why did she know his name? He carefully looked at Zhou Shaoxian, and his eyes suddenly widened. She is impossible. How could she be here? Sage Daojing's body began to tremble. He could not believe his eyes. Hand over the stone in your hand, mortal sovereign said softly. As he spoke, the stone in Reverend Daojing's hand flew into his hand. Ha ha! Ha ha! You! Sage Daojing was furious and panicked. Facing mortal sovereign, he did not dare to act rashly. Zhou Shaoxian blinked and said, "You even forgot my father? Then how did you come here?" This is the supreme plane, the cultivation plane of the Lord of Kunlun Origin Court. No one is allowed to enter. Lord of Kunlun Origin Court. Sage Daojing was so frightened that his body trembled. No wonder the spiritual qi here was so dense. He asked cautiously, "Then why are you here? Could it be that Zhou Xuanji is favored by the Lord of Kunlun Origin Court?" He had a deep impression of Zhou Xuanji. That brat's talent was outstanding, and he was courageous and had many opportunities. He might have been favored by the Lord of Kunlun Origin Court. "My father is the Lord of Kunlun Origin Court." Zhou Shaoxian giggled. Zhou Shaoxian giggled. Seeing Sage Daojing trembling in fear, she was very excited. She felt great when she put herself in Zhou Xuanji's shoes. If she was the main character, it would be even better. Sage Daojing felt like he was struck by lightning. He was stunned on the spot, and his mouth opened wide. Mortal Sovereign was playing with the stone with a slight frown. She said in a low voice, "This stone." Chapter 892. Sovereign, what's wrong with this stone? Zhou Shaoxian looked at Sovereign Mortal World and asked curiously. Her eyes fell on the stone. It looked simple and ordinary. There was nothing special about it. Sovereign Mortal World said softly, "I can't see through it. Maybe you have to let your father see it. But obviously, this stone came from outside the court because I have never seen such a stone." She glanced at Sage Daojing and asked expressionlessly, "Where did you get this stone? It's impossible for you to break in with your strength." Sage Daojing was extremely nervous. He didn't know how to answer. This was his treasure. How could it be robbed by others? If it weren't for this stone, he would have died long ago. But now, facing Sovereign Mortal World, he didn't dare to act rashly. "Come here." Zhou Xuanji's voice suddenly came, and the three of them were teleported to the Supreme Palace. Sage Daojing looked up and saw Zhou Xuanji sitting on the golden throne. He fell into shock. It's really Zhou Xuanji. Could it be that he was the Lord of Kunlun Origin Court in his previous life? Was that why he was so monstrous? Sage Daojing's mind was in a mess. He didn't speak. Zhou Xuanji was so mighty. He had never seen such a mighty existence. It was as if he was the supreme ruler, controlling everything and looking down on the world. Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, "Sage, long time no see. You still haven't found the Kunlun Origin Court?" His gaze saw through Venerable Daojing and saw Venerable Daojing's fate. This guy had entered the void boundary before. He was about to enter the Kunlun Origin Court when he encountered a battle between two nine vast heavens sovereigns and was sucked into the turbulence of time and space. In a daze, Sage Daojing obtained this stone by chance. He relied on this stone to cross the universe. After going through many hardships, he finally mistakenly entered the sovereign plane. This stone didn't come from the Kunlun Origin Court. Zhou Xuanji couldn't use the exterminating divine eyes to see its origin. Sage Daojing asked bitterly, I didn't expect you to be the Lord of Kunlun Origin Court. Can you tell me where the Kunlun Origin Court is? Does it really exist? He abandoned everything to search for the Kunlun Origin Court. But at this moment he was confused. He even felt that reality was a nightmare. Back then, Zhou Xuanji was under him. If he had stayed, wouldn't he have followed Zhou Xuanji here? When he thought of this, he felt suffocated and aggrieved. The Kunlun Origin Court is far more prosperous than you think. I can arrange for you to enter the Kunlun Origin Court, but this stone belongs to me. How about it? Zhou Xuanji looked at Sage Daojing and said with a light smile. He sighed in his heart. Seeing an old friend again, it was true that things were still the same, but the people had changed. Looking back, most of the people who had left a deep impression on him were no longer around. What would those people think if they knew of his achievements? Sage Daojing hesitated. He felt quite tired and wanted to calm down, but he was reluctant to part with this stone. If not for this stone, he would have died a long time ago. Zhou Xuanji said meaningfully, there are still people you know in the Emperor's Sword Divine range. You won't be lonely there. This stone might not be an opportunity for you. It might be a disaster. This time it brought you to me. If it brings you to another sovereign, what will happen to you? Sage Daojing was covered in cold sweat as he listened. Although he didn't know what kind of status a supreme being had, it was definitely an existence he couldn't afford to offend. The opportunity is in front of you. If you don't grasp it, then you are really stupid. Mortal Sovereign snorted coldly. Autarch Crimson Dust snorted coldly, causing Reverend Daojing to feel even more conflicted. Zhou Xuanji sighed softly and said, I am indebted to you, so I will treat you well. This stone is really not something you should have. It might bring a great disaster. Anything that came from outside the Kunlun Origin Court could bring danger. Sage Daojing sighed and said, Okay, I will listen to you. Zhou Xuanji smiled and focused his eyes. Sage Daojing disappeared into thin air and was sent to the Emperor's Sword Divine range. He was sent directly to Shen Daoya and Daoya Old Man so that they could settle down Sage Daojing. Father, look at my cultivation. How is it? I have improved a lot, right? Zhou Shaoxian finally found the opportunity. She came up to Zhou Xuanji and said with a proud smile. She had already stepped into the Origin Fusion Divine Lord First Enlightenment stage. Could be said that she had improved by leaps and bounds. Zhou Xuanji didn't pay attention to her before. Now, he was very curious about how Mortal Sovereign taught her. Guess what is Tanhua's cultivation now? Zhou Xuanji teased. Hearing this, Zhou Xiaoshuan's face immediately fell. She snorted coldly, stomped her feet, and walked to the palace with her back facing Zhou Xuanji. Mortal Sovereign then said, I will return her to you. Next, I want to leave the Kunlun Origin Court alone and explore the outside world. Zhou Xuanji frowned. He knew how dangerous the endless universe was. He had already had sex with Mortal Sovereign before. Naturally, he regarded her as his woman. How could he let her be in danger? Don't worry, Starpincher left me an artifact. It will take me to the plane where she is. I can also help you take a look at Tanhua's situation, Mortal Sovereign said seriously. Autarch Crimson Dust said seriously. She had considered this matter carefully. Since a long time ago, her cultivation could no longer grow. Only by going to the endless universe could she have the hope of becoming stronger. She also wanted to become a great sovereign. Zhou Xuanji's frown deepened. Because of the Qilin 9 absolutes, he couldn't leave directly. But he was really worried about letting Mortal Sovereign leave alone. He said in a deep voice, Wait a little longer. I will also go out later. I can give you a ride. Mortal Sovereign hesitated for a moment before nodding. Next, Zhou Xuanji chatted with them for a while before letting them go. He picked up Sage Daojing's stone and began studying it. No matter how his divine will penetrated the stone, he couldn't find anything. It looked ordinary, but there was a trace of space-time fluctuation inside. Although it was weak, it was real. What is it? Why do I feel like I've seen it before? Zhou Xuanji mumbled to himself with a puzzled look on his face. He injected his supreme divine power into it. Boom! A wave of violent impact suddenly erupted, shaking the supreme palace until it trembled. and his robes fluttered non-stop. He fixed his eyes on it and saw strange words of light flying out from the stone, coiling around the stone and forming a halo. Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes. Monstrous waves were set off in his heart. These words of light seemed small, but they contained terrifying power. They were even stronger than his supreme divine power. What the hell is this? He quickly took out the lesser supreme sword and summoned Little Sovereign. Little Sovereign looked down in a daze. His eyes immediately widened in shock. Opportunity Stone. How come you have this? He cried out in shock. He was dumbfounded. Zhou Xuanji asked, "What's the origin of this stone? Opportunity Stone? Could it be related to the opportunity of the three sovereigns?" Little Sovereign adjusted his emotions. His expression was complicated as he whispered, "This is a treasure from the endless universe. It can increase the supreme divine power and suppress spacetime." Chapter 893. Increase the supreme divine power? Zhou Xuanji raised his brow. He was immediately interested in the Serendipity Stone. Little Sovereign continued, "Opportunity stones are rare in the endless universe. They are treasures fought over by Grand Supremes. They are even harder to find than the court realm. If you have 10 opportunity stones, you can directly break through to the second court Grand Supremes." The more Zhou Xuanji heard, the more delighted he became. He had learned of another path to become more powerful. He looked up at Little Sovereign with a bit of bitterness in his eyes and asked, "Why didn't you say so earlier? Didn't you say that I can only become stronger by absorbing the realms of the court?" Little Sovereign rolled his eyes at him and snappily said, "Opportunity Stone. Opportunity Stone. Don't you understand the word opportunity? How difficult is it? I only managed to obtain one opportunity stone in my entire life, and in order to save my life, I had no choice but to give it up." Speaking of this matter, his face was full of unwillingness. "Oh? Who could force you to hand over the treasure in your hands?" Zhou Xuanji asked curiously. He had always been interested in Little Sovereign's past, especially the cause of Little Sovereign's death. Little Sovereign curled his lips and said, "Who else could it be? The 9 absolutes of the Qilin. Those guys wantonly plundered the opportunity stones. It is precisely because of their existence that the opportunity stones became a disaster. Hurry up and absorb it in case the 9 absolutes Qilin divinates this chance stone. After all, you've already been targeted by them. If you attract the chance stone, it won't be good." Zhou Xuanji raised his eyebrows. He did not expect the Qilin 9 absolutes to be so domineering. Why does it sound like he's the overlord of the endless universe? Without hesitation, he began to refine the opportunity stone. Opportunity stones contained massive amounts of energy. Zhou Xuanji could not refine them directly and needed some time. In the dark void, there was a mountain range suspended in the air. It was like a coiled dragon, and its aura was violent and imposing. Within the mountain range, there were verdant hills, clear waters, and green trees everywhere. It was like the beautiful scenery of a fairyland. Zhou Tanhua was sitting on a branch with his legs crossed and a sword laid flat on his lap. He closed his eyes and quietly touched the scabbard. His black hair fluttered in the breeze, and his aura gradually increased. Shen Nianxing appeared in midair and looked down at him. She nodded with satisfaction and murmured, "This kid is really a genius. He is worthy of being his son." Ever since she accepted Zhou Tanhua as her disciple, she had become more and more satisfied with him. "Pickstar, come here." An old voice floated into her ears, and she disappeared into thin air. She came to a Taoist temple and knelt on the ground, worshipping the old man who was meditating in front of her. "Master, what are your orders?" Shen Nianxing asked respectfully. She was arrogant and insufferably arrogant outside, but in the face of her master, she was a good girl. The elder wore a deep blue Taoist robe. He had a head of white hair, and there was a jade hairpin in his hair. His aura was faintly discernible. When he opened his eyes, the light within the Taoist temple became bright. "Niaoxing, you should go and invite his father." His expression was calm and unfathomable. Shen Nianxing asked doubtfully, "Why did he come?" "He is the master of the Kunlun Origin Court. If he leaves, I'm afraid the Kunlun Origin Court will be in trouble. The elder replied, the 9 absolutes of the Qilin no longer have the time to deal with him. Hearing this, Xin Yanqing was overjoyed. She had complete trust in her master. She asked curiously, what are the 9 absolutes of the Qilin busy with? They have been collecting opportunity stones since a long time ago. Even I can't guess their purpose. However, they have already gathered and rushed to the Myriad Domain Devil Lair. I reckon that something big is going to happen, the old man said leisurely. His expression was still calm. Xin Yanqing frowned and asked, aren't we going to stop them? They are not good people. If they dominate the endless universe, all the courts and planes will suffer. The old man shook his head and said, don't worry. There are many strong cultivators in the endless universe. The 9 absolutes of the Qilin are not invincible. They also have strong enemies. When Xin Yanqing heard this, she became interested in the strong enemies of the 9 absolutes of the Qilin. Just as she wanted to continue to ask, the old man continued, go and pick up Zhou Xuanji. I am very interested in him. Xin Yanqing immediately saluted and turned to leave. The door of the Taoist temple closed, and a light figure emerged from behind the old man. His true face couldn't be seen clearly. Jiang Feili, how long are you going to stay here? The light figure asked. His voice sounded like he was gnashing his teeth. The old man called Jiang Feili replied, the time is not right. The endless universe seems calm now, but in fact, undercurrents are surging. Whoever comes out first will end up the worst. The light figure no longer answered and drilled back into his body. Sovereign Plain boom, boom, boom. The giant mountain where the Supreme Palace was located kept shaking. The sound of air turbulence could be heard one after another. Inside the palace, Zhou Xuanji was meditating in the air. His body was bursting with strands of purple light, illuminating the entire palace. In his palms, the Opportunity Stone was less than half of its original size. Endless energy poured into Zhou Xuanji's body and turned into sovereign divine power. Half a piece of Opportunity Stone was enough to increase his cultivation by several times. He slowly opened his eyes and looked at the Opportunity Stone in his hand. A hint of reluctance flashed in his eyes. Just half of it. How good would it be if I had more Opportunity Stones? At this moment, his desire to go out became even stronger. He not only wanted to devour the courts but also to find Opportunity Stones. He wanted to become the strongest existence in the endless universe. At this moment, footsteps came from the front. He looked up and saw that it was Xin Yanqing. Xin Yanqing's cultivation was higher than his. The space barrier of the sovereign plane was nothing to her. As for the sage manifestation array, Zhou Xuanji had already tacitly recognized her aura to avoid accidentally hurting her. Who told her to always appear and disappear unpredictably? Why are you back? Zhou Xuanji asked as he quickly stored the Opportunity Stone into the supreme storage. Xin Yanqing replied casually, I missed you. What kind of stone were you holding just now? It has a lot of energy. Zhou Xuanji smiled. Only a ghost would believe it. How's the epiphyllum? He continued to ask. After so many years, Zhou Xuanji's cultivation should have advanced by leaps and bounds. Xin Yanqing shrugged and replied, just make do with it. It's only Origin Fusion Divine Lord 7 Enlightened. Only Zhou Xuanji's face twitched slightly. Sure enough, the opportunity outside the Kunlun Origin Court is greater. This kid has become stronger. This time, I came back because I want to take you to see my revered master. My revered master said that the Qilin 9 absolutes have all gone to the Myriad Domain Devil Lair. They won't trouble you for the time being, Xin Yanqing said as she stepped in the air towards Zhou Xuanji. She looked at Zhou Xuanji and sighed in her heart. His son is monstrous and his father is even more monstrous. Staying in the Kunlun Origin Court, this guy can also become stronger quickly. It's too unreasonable. Zhou Xuanji raised his brow when he heard this. He had finally waited for this opportunity. Why does your revered master want to see me? Zhou Xuanji asked in doubt. He was just a nobody in the endless universe. How could he arouse the curiosity of such a powerful cultivator? Could it be because of his son? Xin Yanqing shook her head and said, I don't know. Don't worry. With me here, he won't harm you. Maybe it's an opportunity. Chapter 894. Zhou Xuanji and Xin Yanqing chatted for a while. In the end, he decided to leave the Kunlun origin court with her. But before that, he had to give them some instructions. He went to look for Jiang Shui, while Xin Yanqing went to look for Supreme Hongchen. Sovereign Hongchen wanted to leave long ago. Naturally, she couldn't miss this opportunity. Zhou Xuanji didn't want to hide it from her either. Jiang Shui knew that he was going to leave. Although she was worried, she did not stop him. She could tell that he wanted to go out and search for opportunities. After the two of them spent a few days together, Zhou Xuanji met with the 12 law ancestors. When the ancestors learned that he was about to leave, they were all shocked. However, knowing that Zhou Xuanji was going to meet an ancient senior from outside the court, they became excited again. Finally, they promised to protect the Kunlun origin court, and only then did Zhou Xuanji feel at ease and leave. Zhou Xuanji, Xin Yanqing, and Mortal Sovereign came to the dark domain together. Xin Yanqing used her supreme divine power to lead the two of them to fly at full speed. My master's name is Zhang Feili. He's extremely famous in the endless universe and has lived longer than your little sovereign. When you see him, you can't be rude. Xin Yanqing turned around and reminded. She directly ignored Supreme Hongchen. It seemed that the estrangement between the two sisters had not been completely resolved. Compared to Qilin 9 Absolutes, is he stronger? Zhou Xuanji asked. Now, the Qilin 9 Absolutes had already become his standard to measure the boundless universe. After all, he had already viewed the 9 Absolutes of Qilin as his #1 enemy. Xin Yanqing nodded and smiled proudly. I'm not bragging. At least the leader of the 9 killers of the Qilin is on par with my master. Zhou Xuanji and Mortal Sovereign were both shocked to hear this. No wonder Xin Yanqing was so powerful. It turned out that her master had such a great background. Zhou Xuanji became interested in Zhang Feili. Why was this ancient almighty looking for him? He continued to ask, Can you ask your master to accept your sister as a disciple? Xin Yanqing snorted and said, Of course. I left her a token before. It's not because of our previous relationship. I just feel that she is talented and she is also a mortal god. Zhou Xuanji smiled but did not point it out. Autarch Crimson Dust revealed a smile as well. It had been a long time since she had smiled so sincerely. When Xin Yanqing saw them laughing, she couldn't help but frown impatiently. With two great supremes traveling together, no one dared to find trouble with them, so they were unobstructed. Zhou Xuanji passed by the court realm he had discovered, but he did not stop. Absorbing a court realm required time, and he did not have the time for now. 3 years later, Zhou Xuanji and Mortal Sovereign came to a mountain range under the lead of Xin Yanqing. From afar, they could feel Zhou Tanhua's aura. The same was true for Zhou Tanhua. He quickly arrived in front of the trio. Father! Supreme Crimson Dust! Zhou Tanhua excitedly saluted. He still maintained the posture of a teenager. Compared to Zhou Xuanji's impression of him, he was much calmer. Xin Yanqing curled her lips and took the lead. What about me? Zhou Tanhua reacted and said, Greetings, master. However, his gaze was fixed on Zhou Xuanji, and his eyes were filled with delight. He knew that Xin Yanqing had gone to find Zhou Xuanji, but he didn't expect her to come back so soon. Zhou Xuanji sized him up and smiled satisfactorily. Not bad. Looks like you didn't slack off, Zhou Xuanji said with a gratified smile. There was nothing wrong with talent. Hard work was always the most important factor in becoming strong. Zhou Tanhua touched his nose and smiled, neither arrogant nor impatient. Let's go, we'll go see my master first. Tanhua, take your sanyang to rest. Xin Yanqing said, waving her hand before leaving with Zhou Xuanji. Supreme Crimson Dust's cheeks were slightly red as she bit her lips. Looking at Xin Yanqing's back, her eyes were filled with bitterness. Zhou Tanhua was stunned. He looked at Supreme Crimson Dust with a strange look in his eyes. Humph! Supreme Crimson Dust let out a cold snort. Zhou Tanhua hurriedly lowered his head. On the other side, Xin Yanqing brought Zhou Xuanji into the Taoist temple. Zhou Xuanji also saw Zhang Feili. The first impression this person gave him was that he was unfathomable. He seemed calm but was filled with evil qi. This kind of evil qi couldn't be identified with the naked eye. It was his intuition. "Revered master, he is here," Shen Yanqing said with a respectful tone. Shen Yanqing said in a respectful tone. Zhang Feili replied, "Okay, you can leave first." Hearing this, Shen Yanqing immediately saluted and retreated. Only Zhou Xuanji and Zhang Feili were left in the Taoist temple. The atmosphere had become silent. Zhou Xuanji bowed and said, "Greetings, senior." Zhang Feili opened his eyes. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. Zhou Xuanji couldn't help but squint. "Zhou Xuanji, the Kunlun origin court has never had a sovereign like you. Maybe one day, you will surpass sovereign heaven," Zhang Feili said meaningfully. Sovereign heaven, the most powerful sovereign in the history of the Kunlun origin court. That was an ancient legend. Some people even believed that there was no sovereign heaven at all. He was just a fabrication made up by later generations. Zhou Xuanji asked, "Have you ever seen a sovereign heaven?" Zhang Feili nodded and then began talking about the past. Before he had attained the Tao, the cardinal heaven realm had already dominated the boundless universe. The cardinal heaven realm had played an indispensable role in the boundless universe's current prosperity. Sovereign heaven opened up the paths of the universe with boundless divine power, divided the planes, and created the second court realm. After that, more and more great sovereigns imitated him, and more court realms appeared. It could be said that the cultivation method after the great sovereign of the court realm was created by sovereign heaven. Zhou Xuanji listened carefully. He didn't expect sovereign heaven to have such a status in the endless universe. Sovereign heaven had disappeared for countless years, and no one knew if they were dead or alive. The Qilin 9 absolutes that you offended are fanatical believers of sovereign heaven. They want to use the sovereign serendipity to create a sovereign heaven and make it theirs, Zhang Feili said faintly. Zhou Xuanji frowned and asked in confusion, "Can a sovereign heaven be created? Could it be that a sovereign heaven had already fallen and only a remnant soul was left? If the Qilin 9 absolutes succeeded, the Qilin 9 absolutes might be able to dominate the endless universe with the help of a sovereign heaven." As an enemy of the Qilin 9 absolutes, Zhou Xuanji did not want to see such a scene. A sovereign's serendipity is omnipotent. They might really succeed. They have collected a large number of serendipity stones and are heading toward the 10,000 domain devil lair. "I hope you can stop them," Zhang Feili said straightforwardly. Having heard this, Zhou Xuanji frowned again. Stop the Qilin 9 absolutes with his strength? Wasn't this pushing him into a pit? Zhou Xuanji looked at Zhang Feili warily. Zhang Feili laughed and said, "Don't worry. I won't let you die for nothing. When the time comes, I will act as well. The reason why I let you participate is because you are the current sovereign of the Kunlun origin court. If you encounter a sovereign heaven's will, you can attract it. Before that, I will help you become more powerful. You have already absorbed the serendipity stones? Do you still want more?" Speaking to there, Zhang Feili gave a faint smile. It was as if he had completely seen through Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji was immediately moved. He came out to become more powerful. If he could get rid of the Qilin 9 absolutes, he would naturally do it. This was killing two birds with one stone. It was just that the process would be extremely dangerous. Chapter 895. After hesitating for a while, Zhou Xuanji agreed. Zhang Feili was very happy about this. As expected of the Kunlun origin court supremes, courageous and daring, Zhang Feili laughed loudly. At the same time, he waved his right sleeve, and 15 serendipity stones of different sizes flew before Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji scanned them with his divine will and confirmed that they were really serendipity stones. He was delighted and stored them in the supreme storage. He looked up and asked, "When do we act?" Zhang Feili shook his head and said, "It's not time yet. Go and cultivate first. I'll remind you when the time comes." Zhou Xuanji nodded and saluted before turning to leave. After he left, a figure flew out from behind Zhang Feili. This child is indeed extraordinary. He is very similar to Wu Zhou from back then. However, Wu Zhou betrayed you. Aren't you afraid of repeating his mistakes? The light figure asked coldly. Zhang Feili's expression was calm as he said, "He is not Wu Zhou. I believe in my disciple's insight. He is more principled and decisive than Wu Zhou." In his words, Supreme Wu Zhou wasn't even worth mentioning. "I hope so. Don't waste your efforts." The figure sighed. Saying so, he went back into Zhang Feili's body. Outside the Taoist temple, Zhou Xuanji played with the opportunity stone in his hand as he flew into the distance. Shen Yanqing suddenly stood in front of him and said with a smile, "How is it? Are you satisfied? My master actually gave you the opportunity stone. When I went to find you, weren't you refining the opportunity stone? You even pretended not to let me know." Zhou Xuanji faked a cough. He did not expect this girl to know about serendipity stones. He pretended to be calm and asked, "Is there a suitable place for me to go into seclusion?" Shen Yanqing nodded and turned to lead the way. The two quickly flew to the other side of the mountain. They entered a cave, and after passing through the dark tunnel, they came to a place with verdant hills and limpid water. Blue sky, white clouds, high mountains, flowing water. It was as beautiful as a painting. "This is my cave. You can cultivate here in the future." Shen Yanqing pointed to the front and smiled, looking like she was presenting a treasure. Zhou Xuanji nodded and said, "Thank you. I'm going to cultivate now. In other words, you can leave now. I'll accompany you," Shen Yanqing said with a smile. Her charming smile gave Zhou Xuanji a bad feeling. Zhou Xuanji frowned and instinctively wanted to reject. But this was Shen Yanqing's territory. How could he refuse? "Forget it." Zhou Xuanji shook his head. He turned around and flew toward a tall mountain in the distance and landed on its peak. He sat down cross-legged and took out the opportunity stone that he had yet to refine. Seeing him hurriedly enter the cultivation state, Shen Yanqing smiled slyly. 10 years later, Zhou Xuanji began to refine the second opportunity stone. The majestic energy in the opportunity stone fascinated him. He did not allow himself to rest. Instead, he enjoyed this feeling. However, Shen Yanqing came to disturb him. "Don't keep absorbing the opportunity stones, or else your foundation won't be stable. I found another Grand Supreme. Let's go hunt." Shen Yanqing grabbed Zhou Xuanji and said excitedly, "A Grand Sovereign? Hunting?" Zhou Xuanji was speechless. "Can't you show some respect to great sovereigns?" On second thought, he realized that he couldn't blindly increase his cultivation. He needed to fight to digest it. It just so happened that he hadn't fought against a Grand Supreme before. Just like that, Zhou Xuanji left with Shen Yanqing. Not only them, but Mortal Sovereign and Zhou Tanhua also followed. Shen Yanqing said that she wanted to broaden their horizons. Neither of them refused. On the contrary, they were very excited. Along the way, Zhou Tanhua kept asking questions. He couldn't maintain his usual calm. Most of the time, it was Shen Yanqing who answered him. But in the end, Shen Yanqing became impatient and no longer paid attention to him. "How many great sovereigns are there in the endless universe?" Mortal Sovereign asked curiously. When she was in the Kunlun origin court, she was one of the most powerful cultivators. But when she came to the endless universe, she felt very small. Shen Yanqing shook her head and said, "It's very difficult for great sovereigns to die unless they encounter a stronger opponent. Since ancient times, how much time has passed? Let alone great sovereigns, there are countless court realms. Some stand majestically in the universe and some are hidden in the dust. The endless universe was the greatest achievement left behind by the sages. It represented boundlessness, infinite hope, and possibilities. Perhaps the first great sovereigns had reached the top because they felt lonely. That was why they had such a magnificent feat. That was why the later great sovereigns had always had a goal to strive for." Zhou Xuanji was thinking about sovereign heaven. Just how strong was that ancestor of the Kunlun origin court? To be able to make the 9 absolutes Qilin a believer, it was probably not something that the 9 halls Grand Supremes could do. Of course, it was also possible that a cardinal heaven expert had been deified. Zhou Xuanji was more inclined to believe the former. They flew for about half a year. They arrived at a vast ocean. This ocean surged aimlessly in space-time, sweeping out for tens of millions of kilometers. The seawater was blue, and there were countless star-like lights in the sea. These lights were all great worlds, and the ocean that gathered together was the court realm. Zhou Xuanji and the others looked over from afar and were all stunned. "It's so beautiful. I can't bear to destroy it," Shen Yanxing said with a smile. A long silver chain appeared in her hand and she threw it directly into the blue ocean. The long chain danced and quickly elongated. In the blink of an eye, it became incomparably huge. Boom! The silver chain struck the blue ocean with a domineering aura, and a blue light burst forth, blocking the silver chain. The blue ocean violently fluctuated, and the seawater surged to either side, as if a massive piece of cotton had been struck and deformed. The scene was very spectacular. An extremely powerful aura broke out, enveloping the space-time turbulence. Humph! A cold snort filled with anger resounded. Zhou Tanhua and Hong Chun's sovereigns' faces turned pale. They felt their blood and qi fluctuating. They felt very uncomfortable. Shen Yanxing immediately rushed over like a sharp arrow and plunged into the blue ocean. Zhou Xuanji did the same. The Life and Death Emperor sword and Soul Kunlun sword appeared in his hands out of thin air. He followed suit and plunged into the blue ocean. Countless great worlds entered his field of vision. In front of him, two silhouettes were colliding with each other. Their aura was terrifying, shaking the surrounding space-time. Shen Yanxing held the long silver chain, as if she was holding a sharp whip, wantonly lashing at her opponent. The great sovereign was wearing black armor. His hair was disheveled, and he was holding two exaggeratedly huge blades in his hands. His face was hideous. He was crazily casting his divine abilities, but he couldn't suppress Shen Yanxing. Zhou Xuanji used the sword fusion technique. His figure moved and immediately appeared before the black-armored great sovereign. Clang! Clang! The blades and swords clashed. The black-armored great sovereign was caught off guard and was sent flying. This power! The black-armored great sovereign was both shocked and angry. The sovereign's divine energy in his body condensed into a substance, like strands of black smoke overflowing from his body. Shen Yanxing raised her brow as the corner of her mouth rose. She thought to herself, "It seems that he still has a lot of secrets. He recklessly increased his cultivation and his power is still so strong." Zhou Xuanji didn't know what she was thinking. His mind was already focused on the battle. He wanted to truly feel the battle between great sovereigns. Chapter 896. Who the hell are you? Why did you attack my court realm? The black-armored great sovereign demanded angrily. However, his hands didn't stop waving the two sabers in a frenzy. Saber chi crisscrossed and tore the surrounding space apart. Many of them were destroyed, representing the annihilation of a great world. Zhou Xuanji noticed that the Fang court realm was very stable. Although it was not as stable as the Kunlun origin court, the vitality here was much more prosperous. It seemed that this court world was very well managed. "I'll leave him to you, and this Fang Ting realm belongs to me. How about it?" Zhou Xuanji asked as he fought. Shen Yanxing curled her lips and said, "All right, this fellow really didn't want to suffer any losses." The two of them joined forces to suppress the black-armored Grand Paragon again. Amidst the vast blue ocean, their auras rose steadily, stirring up the seawater and creating raging waves. The outside world. Zhou Tanhua was so excited that he asked curiously, "What do you think about the strength of that Grand Supreme Being? How much weaker is he compared to my father and master?" Autarch Crimson Dust said in a low voice, "He shouldn't be much weaker than them. Otherwise, he wouldn't have such momentum." Even though she was far away, she could still feel the terrifying aura within the blue ocean. The divine power of a grand sovereign was indeed frighteningly strong. At the very least, Crimson Dust Sovereign didn't dare to rashly approach him. Although she was a sovereign of laws, she was still far from being a grand supreme. While they were cheering outside, Zhou Xuanji was already fully immersed in the battle. He activated his battle physique, and his supreme divine power rose to an unprecedented level. Silver light burst forth from the surface of his body, and it was as if a beam of light was crazily attacking the black-armored great sovereign. The two divine swords also displayed extraordinary strength, and they suppressed the black-armored great sovereign to the point where he couldn't resist at all. The sword light of the Soul Kunlun sword kept flickering. Zhou Xuanji's soul origin had already been injected into the blade. It was destroying the black-armored great sovereign's soul in the battle, making him a little dazed. In a battle of this level, a single moment of absent-mindedness could lead to defeat, let alone prolonged absent-mindedness. Sword wounds appeared on black-armored great sovereign's body. His physical body was strong, so even if his neck was cut by a sword, it didn't break. Rumble. Just at this time, the blue sea suddenly became violent, and strands of purple light gathered from all directions and unstoppably poured into the black-armored great sovereign. The power of the court. Zhou Xuanji had used the power of the Kunlun origin court before, so he was very familiar with this scene. He immediately used the ultimate chaos Dao, and boundless sword chi engulfed the black-armored great sovereign. He did not stop and continued to use the delusion sea of swords. Divine will transformed into swords, and the swords converged into an ocean, filling the blue ocean, fierce and domineering. Xin Yanxing stopped. She looked at Zhou Xuanji with eyes full of splendor. This guy! She was shocked by Zhou Xuanji's performance. These divine abilities all had their own profoundness, and he continuously unleashed them like a berserk wolf, giving off a majestic aura. If Zhou Xuanji had the same cultivation as her, she might have lost to him. At this moment, she suddenly understood why Zhang Feili wanted her to invite Zhou Xuanji personally. Sure enough, none of the peerless geniuses of the Kunlun origin court were simple. I want you dead. The black-armored great sovereign roared furiously. With a wave of his arms, Zhou Xuanji and Xin Yanxing felt an unstoppable force coming at them, directly pushing them out of the blue ocean. After coming to the spatial turbulence, Zhou Xuanji's qi and blood were boiling, and his face was slightly pale. The same was true for Xin Yanxing. She then waved her right hand backward, sending Hongchun Sovereign and Xin Yanxing behind her. Zhou Xuanji stared ahead. The blue ocean was surging violently as a giant shining with purple light slowly stood up from the stormy waves. He was holding two blades in his hands. It was the black-armored great sovereign from before. Can you do it? Zhou Xuanji asked in a deep voice. Wasn't Xin Yanxing very arrogant? Why was she driven out by the other party? Xin Yanxing curled her lips and said, His own strength is nothing to be afraid of, but now that he has borrowed the power of the court realm, we can retreat. This court realm is stronger than I expected. Let's retreat first and come back next time. Retreat? Zhou Xuanji raised his brow, shook his head, and said with a smile, Don't worry. Let me test his strength again. After saying this, he rushed toward the black-armored great sovereign without hesitation. The black-armored great sovereign was in a rage. Seeing Zhou Xuanji rushing over, he immediately raised his two blades and slashed down with unparalleled momentum. Boom! The thousand-hand sword Buddha rose from Zhou Xuanji's body. Its 1,000 arms drew a circle as its palms clamped the two blades in succession. Zhou Xuanji followed up with a slash. The Life and Death Emperor sword and the Soul Kunlun sword flew out of his hands, transforming into two giant dragons that roared and charged. The dragon's roar echoed in the space-time turbulence as the two dragons pierced the black-armored great sovereign's chest. Xin Yanxing was stunned. This guy can still hurt the other party? However, the black-armored great sovereign ignored the hole in his chest. His two blades crushed the 1,000-hand sword Buddha and slashed at Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji moved away from the space-time turbulence and came to the dark plane on the other side of the space-time turbulence. Just as he was about to go back, the two giant blades appeared again. This time, he had no time to dodge. Puff! He spurted out a mouthful of blood as his body broke through the plane wall and fell into the space-time turbulence. Xin Yanxing caught him and, at the same time, swept away Zhou Tanhua and Mortal Sovereign with a wave of her hand. Her speed was extremely fast, so fast that the black-armored great sovereign couldn't catch up with them. Father, are you okay? Zhou Tanhua asked nervously. Mortal Sovereign's eyes were also locked on Zhou Xuanji. He shook his head and said with a smile, "I'm fine. It's just a minor injury." He wiped the corner of his mouth and began to calm the boiling supreme divine power in his body. "Who told you to show off? Even I am afraid. You still dare to come?" Shen Yanqing said, curling her lips. Her tone was a little disappointed. "This guy is too reckless. If it weren't for her, he would have died." Zhou Xuanji smiled but didn't answer. Even without Shen Yanqing's help, he was confident that he could escape. His physique was the absolute time realm. As long as he escaped into the absolute time realm, no matter how capable the other party was, they wouldn't be able to find him. Unless the other party also had the absolute time realm physique. "Didn't you say that you prey on great sovereigns? Why are you in such a sorry state this time?" Mortal Sovereign asked in doubt. She had heard Shen Yanqing bragging before. She didn't expect that the first time she witnessed Shen Yanqing's battle would be like this. Shen Yanqing curled her lips and said, "Those great sovereigns are either formed by rules or have left their own court realm. I rarely fight in the court realm." Her expression was ugly. This time, she was indeed a little embarrassed. "Then why are you fighting in the court realm this time?" Zhou Xuanji asked curiously. "Is it not as simple as hunting great sovereigns?" Shen Yanqing hesitated for a moment before she sighed and said, "It's for the ancient life lamp. I found out that this lamp fell into the Feng court realm. I want to get it. Don't tell anyone about this. Don't mention it in front of my revered master." "Ancient life lamp?" Zhou Xuanji and the other two were puzzled. "What kind of artifact is that?" "The ancient life lamp is a supreme treasure that has been around for countless years. It can freeze time and space, absorb the souls of great sovereigns, and even reverse karma. It is definitely a supreme treasure for battle," Shen Yanqing said with a yearning look. Chapter 897. Ancient Life Lamp. Zhou Xuanji remembered this name. A treasure that could make Shen Yanqing so eager must be extraordinary. If he has this treasure, why didn't he use it? Mortal Sovereign asked in surprise. Zhou Xuanji only used the power of the court realm. If he really had the ancient life lamp, how could he be so embarrassed? He could have just used the ancient life lamp to defeat the enemy. Shen Yanqing curled her lips and said, "How can he conquer the ancient life lamp? So this treasure doesn't belong to him but to me. It's destined." In the end, she smiled proudly as if she had already grasped the ancient life lamp. She was in high spirits. "Are we going back now?" Zhou Tanhua asked. He had a look of wanting to say more. After traveling for so long, they ended up going back with their tails between their legs. This was completely different from what he had imagined. Shen Yanqing rolled her eyes at him and said, "What? You want to go back?" Zhou Tanhua chuckled and shut his mouth. "Let's go back and continue to cultivate in seclusion." Someone didn't even gather enough intelligence and wanted to hunt. What a slap in the face! Zhou Xuanji shook his head and said with a smile. These words pierced Shen Yanqing's heart like a knife. She glared at Zhou Xuanji with hatred but didn't quibble. In today's battle, she had indeed underestimated the strength of the other court realm. In the sea of clouds, a tall tower was surrounded by white clouds. At the top of the tower, black-armored great sovereign sat on the ground. He took off his black armor. His whole body was covered in blood. His face became even more ferocious as he gnashed his teeth and said, "Just you wait. I will definitely take revenge." He rarely went out in his own court realm. Today he had encountered such a disaster. Even if he had driven away the enemy, his anger still couldn't be appeased. He took a deep breath and turned to look at a black lamp behind him. Ancient life lamp. This lamp was 6 feet tall. Its base was slender and its body was transparent. It was burning with 7 colored flames. At the top was a flower leaf that looked like a scorched leaf. It looked a little eerie. Black-armored great sovereign put his palms together and said piously, "Ancient life lamp, please give me the power to kill those two. Give me the intuition to find them." He repeated the words over and over. After a while, all of a sudden, the ancient life lamp trembled violently, and wisps of charred smoke rose from it, coiling around the black-armored great sovereign like ghosts. He wasn't afraid. Instead, he was excited. Meanwhile, Zhou Xuanji and Xin Yanqing, who were traveling through the spatial turbulence, frowned at the same time. The two of them looked at each other and saw the fear in each other's eyes. In that instant, they felt inexplicably uneasy and even suffocated. What happened? Zhou Xuanji asked in a low voice with a sharp look in his eyes. He instinctively spread out his divine sense in all directions. Xin Yanqing shook her head and looked around vigilantly. Zhou Tanhua and Supremacy Hongchen tensed up. They also looked around to guard against sneak attacks. The atmosphere became silent. After a long while, "Is there a problem?" Zhou Tanhua couldn't help but ask. He was an Origin Fusion Divine Lord, and his spirit sense was also very strong. How could he not sense the danger? Zhou Xuanji said, "It's nothing. Let's continue." Xin Yanqing nodded, and the supreme divine power that wrapped around everyone suddenly accelerated, quickly taking them and disappearing at the end of time and space. A few months later, they returned to the mountain range. Zhou Xuanji returned to the blessed grotto heavens to cultivate in seclusion. Xin Yanqing went to see Jiang Feili. Zhou Tanhua and Supremacy Hongchen cultivated separately. After meditating, Zhou Xuanji took out the Opportunity Stone and continued refining it. The previous battle had stimulated him. This time, he must break through to the great sovereign of the Second Court. On the other side, in the Taoist temple, Jiang Feili frowned as he stared at Xin Yanqing and said in a deep voice, "What did you provoke? Do you know what you are entangled by now? You have no way to escape." His tone was filled with anger, which made Xin Yanqing raise her brow. Could it be? Xin Yanqing thought of a possibility. A chill immediately welled up in her heart. She subconsciously murmured, "Ancient life lamp." As soon as she said this, Jiang Feili suddenly stood up. "What? You encountered the ancient life lamp? Why didn't you tell me first?" Jiang Feili angrily asked. He was so angry that his beard was trembling. The ancient life lamp is a supreme treasure, but it's also an evil treasure. Are you coveting its ability to distort time and space? Faced with Jiang Feili's questioning, Xin Yanqing's face was livid. She had underestimated the ancient life lamp. "This is troublesome. You really can't do anything right, but you're good at spoiling things." Jiang Feili pointed at Xin Yanqing and kept cursing. He had originally planned to stop the 9 Absolutes Qilin, but now the ancient honorable life lamp had suddenly appeared. He began to pace back and forth with his hands behind his back. He gritted his teeth and said, "The threat of the ancient life lamp is no less than the 9 absolutes of the Qilin." Xin Yanqing frowned. She also knew this, so she wanted to get the honored life ancient lamp. They didn't expect to be cursed by the ancient sovereign fate lamp before they even saw it. Her heart sank to the bottom of the pit. Seeing her silence, Jiang Feili sighed. "Forget it. From now on, you can't leave this place." "Did you hear that?" Jiang Feili roared furiously. He was like a completely different person from before. Xin Yanqing was not aggrieved, nor was she afraid. She just nodded with a gloomy face. Then, she turned around and walked out of the temple. After the gate of the Taoist temple was closed, she could still hear her master's sigh. She suddenly revealed a strange smile, and a trace of ruthlessness flashed in her eyes. 300 years later, Zhou Xuanji began breaking through to the great sovereign of the 2 courts. But before he broke through, Jiang Feili suddenly sent him a telepathic message, asking him to go to the Taoist temple. Although Zhou Xuanji was in a hurry to break through, he had to give Jiang Feili face. He quickly came to the Taoist temple. "Greetings, senior." Zhou Xuanji bowed. Looking at Jiang Feili again, he found that Jiang Feili's expression was a little heavy. He was no longer as calm as he used to be. Jiang Feili said, "You and Yanqing have been cursed by the ancient life lamp." Zhou Xuanji frowned. It turned out that the uneasiness he felt when he came back was real. "Do you know the origin of the ancient life lamp?" Jiang Feili asked, and before Zhou Xuanji could answer, he began to talk. "A long time ago, there was an evil god. He wanted to devour all the courts and destroy everything so that reality would no longer exist. He wanted to live alone and enjoy eternal loneliness. The ancient life lamp was transformed by that evil god. He was defeated during the primeval sovereign's era, leaving only the ancient life lamp behind. But at the end of the primeval sovereign's era, someone stole the ancient life lamp. Rumor has it that the evil god was released. After that, history was erased until today. The evil god's power of the ancient life lamp cannot be resisted by great sovereigns. You are now equivalent to being cursed by that evil god. Do you understand the seriousness of the matter? After speaking, he stared at Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji frowned and asked, "Then what do you want me to do next?" The primeval sovereign's era was extremely distant, even older than the sovereign heaven. "Abandon your body and reincarnate," Zhang Feili said word by word, staring at Zhou Xuanji. Chapter 898. Impossible. Zhou Xuanji flatly refused. He had gone through so many hardships to reach this step. How could he recultivate? Moreover, if he gave up his cultivation, what should he do if his family was in danger again? So what if it was the evil god? He was facing the ancient life lamp, not the evil god himself. Zhang Feili's face turned gloomy when he heard this. Zhou Xuanji was an important part of his plan. He couldn't afford to fail. If Zhou Xuanji was killed by the ancient life lamp before he could stop the Qilin 9 absolutes, then his plan would be ruined. Thinking of this, his eyes turned sharp. His aura suddenly erupted, enveloping Zhou Xuanji. In this regard, Zhou Xuanji held his head high and puffed out his chest. Facing Zhang Feili's aura head-on, he wasn't afraid at all. He wasn't Zhang Feili's disciple, nor was he a puppet. He didn't force the ancient life lamp. He didn't fulfill Xin Yanqing's promise. Why should he reincarnate and recultivate? For his own good? But his tone was completely different. It was more like coercion. The two stared at each other, giving each other tit for tat. After 3 breaths, Zhang Feili's aura suddenly dissipated. The tense atmosphere also disappeared. Then you should cultivate well and rely on yourself to survive this tribulation. Go down. Zhang Feili flicked his sleeves and turned around. His tone was very impolite. Zhou Xuanji expressionlessly cupped his hands, bowed, and left. After walking out of the temple, Zhou Xuanji flew toward Xin Yanqing's blessed grotto heaven. After returning to the vast world, he was stopped by Xin Yanqing. Xin Yanqing raised her right hand and sealed the blessed grotto heaven. She said with a faint smile, "Your face is so ugly. Did my revered master make things difficult for you?" Zhou Xuanji shook his head and laughed. He naturally couldn't slander her revered master in front of her. "Ignore him. I won't let the ancient life lamp hurt you," Xin Yanqing comforted. Her tone became excited as she clenched her fists and said, "I will control the ancient life lamp. When the time comes, I will help you destroy the Qilin 9 absolutes." Zhou Xuanji rolled his eyes and said unhappily, "Protect yourself first. Even your revered master can't do anything about it. You still want to control it. Can you wake up?" After that, he bypassed Xin Yanqing and prepared to go back to continue his breakthrough. Only by becoming stronger would he be able to bring him a sense of security. Xin Yanqing's eyes widened. She grabbed his hand, pulled him, and snorted, "Shall we make a bet?" Zhou Xuanji looked back at her and said, "Not coming." This girl was too conceited. She didn't even feel the slightest bit of panic. Xin Yanqing said softly, "Let me tell you a secret. I have the means to control the ancient life lamp. In addition, you have to be afraid of my master. He is not as peaceful as he looks. He must have some ulterior motive for taking you in." Zhou Xuanji was surprised. He didn't expect Xin Yanqing to have such an evaluation of his master. He had thought that the master and disciple had a good relationship. Xin Yanqing understood the look in his eyes and snorted coldly, "I do respect him, but it doesn't mean that I'm stupid. Take your opportunity stones as an example. He is reluctant to give me so many opportunity stones. Why do I have to hunt great supreme masters everywhere? It's because he has reservations about me. If I'm not mistaken, the mortal god is also one of the chess pieces in his plan. Letting my sister come here is his idea." Zhou Xuanji fell into deep thought. It seemed that Zhang Feili's goal wasn't just to stop the Qilin 9 absolutes. This was a very big game of chess. This plan had begun a long time ago when he took in Xin Yanqing. Xin Yanqing leaned in front of him and whispered in his ear, "Zhou Xuanji, don't trust anyone in this endless universe. The endless universe is not as beautiful as it seems on the surface. Maybe one day I will also attack you for my opportunity." She took a step back and smiled charmingly at Zhou Xuanji before disappearing. Zhou Xuanji didn't think too much about it. He had heard such words too many times. Right now, all he could think about was breaking through as soon as possible. The breakthrough of each court realm, in addition to the accumulation of quantity, also needed to be guided to create a new dimension in the depths of one's soul. Unlike opening a small world, the court realm was boundless and could accommodate countless universes. It required an extremely stable soul strength and complicated operation of rules. Fortunately, he had Little Sovereign. Little Sovereign could give him guidance when he broke through. This also proved that Little Sovereign had at least the cultivation of a second court Great Sovereign. Before this, Zhou Xuanji thought that he had just entered the Great Sovereign realm and was even weaker than an ordinary Great Sovereign. But now, it seemed that the name Little Sovereign was an insult to this guy. In the blink of an eye, another 100 years passed. Under the guidance of Little Sovereign, Zhou Xuanji successfully broke through to the second court Great Sovereign. His supreme divine power had undergone a qualitative change, shaking the entire blessed grotto heavens. In front of a waterfall, Xin Yanqing looked up and saw waves rippling in the sky like waves. What is this guy's physique? How can he absorb so quickly? Xin Yanqing furrowed her brow. She suddenly felt that she couldn't see through Zhou Xuanji. She knew about the existence of Little Sovereign. But even with the guidance of a powerful expert, it was impossible for him to absorb so quickly. At the same time, in the temple, Jiang Feili opened his eyes. He cried out in surprise, "Strange, this kid." He knew that Zhou Xuanji's aptitude was very good, but he didn't expect it to be so outrageous. Doesn't this mean that if I give this kid more opportunity stones, he can continue to break through? And in a short time, thinking of this, Jiang Feili pinched his fingers to calculate Zhou Xuanji's origin. However, no matter how he calculated, he could only calculate Zhou Xuanji's past. He felt that something was wrong. Zhou Xuanji's fate was a little vague, as if it had been pieced together. What the hell is going on? Jiang Feili mumbled to himself. Suddenly, a light shadow appeared behind him. The light shadow said with a mocking smile, "Why? Did you feel the change?" Jiang Feili nodded with a solemn expression. "Give up on him, he is still cursed by the ancient life lamp. Be careful not to burn yourself playing with fire." The light shadow shook his head and said with a smile. Jiang Feili fell into silence and fell into deep thought. The light shadow didn't disturb him and let him think alone. After a long while, Jiang Feili said softly, "Forget it, don't need him." The light shadow asked in a cold voice, "You want me to kill him directly?" Jiang Feili shook his head. His eyes flickered with a terrifying cold light. On the other side, Zhou Xuanji was still consolidating his cultivation. He didn't know that a killing intent was coming. "Very good. If you can go to the Eternal God Realm, it will be great. The extermination immortal physique can absolutely grow wildly there. Like I said, you have the potential to surpass the previous sovereigns of the Kunlun Origin Court." Little Sovereign's voice resounded in Zhou Xuanji's mind. His words were full of praise. Zhou Xuanji could be said to be lucky to obtain the extermination immortal physique. But wasn't it predestined for him to have such luck? Since ancient times, he wasn't the first person with the extermination immortal physique. But very few people with the extermination immortal physique could grow to his level. Just when Zhou Xuanji was about to answer Little Sovereign, Xin Yanqing suddenly appeared in front of him and said in a low voice, "Hurry up! Your trouble is coming." Chapter 899. What trouble? Zhou Xuanji looked up at Xin Yanqing and asked in doubt. He immediately had an answer in his heart. "Jiang Feili, that old thing couldn't sit still anymore." Xin Yanqing said in a deep voice, "My master wants to make a move against you. When you step out of this world, it will be the time of your death. Don't look at how you have broken through to the second court Grand Supreme. Even if you break through to the three courts, you are still not his match." Zhou Xuanji asked with a smile that did not seem like a smile. If so, how can I escape? I'm right under his nose. It seemed that Xin Yanqing already had a countermeasure. Could it be that there was a special and hidden teleportation formation in this blessed enclave? Get ready. I'll bring your wife and son in. Xin Yanqing snorted coldly and disappeared. Zhou Xuanji smiled before closing his eyes and continuing to consolidate his sovereign divine power. The Lesser Supreme Sword, the Life and Death Emperor Sword, and the Soul Kunlun Sword floated around him, rotating and protecting him. Not long after, Xin Yanqing, Mortal Sovereign, and Zhou Tanhua appeared in front of Zhou Xuanji. Seeing that Zhou Xuanji was still cultivating, Xin Yanqing became angry. She rebuked, "Aren't you afraid of death?" Having heard this, Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes and stood up slowly. "Let's go," he said calmly. Zhou Tanhua asked excitedly, "Father, have you broken through again?" He had a look of worship on his face. After being outside the court for so long, he had some understanding of Grand Supremes. How long had it been? His father, who had just broken through to become a first court exalt, had actually broken through again. At this rate, Zhou Xuanji would soon surpass Zhang Feili. "Let's stop chatting. Follow me." With a wave of her right hand, Xin Yanqing took Zhou Xuanji and the other two away. She turned into a streak of red light and flew towards the horizon, directly entering the waterfall between the mountains. In the next moment, they arrived at the space-time tunnel. "How can you be so guarded against your own master?" Zhou Xuanji teased, making Xin Yanqing roll her eyes. Autarch Crimson Dust asked curiously, "Where are we going next? Kunlun Origin Court?" Xin Yanqing shook her head. She looked ahead and moved forward at full speed. "My revered teacher's target is Zhou Xuanji. Even if he escapes back to the Kunlun Origin Court, he can still find Zhou Xuanji." Xin Yanqing smiled coldly. The three of them were visibly moved when they heard this. They looked at her in surprise, wondering what she was going to do. "Isn't it good to let my master fight with the 9 absolutes of the Kirin? Don't worry, we're not going to kill our way into the Myriad Domain Demon Lair. Instead, we're going to the Thunder League near the Myriad Domain Demon Lair." Xin Yanqing chuckled. When she mentioned the Thunder League, her eyes flashed with a hint of heat. Zhou Tanhua asked curiously, "What is the Thunder Alliance?" Xin Yanqing did not hide anything and introduced the origin of the Thunder League to them. In the boundless universe, there were not only independent planes and realms. There were also vast domains that were countless times larger than the Kunlun cosmos. There were many living beings hidden in these domains. Where there were many living beings, it was inevitable that there would be conflicts, and the formation of forces was also inevitable. The Thunder Alliance was one of them. It was one of the giants near the Myriad Domain Demon Lair. It was very open and did not have many requirements. It was an extremely famous holy land for cultivation and was also a place where resources gathered. Xin Yanqing wanted to collect more opportunity stones for Zhou Xuanji and use the power of the Thunder Alliance to deter Zhang Feili. Fighting was forbidden in the Thunder Alliance. This was also the biggest reason why the Thunder Alliance could become a holy land. "Your revered master won't retaliate against the Kunlun Origin Court, right?" Zhou Xuanji asked with a frown. He had already left the Kunlun Origin Court for some time. He wanted to go back and have a look after breaking through. Xin Yanqing hesitated and said, "I don't think so." Hearing this, Zhou Xuanji glared at her and said, "Let's go back to the Kunlun Origin Court." Xin Yanqing became angry and rebuked. "Is the Kunlun Origin Court so important? Can't you live? Don't you want to part with your other 2 wives? After playing for so many years, aren't you tired of it? I will find you more wives in the future." Zhou Xuanji frowned and said in a deep voice, "You are humiliating me." He directly used the sword fusion technique. His aura exploded, breaking through Xin Yanqing's sovereign divine power. Zhou Tanhua and Hong Chun's sovereign's expressions changed drastically. Both of them felt great pressure. Even their souls were trembling. Then let's go back to the Kunlun Origin Court. When my revered master finds trouble with you, don't expect me to help," Xin Yanqing said with a cold snort. With a shake of her shoulder, she suppressed Zhou Xuanji's aura. Her sovereign divine power once again wrapped around them, taking them in a different direction. The atmosphere was silent. No one spoke anymore. Supreme Crimson Dust closed his eyes and focused on his cultivation. Seeing this, Zhou Tanhua also followed suit and cultivated. Shen Yanxing glanced back at Zhou Xuanji with resentment in her eyes. She asked through voice transmission, "What's wrong? Are you so narrow-minded? I risk defending my revered master to save you. Can't I make a joke?" Zhou Xuanji looked at her coldly and replied, "Some things can't be joked about." Shen Yanxing curled her lips. Hearing this, she became even angrier. However, no matter how angry she was, Zhou Xuanji didn't care about her. She was helpless. In the dark domain, the dark ship of the Qilin 9 Absolutes was slowly moving forward. 9 figures were standing on the deck. Among them was the Qilin demon. All of them were wearing black robes and looking straight ahead. Most of their faces couldn't be seen. They were like shadows. The myriad domain devil lair is just ahead. Are you ready? Of course. The sovereign heaven is waiting for us. We have to be careful of the Thunder Alliance and Yen Alliance. They are nearby and might disturb us. Don't worry, they won't dare. I've captured the heirs of many of their higher-ups. They won't start a war. It's this kind of trick again. Haven't you suffered enough? You've forced countless great supremes to perish together with you. The 9 absolutes of the Qilin began to discuss, all of them appearing calm and collected. They were determined to succeed in the following plan. The Qilin demon looked at the man in the lead and whispered, "Big brother, I have a bad feeling about this. There was news about the ancient honored life lamp not long ago. Will it affect our plan?" The ancient life lamp. The moment this name came out, the other Qilin 7 absolutes fell silent. The leader of the Qilin 9 absolutes was called Qilin Ancient Desolation. This name represented a nightmare in the boundless universe. Facing the reminder of the Qilin Enchantress, the Qilin Ancient Desolation shook his head and smiled. "I know where the ancient life lamp is. It is being held by an idiot and will not cause any trouble for the time being." Idiot? The others could not help but be curious. Who was the Qilin Ancient Desolate talking about? Just as they were about to ask, a violent aura attacked from the front. A dazzling light engulfed the darkness, as if it was going to swallow the giant ship. "Humph! I finally met you reptiles." A cold snort filled with killing intent was heard, causing the faces of the 9 absolutes to darken. The other party actually dared to call them reptiles. "I was wondering who it was. So it's the martial dragon ape. When did you climb out of the coffin?" The Qilin demon laughed contemptuously. As she spoke, she took out a blood-colored curved blade from her sleeve. Chapter 900. Humph! Qilin 9 Absolutes. Today I will destroy all of you. The martial dragon ape sovereign snorted coldly. The bright light in front of him became even more intense, illuminating the entire universe like the sun was approaching. Whoosh, the sound of something tearing through the air rang out, and countless black arrows of light shot forth, each of them over 1,000 feet in diameter, bombarding the giant ship with an unstoppable force. The 9 absolutes of the Qilin disappeared from the deck at the same time. They turned into 9 huge and ferocious black shadows and rushed forward. Bang! Terrifying forces clashed together, directly shattering this universe domain. Within the space-time tunnel, Shen Yanxing controlled her sovereign divine power to move forward. Zhou Xuanji, who was meditating behind her, suddenly opened his eyes. He frowned and murmured, "This feeling is..." Shen Yanxing looked back at him. Zhou Tanhua and Mortal Sovereign also opened their eyes and looked at Zhou Xuanji in surprise. "It's nothing. I just suddenly felt a bit uneasy, as if something bad had happened," Zhou Xuanji said, shaking his head. He trusted his intuition. Something must have happened. Or perhaps something was about to happen. He took a deep breath and said, "Can you go faster?" Shen Yanxing rolled her eyes. She was already moving forward at full speed. How could she go any faster? "It won't be long before we reach the Kunlun Origin Court. Don't worry." She turned her head and snorted contemptuously. It was really easy to lose one's mind when it came to love. Zhou Xuanji was usually so calm, but whenever he thought about his family, he would always be filled with worry, which made her feel disdain. The four of them continued forward. About 10 days passed. They finally arrived at the Kunlun Origin Court. Zhou Xuanji heaved a sigh of relief. Nothing had happened to the Kunlun Origin Court. Jiang Shui, Zhou Shaoxian, and the Emperor's Sword Divine Range were still alive and well. All the divine ranges in the Origin Court were also fulfilling their duties, urging all living beings to cultivate diligently. There were no large-scale wars, and everything seemed so harmonious. Zhou Xuanji returned to the Sovereign Divine Range, while Zhou Tanhua went to the Emperor's Sword Divine Range. Mortal Sovereign took Xin Nianxing back to the mortal plane to rest. After entering the Supreme Palace, Zhou Xuanji created some outer-of-soul doppelgangers and moved them out of the Kunlun Origin Court to guard the various places. If there was an enemy attack, Zhou Xuanji would be able to detect it immediately. He took out the Lesser Supreme Sword and communicated with Little Supreme Sword. Zhang Feili, what is this person planning? Could it be that he also wants to obtain the Cardinal Heaven? Little Sovereign touched his chin and frowned, lost in thought. Zhou Xuanji contemplated as he channeled his energy technique. He could not understand why Zhang Feili wanted to deal with him. There was no hatred between the two of them, and they had a common enemy, the Qilin 9 Absolutes. There was no reason for them to kill him, just because he didn't agree to reincarnate. Myriad Domain Demon Lair, 9 Ultimate Qilin, Cardinal Heaven, and the Ancient Life Lamp. Little Sovereign thought hard and his brows were almost knitted together. He suddenly thought of something, opened his eyes, and cried out in surprise, I understand! You are the Sovereign of the Kunlun Origin Court, and his goal is the Cardinal Heaven Realm. You might become a variable because you already know that his attention is on the Cardinal Heaven Realm. Even if you don't know his true identity, you will still be a potential threat. He clapped his hands in realization. Zhou Xuanji was still frowning and asked, What relationship do I have with sovereign heavenly beings? Could it be that I can attract Cardinal Heaven experts and make them work for me? Even so, as long as Zhang Feili did not target him, he would not let a Cardinal Heaven expert deal with Zhang Feili. Or is there a deeper reason? He wants the Cardinal Heaven and so does the 9 Ultimate Qilin. That's why he wants you to join his plan. When the Cardinal Heaven is resurrected, this invincible sovereign will sense the aura of the younger generation. No matter what divine ability he encounters, the Cardinal Heaven will turn to you. As long as the plan succeeds, the 9 Ultimate Qilin will be led by the nose. He will then let you control the Cardinal Heaven to destroy the 9 Ultimate Qilin. After that, he will find an opportunity to kill you and replace you. After all, you are his disciple. But now, your aptitude makes him afraid, because this plan can't be carried out in a short period of time. If you're already a threat to him by the time the plan is carried out, then wouldn't it all be for naught? After Little Sovereign finished speaking, he started laughing. His laughter was extremely cold. Zhou Xuanji's eyes narrowed as he said, In other words, Zhang Feili will kill me at all costs. Otherwise, he won't feel at ease even if he controls the Cardinal Heaven. Moreover, he will even destroy the Kunlun Origin Court. Even Sovereign Wu Zhou might be harmed? This old thing is too terrifying. He looks so amiable, but I didn't expect him to be so vicious. Yes. Therefore, we must take the initiative and join forces with the previous sovereigns of the Kunlun Origin Court to come and help. Little Sovereign said in a deep voice. He used to be a sovereign. How could he tolerate outsiders destroying the Kunlun Origin Court? Zhou Xuanji's eyes lit up as he asked, You can contact the previous sovereigns? The corner of Little Sovereign's mouth rose as he replied, Virtuous Great Formation. The number 1 great formation of the Kunlun Origin Court. Every sovereign of a generation had the power of a sovereign in it. Zhou Xuanji also smiled. Very good. Zhang Feili, as long as you dare to come, you will die. In the darkness, Zhang Feili was flying forward on his flying sword. A light figure was floating behind him. Are you sure you want to chase him now? The light figure asked. After learning that Xin Yanqing had escaped with Zhou Xuanji's group, they were furious. Zhang Feili was searching for the whereabouts of the four. His potential is too great. If we don't get rid of him, he may become the next ancient genius or even the next cardinal heaven. Jiang Feili said in a soft voice. His eyes were solemn. Ever since Zhou Xuanji escaped, he had been feeling uneasy. Especially when he thought of Shen Yanqing, he felt even more uneasy. As he recalled some memories, a trace of fear flashed in his eyes. We will also destroy the Kunlun Origin Court while we are at it. At that time, we will pretend that it was the Qilin 9 Absolutes who did it. After all, the Qilin demon has been there, Jiang Feili said faintly. He had already made a plan after destroying the Kunlun Origin Court. As long as he found Zhou Xuanji, he believed that he could definitely kill him. The light figure said in a deep voice, I always feel that something is wrong. That kid is very strange. He is very confident when facing you. It's fine if he is under your nose. But once he leaves, I'm afraid it won't be so easy to kill him. Don't worry. No one can save him. What's more, his backer is just the soul of Little Sovereign. There's nothing to fear, Jiang Feili said indifferently. The light figure sighed and no longer tried to persuade him. They continued moving forward. After 3 hours, suddenly, a jade disc flew over from the front, spinning at high speed. Jiang Feili stretched out his hand and grabbed it. He took a closer look and exclaimed in surprise, Is it the legendary White Universe plate? How did it appear here? He raised his eyes and looked ahead. It was absolute darkness. He couldn't see anything clearly. Jiang Feili, this treasure is for you. Do you want it? A cold voice that sounded like a smile yet not a smile came. Jiang Feili's expression changed drastically when he heard this. Without saying a word, he turned around and fled. Chapter 901. Just as Jiang Feili was about to escape, a gigantic golden hand grabbed him from behind and pulled him into the palm of the hand. The light shadow on his body angrily rebuked, Gu Tianlin, you have no hatred with us. What do you want to do? Cold laughter came from behind the giant golden hand. I heard that you want to target the Qilin 9 Absolutes. I also have the same intention. Let's cooperate. The White Universe plate is a greeting gift. Jiang Feili's expression turned gloomy. Flames ignited on his body, burning the giant golden hand to ashes. A terrifying and fierce aura erupted. Jiang Feili asked expressionlessly, What hatred do you have with the Qilin 9 Absolutes? He frowned. His heart was full of doubts. With Gu Tianlin's background, there was no need to be afraid of the Qilin 9 Absolutes. This guy could make the Qilin 9 Absolutes tremble with just a few words. I just want to kill them. But my identity doesn't allow me to do it myself. Gu Tianlin's voice came again. His words were full of contempt. Jiang Feili pondered. He looked at the White Universe plate in his hand. His eyes turned cold as he said, Okay, I promise you. But this White Universe plate alone is not enough. The light shadow behind him became anxious. It was about to speak when it was absorbed into his body. Okay, when the Myriad Domain Devil Lair begins, I will send my mount to help you. That's it. Gu Tianlin agreed. As his voice fell, the strong light around him disappeared. Jiang Feili's face lit up when he heard this. Jade-eyed Yama Tao Tai. Very good. He muttered to himself. He was in high spirits. Kunlun Origin Court, Supreme Plane boom. A pillar of light rose from within the Supreme Palace and rushed into the sky, causing huge waves to appear in the sky. Zhou Xuanji walked out of the hall and looked up. Little Sovereign was floating behind him, looking up. At this time, Shen Yanqing suddenly appeared in front of them. She raised her head and asked in surprise, What kind of formation is this? What do you want to do? She furrowed her brows as a trace of fear flashed in her eyes. Virtuous great formation. Have you heard of it, little doll? Little Sovereign smiled proudly. Obviously, he still held a grudge against Shen Yanqing for slapping him. Therefore, he would always make fun of Shen Yanqing whenever he got the chance. Shen Yanqing frowned even more. She knew nothing about the virtuous formation, so she couldn't help but ask curiously, Are you going to deal with my master? Zhou Xuanji and Little Sovereign nodded tacitly at the same frequency. What is the secret behind this formation? She asked. Nothing. I just want to maximize the power of the Kunlun origin court. Little Sovereign replied casually. Zhou Xuanji was expressionless, but he really wanted to laugh. It seemed that Little Sovereign was still wary of Xin Yanqing. He didn't point it out. What if Xin Yanqing found out the truth and tipped off Zhang Feili? If it were Zhou Xuanji, he would definitely do this to repay his teacher. Xin Yanqing shook her head and said, even if the power of the Kunlun origin court reaches its peak, it will not be my master's opponent. You know nothing about his strength. Little Sovereign looked at her contemptuously and smiled without saying a word. The three of them stopped talking and continued to look up at the virtuous display formation. In the dark void, there was a small island floating. There was only a crooked old tree on the island. A white-haired man was sitting on the ground under the tree. He was dragging a jade zither between his legs. He had a handsome face and dark blue eyes that looked like two stars. He suddenly raised his eyes and looked into the distance. He gently raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, interesting. Someone in the Kunlun origin court is asking for help. Sword Emperor Zhou Xuanji. He has reached the great sovereign of two courts in just over 2,000 years old. It seems that our Kunlun origin court is going to produce another peerless genius. He thought for a moment before slowly getting up. Forget it, let's go back and take a look. After so many years, there are still people who dare to bully our Kunlun origin court. On the other side, in an underground cave that was dripping with water, the faint sound of the wind continued. Sharp thorns emerged from the ground. On one of the huge thorns, a burly man with bare arms was sitting cross-legged. The surface of his body was covered with silver needles. They were trembling slightly as if the surrounding space was twisting. He suddenly opened his eyes, flames spewing from them as he let out a cold snort. Without hesitation, he disappeared into thin air. At the same time, in various parts of the endless universe, many sovereigns who were cultivating opened their eyes at the same time. Some left angrily, some approached out of curiosity, and many continued to cultivate in disdain. After 7 days, Zhou Xuanji, who was in the Supreme Palace, suddenly opened his eyes. He said softly, "He's here." He directly moved out of the Kunlun origin court and came into the darkness. The Life and Death Emperor Sword, Lesser Supreme Sword, and Soul Kunlun Sword were floating behind him, rotating separately. He directly mobilized the power of the Kunlun origin court and cast the sword fusion technique. White light burst out from his body. His aura was powerful to the limit. Xin Yanqing appeared beside him and fixed her eyes on him. She saw Zhang Feili flying over on his sword. He had his hands behind his waist and an indifferent look on his face. He saw Zhou Xuanji from afar. He deliberately slowed down and said, "Zhou Xuanji, come here. Don't force me to destroy the Kunlun origin court." Zhou Xuanji, holding the Soul Kunlun sword, said with a smile, "I'm afraid it's not enough." He was anxious in his heart. In such a short time, those sovereigns might not be able to catch up. But now he had to face Zhang Feili. "You are too conceited. The power of the Kunlun origin court isn't as strong as you think," Zhang Feili said calmly as he continued to charge towards Zhou Xuanji. Xin Yanqing shouted, "Master, you really want to kill him?" Zhang Feili remained indifferent, not even answering her. Countless sword shadows appeared out of thin air, enveloping Zhang Feili. In an instant, all of them rained down like a torrential downpour, drowning Zhang Feili. A barrier of light appeared around Zhang Feili's body, blocking all the sword shadows. "Stop!" Right at this moment, an explosive shout sounded out. Sovereign Wu Zhou turned into a beam of intense light and dashed over. He landed before Zhou Xuanji in an instant. He turned to look at Zhang Feili and said solemnly, "Zhang Feili, I'm afraid you're tired of living." Knowing that Zhang Feili wanted to deal with Zhou Xuanji and the Kunlun origin court for the sake of Cardinal Heaven, Sovereign Wu Zhou was infuriated. He already felt guilty towards the Kunlun origin court, so how could he tolerate others destroying the Kunlun origin court? "Wu Zhou, you came at the right time," Zhang Feili said with a sneer. A beam of light rose from behind him, spreading its arms and turning into a terrifying phoenix with a wingspan of millions of meters. It wrapped Zhou Xuanji's group of 3 with its wings. Little Sovereign flew out from the blade and teased, "Junior, can you do it?" Sovereign Wu Zhou glanced at him in surprise and replied, "No, his cultivation is far beyond mine." Zhou Xuanji furrowed his brow. With the support of the Kunlun Origin Court, he also felt that Sovereign Wu Zhou wasn't that strong. At least, he didn't give him the feeling that he couldn't defeat him. Jiang Feili walked towards Zhou Xuanji and Sovereign Wu Zhou. His eyes were cold as he said faintly, "So, you called for reinforcements. Unfortunately, you overestimated the strength of your reinforcements." Just as he finished speaking, the sound of a zither suddenly rang out. Chapter 902. Jiang Feili's expression changed drastically as he turned around. Zhou Xuanji, Supreme Wu Zhou, Xin Yanxing, and Little Sovereign also turned their heads. The sound of the zither was bleak, like the wailing of ghosts and the howling of wolves. There was also the sound of a woman crying bitterly, endless resentment mixed with killing intent. "What is this?" Autarch Wu Zhou frowned. This zither music actually caused his soul to shudder. Not only him, but the others also felt the same way. Even Jiang Feili was the same. How is this possible? Why would he come? Could it be that he predicted this? Impossible. I clearly deceived the fate of the Kunlun Origin Court. Jiang Feili's body trembled, his face filled with fear. Seeing him lose his composure, Zhou Xuanji was delighted. Little Sovereign laughed even more wildly. "Old bastard, are you afraid now? Do you think my Kunlun Origin Court can be destroyed by a lowly person like you?" He turned his head to look in the direction of the zither and called out, "Grandmaster, help me! Ancestor!" Everyone was shocked when they heard this. Who was the ancestral master of Little Supreme Zun? Was he also a supreme of the Kunlun Origin Court? "Little fellow, how did you end up like this?" A chuckle drifted over, its tone filled with ridicule. Little Sovereign was embarrassed and didn't know how to answer. Jiang Feili turned around and cupped his fist towards the darkness, respectfully asking, "Senior Hong Qin, why have you come?" "I don't want to deal with the Kunlun Origin Court. I just want to capture this brat." Zhou Xuanji raised his brow and sneered. At this moment, no amount of quibbling would be of any use. He had already informed all the sages about Jiang Feili's plan through the Sage Manifestation Array. "Then stay here," Senior Hong Qin said in an overbearing manner, causing Jiang Feili's expression to turn even uglier. There was curiosity in Xin Yanxing's eyes. This was the first time she had seen her master so embarrassed and uneasy. Who was this Senior Hong Qin? The situation was instantly reversed. Supreme Wu Zhou rubbed his chin and clicked his tongue in wonder. Could it be the legendary Rainbow Qin Sage Monarch, who could destroy an entire court with a single pluck of his zither? Zhou Xuanji and Xin Yanxing were speechless. The ancestor of the Little Supreme Venerables was this powerful? Zhou Xuanji suddenly remembered that he had seen the legend of Rainbow Qin Saint Lord before. It was just that in the Kunlun Origin Court's legends, Rainbow Qin Saint Lord was considered to be a myth, and there were very few records about him. The most detailed record was that he had saved the Kunlun Origin Court. He had played the zither with both hands, and with a single song, he had pulled the destroyed Kunlun Origin Court back to its former glory. He had reversed time and space, pulled back karma, and restored everything that had been destroyed. This method made him the savior of the world. Supreme Wu Zhou's divine ability was very similar to that of Hong Qin Sage Monarch. "Hong Qin Saint Monarch, you disregarded your seniority and targeted us. Are you not afraid of karma?" The light figure above Jiang Feili's head rebuked angrily. Facing the Rainbow Qin Sacred Monarch, he actually didn't feel much fear. Zhou Xuanji and the others looked at this figure of light in curiosity. This guy actually has an independent consciousness. They thought that the light was a manifestation of Jiang Feili's thaumaturgy. Judging from his tone, he was even more arrogant than Jiang Feili. "Humph. Since you want to talk about seniority, then I'll kill you." A powerful and domineering voice rang out, startling everyone into turning their heads to look in another direction. A raging flame suddenly appeared in the darkness in that direction. It was like a brilliant flower suddenly blooming, rapidly expanding. Zhang Feili panicked and cried out in alarm, "Li Yingyu, why are you here?" Supreme Wu Zhou and Shen Yanqing were also shocked. It was as if they had heard something incredible. Zhou Xuanji asked Little Sovereign, "Who is Li Yingyu?" Little Sovereign had a complicated look on his face as he replied, "A junior. I didn't expect him to become a sovereign. No wonder he didn't put me in his eyes back then. At that time, I was the sovereign. I liked to pick geniuses. One time I met him. He threatened to surpass me and even dared to attack me. At that time, the technique ancestor wanted me to execute him, but I didn't do so. I just banished him to some lost land to test him. After that, I didn't hear any news about him until I left the Kunlun origin court." Zhou Xuanji raised his brow. In this case, Li Yingyu might be their enemy. Shen Yanqing looked at him and asked, "Why is Li Ying also here? What did you do?" She suddenly realized that the virtuous Great Formation wasn't used to fight against Zhang Feili, but to ask for help. Otherwise, how could Hong Qin Saint Monarch and Li Yingyu come at the same time? "You want to destroy my Kunlun origin court? You are courting death and you still ask me why I am here. Sword Emperor, don't panic. With me here, even 10 of him can't kill you." Li Yingyu's overbearing voice came again as a majestic figure walked out of the huge fireball. His figure was extremely tall and sturdy. His arms were bare and his whole body was burning with flames. He was like an unparalleled god of fire walking through the air. With every step he took, a spark would appear under his feet. It was very spectacular. Upon seeing Li Yingyu, Zhang Feili's face turned extremely gloomy. The most important thing was that Hong Qin Saint Monarch's zither was still playing. It was as if he was playing music for his end, tormenting his heart. Ha ha ha. At this moment, another burst of arrogant laughter came. Everyone turned their heads and saw a pair of green eyes appear in the darkness. They had no pupils and were looking at them with an evil smile. "Yo, you old demon is also here. I almost forgot that the Kunlun origin court still has a sovereign like you," Li Yingyu said with a grin. He looked a little excited. His eyes were filled with fighting intent. Zhang Feili's face turned pale. He clenched his fists trying to keep calm. However, his nightmare had just begun. Waves of peerlessly powerful auras came from all directions, shaking the darkness. Almost in an instant, the dark void turned into day. "Oh, you're all here? It seems like our Kunlun origin court is still of the same branch. After so many years, has the Kunlun origin court declined? Even cats and dogs dare to try and destroy the Kunlun origin court? How do you think we should kill him? One divine ability per person. Let's see how much he can withstand." Zhou Xuanji and the others looked around. They couldn't tell how many sovereigns had descended. He fixed his eyes on it and took a deep breath. So many supremes. There were at least 20 of them. Shen Yanqing was silent, while Supreme Wu Zhou was extremely excited. TSK. There are so many acquaintances." Little Sovereign glanced around and said with interest. Zhang Feili's aura was suppressed. His forehead was covered in sweat as he tried to think of a way to escape. With so many supremes of the Kunlun origin court, how could he contend against them all? Damn it, why is it like this? Why? Why did they all come to save Zhou Xuanji? The Kunlun origin court also had a disaster before. Why did they all come this time? Zhang Feili felt that he was going crazy. He had never encountered such a dangerous and embarrassing situation. The light shadow behind him was also frightened. He didn't dare to speak again. "Zhang Feili, kneel." A voice filled with boundless saintly might descended from above, accompanied by a great pressure. Zhang Feili coughed up a mouthful of blood as he knelt in the void. The light shadow behind him was crushed and shattered, turning into countless light stars that drifted away without any resistance. Chapter 903. Seeing Zhang Feili kneeling down, Shen Yanqing frowned. In her heart, Zhang Feili was definitely a top-notch almighty being in the boundless universe. Why did she feel that her master was so weak now? No matter what, even if he died, he couldn't kneel. "Zhang Feili, kowtow and apologize to the Kunlun Origin Court. You dare to target the Kunlun Origin Court? Are you worthy? I should imprint this scene with a spell so that everyone can see it. Ha ha ha. It's time to let the endless universe remember the might of the Kunlun Origin Court. The sage has personally come. Your death can be considered glorious. The autarchs mocked Zhang Feili to their heart's content. Aside from Li Yingyu, the other autarchs did not reveal their true forms, but their might continued to envelop this dark domain. Hearing this, Zhou Xuanji's blood boiled. No matter how stable his Dao heart was, he could not remain calm at this moment. The gathering of sages proved the foundation of the Kunlun Origin Court. The name of the origin of all living beings was not just for show. Under their gazes, Zhang Feili's body trembled in extreme fear. He suddenly thought of something. He flipped his right hand, and the white universe plate appeared in his hand. I will never forget what happened today. He roared hoarsely. Then he suddenly crushed the white universe plate. The plate of white fate. This old man. Sovereign Wu Zhou's eyes widened as he exclaimed. But before he could finish speaking, Zhang Feili vanished into thin air. Zhou Xuanji frowned. If Zhang Feili escaped, there would be endless trouble in the future. After all, it would be very difficult to gather so many Supremes to help again. They could already be considered repaying the kindness of the Kunlun Origin Court by coming here once. I'm here and you still want to escape? The Rainbow Qin Saint's light laughter rang out, and the sound of the zither suddenly changed, becoming harsh and sharp. Ah! Zhang Feili's screams followed, and in the next second, he reappeared at the place where he had just disappeared. At this moment, he was covered in blood, and his clothes were ragged. He was in an extremely sorry state. Supreme Wu Zhou let out a sigh of relief and sighed. The sage is invincible. Zhou Xuanji and Xin Yanxing were also shocked. None of them had seen what had happened, but it was precisely because of this that they were shocked. No matter what methods Zhang Feili used, he could not escape from Hong Qin Sage's eyes. TSK, the sage's cultivation is truly unfathomable. In the current boundless universe, there aren't many who can stand shoulder to shoulder with the Saint Monarch. Senior is a senior indeed. Actually, we don't need to come. It's enough to have him. Zhang Feili is also a famous person, but it's a pity that he dared to find trouble with our Kunlun Origin Court. Does he really think that our descendants have no backing? His death is not to be regretted. The voices of the supreme martial artists rang out again. They were all in awe of Hong Qin's sacred monarch strength. Li Yingyu appeared behind Zhang Feili in a single step. His right palm landed on the top of Zhang Feili's head, and a terrifying flame ignited on his palm. Zhang Feili didn't even have time to scream before he was burned into a puddle of blood and his soul turned into smoke. He had fallen. A great cultivator of a generation died just like that, and his countless years of cultivation vanished into thin air. The Kunlun Origin Court still has to rely on itself in the future. Current Overlord, please work hard. If you can come to the illusory divine realm in the future, you can look for me. The Rainbow Qin Saint's voice rang out. When his voice landed, the sound of the Guqin came to an abrupt halt. The sage left. He came without a trace and left without a trace. The other sovereigns also left one after another. Before leaving, they told Zhou Xuanji in the tone of a senior, hoping that he could lead the Kunlun Origin Court to prosperity, and that such a crisis would not happen again in the future. From the beginning to the end, they did not show themselves. Li Yingyu smiled at Sovereign Wu Zhou, then transformed into flames and disappeared into the darkness. The calamity ended just like that, and the dark void returned to silence. Supreme Wu Zhou turned around and sighed. You guys really have some tricks up your sleeves. How did you contact me and the other Supremes through the virtuous manifestation formation? As a supreme martial artist, this was the first time he knew that the virtuous manifestation formation could be used like this. Little Sovereign proudly smiled and said, "This is a magical ability that only the great sovereigns of the two courts can display. After all, ordinary great sovereigns can have the strength of the two courts after obtaining the power of the Kunlun Origin Court. If even the great sovereigns of the two courts can't resist this calamity, it means that the Kunlun origin court may really be in danger of destruction. Zhou Xuanji suddenly came to a realization. No wonder little sovereign didn't say anything before. Xin Yanqing had a complicated expression as she said, "The heritage of the Kunlun origin court is really amazing." She didn't feel too sad after witnessing her master's death. On the contrary, she had a strong interest in the Kunlun origin court. Of course, the Kunlun origin court is the origin of everything. Little sovereign proudly stated. Although he had already fallen, his sense of responsibility and honor as a sovereign had always been there. Supreme Wu Zhou smiled. He then bowed to little sovereign and respectfully said, "Wu Zhou pays respect to senior. This calamity is all thanks to senior." Little sovereign glanced at him and snorted. "You are really idle as a sovereign, but that's good. At least you gave him a chance." Supreme Wu Zhou immediately felt embarrassed after hearing this. He quickly changed the topic and asked Zhou Xuanji, "You said that the 9 absolutes of Qilin want to resurrect the cardinal heaven sovereigns. Do you want to join hands to go to the myriad domain devil nest and annihilate the 9 absolutes of Qilin?" When I first left the Kunlun origin court, the 9 absolutes of Qilin suppressed me a lot. He didn't hide his murderous aura at all. It seemed that he was also very embarrassed in front of the 9 absolutes of Qilin. Zhou Xuanji readily agreed without hesitation. "Very well, we will meet at the Thunder Alliance in the Myriad Domain Devil Nest. I will stay there. You can find me by mentioning my name," Supreme Wu Zhou said with a grin. After saying this, he turned into a beam of light and disappeared into the darkness in the blink of an eye. Zhou Xuanji turned around and returned to the Kunlun origin court with little sovereign and Xin Yanqing. Xin Yanqing sighed with emotion and said, "This time, I have really opened my eyes. I have decided to stay in the Kunlun origin court. I want to see how many secrets are hidden in the Kunlun origin court." After saying this, she left alone. This girl is really heartless. She is indifferent to the death of her revered master. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and said with a smile. Zhou Xuanji shook his head with a smile. He had always been helpless against Divine Star. Little Sovereign said meaningfully, "She is not heartless. On the contrary, she is not simple. Just now, I clearly felt that she was trying to suppress her aura. She is standing behind you. She is under your protection. Why would she hide her aura?" Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes upon hearing this. It was really unnecessary, unless she was afraid of a sovereign of the Kunlun origin court. But so many sovereigns and no one mentioned her. What is the reason? Thinking of what she had said to him before, Zhou Xuanji fell into deep thought. I have to be more wary of her in the future. I always feel that she is plotting something. At first, she pretended that she didn't know that she had a sister and didn't know you. But now, she is so close to you. Something is really wrong. Little Sovereign reminded in a solemn tone. Zhou Xuanji nodded before entering the sovereign plane. As soon as he entered, he suddenly stopped as a figure appeared in front of him. His whole body was shining with light. Only his figure could be seen but not his face. Chapter 904. Who are you? Zhou Xuanji asked vigilantly. The sovereigns had just left, and a mysterious person had infiltrated the sovereign's plane. This meant that this person's cultivation was extraordinary. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to appear at this juncture. The figure in the light smiled and said, Zhou Xuanji, don't be nervous. I'm not your enemy. Zhou Xuanji frowned. This voice was so familiar, as though he had heard it before. It seems like you really don't remember me. That's right, you have already become a sovereign who dominates the Kunlun origin court. How could you remember your opponent from back then? However, we haven't become opponents yet. What a pity. The other party continued with a smile, his tone filled with ridicule. As the light dissipated, a man wearing a noble golden robe appeared. His face was cold, and the corners of his mouth were slightly raised. His eyes were like a king's, domineering and sharp. He wore a purple gold crown on his head, and he exuded a proud aura that looked down on all living things. Sunlight Emperor. Zhou Xuanji's pupils contracted. Why was this guy here? In the past, in the northern wilderness region, Sunlight Emperor had suppressed Xian Xianghua for thousands of years and dominated the first throne in the world. When the boundless world attacked, in order to obtain the heavenly law stone, Sunlight Emperor was sucked into the space-time turbulence and disappeared. After so many years, Zhou Xuanji had thought that he had died long ago. I didn't expect this guy to still be alive. Judging from his aura, he was also a Grand Supreme Master. Could it be that this guy was involved in another timeline like Shen Yanxing and Hongchun Supreme? Seeing Zhou Xuanji's expression, Sunlight Emperor loudly laughed and said, "Do you not dare to believe it? To be honest, I'm even more shocked than you are. Originally, I thought that you were just one of my regrets in the past, but I didn't expect your growth to be so exaggerated. You actually became a great supreme of the second court in such a short time. In terms of talent, I really can't compare to you. In fact, I can even say that I'm far from you. It's like the difference between heaven and earth." Zhou Xuanji did not care about his flattery and asked, "Why are you here? What do you want?" Although Sunlight Emperor was not hostile, he had sneaked into the supreme plane without any warning. How could he not be vigilant? "I heard your call for help and came to help. We are old friends. Don't tell me you don't welcome me?" He flew up to Zhou Xuanji, looked at Little Sovereign, and nodded slightly. Little Sovereign looked at him and didn't say anything. When he saw him approaching, he said, "You must have obtained the soul fusion inheritance of a sovereign." Soul fusion inheritance? What was that? Zhou Xuanji looked at Little Sovereign in confusion. "That's right, that person is my benefactor. I promised him that I would protect the Kunlun Origin Court. Now that Zhou Xuanji is the sovereign of the Kunlun Origin Court, I will naturally not oppose him." He could tell that Zhou Xuanji was still very resistant to him, so he did his best to prove his position. Little Supreme stared at Sunlight Emperor and said, "The soul fusion inheritance is to dedicate everything, including your soul, to the inheritor. Your own will be completely annihilated. This kind of inheritance can allow the inheritor's cultivation and realm to soar in an extremely short period of time. It's very stable." Zhou Xuanji raised his eyebrows. Yang Di's luck was that good? What kind of sacrifice did he have to make for the other party to be willing to help him? Yang Di sighed and said, "Zhou Xuanji, you said that the 9 absolutes of Qilin want to revive Cardinal Heaven. I'm willing to join you and fight against the 9 absolutes of Qilin. Cardinal Heaven is the ancestor of my benefactor, and it cannot be blasphemed." Zhou Xuanji nodded and asked, "What's your stage?" Sunlight Emperor replied, "The great supreme masters of the 3 courts have just broken through." He was 1 court higher than Zhou Xuanji, but he wasn't complacent. Based on his understanding of Zhou Xuanji, this gap wouldn't last long. The soul fusion inheritance will make your cultivation improve steadily. Zhou Xuanji will have to spend a lot of effort to catch up with you, Little Sovereign said with a smile. Little Sovereign laughed with his hands on his hips. Sunlight Emperor also laughed. He could hear the hidden meaning in Little Supreme Expert's words. Spend a lot of effort. What a good choice of words. Sunlight Emperor didn't refute. He shrugged and said with a smile, "Since you have agreed, I will wait for you at the Thunder Alliance." After saying this, he turned into a ball of true sun fire, spinning and shrinking before quickly disappearing. Little Sovereign clicked his tongue in wonder and said, "It's really interesting. The Kunlun Origin Court has produced a lot of people with great luck in this period. It seems that it often encounters disasters, but in fact, it is showing signs of revival. Maybe it will restore the prosperity of the ancient times under your leadership. You need to encourage more geniuses to grow." Zhou Xuanji nodded. He began thinking about how to discover and stimulate geniuses. A grand event like the Superstar competition was not bad. However, it would be easier to find geniuses if it was developed and divided into different thresholds. He thought as he returned to the Supreme Hall. The people of the Kunlun Origin Court didn't know that the previous Supremes had just returned and helped them resolve a disaster. The Supreme Martial Artists didn't show themselves. They didn't even leave behind a word. Perhaps from their point of view, they didn't want their descendants to have any lingering thoughts. Only by relying on themselves could they truly pass on their legacy. The ancestors could not protect the descendants forever. In the space-time vortex where thunder and lightning interweaved, the giant ship of the Chilean 9 Absolutes was still sailing. Chilean Ancient Desolation sat on the deck, quietly cultivating. He suddenly opened his eyes and exclaimed in shock, "Zhang Feili is dead? Impossible. Who could kill him? Could it be those old monsters?" He immediately began to deduce Zhang Feili. However, Zhang Feili had isolated his own fate when he was still alive, fearing that he would be able to divine it. The Chilean Ancient Desolate's deduction was fruitless. He frowned and fell into deep thought. Chilean Mei came from behind, bent down and asked, "Big brother, what are you thinking about?" She rarely saw the ancient desolate Chilean in such a state of unease. The other Chilean 7 Absolutes who were cultivating also opened their eyes and looked at Chilean Ancient Desolation in doubt. "Zhang Feili is dead," the Chilean Ancient Desolation calmly said. As soon as he said this, all the Chilean Absolute were shocked. Zhang Feili had always been a formidable enemy of the Chilean 9 Absolutes. After countless years of fighting, they were unable to kill the other party. Now that they heard about Zhang Feili's tragic death, they were shocked and even more terrified. Who exactly killed Zhang Feili? The Chilean 9 Absolutes might seem majestic, but the boundless universe was vast. They did not dare to claim to be invincible. "Are we still going to carry out the Myriad Domain Devil Lair plan?" a tall black figure asked solemnly. The Chilean Ancient Desolation glanced at him and said coldly, "Of course, the other party is Zhang Feili's enemy, not ours. Moreover, if we control that power, why would we be afraid?" Hearing this, everyone felt that it made sense. However, their hearts were shrouded in a shadow that could not dissipate for a long time. At that time, I will ask an ancient great expert to take action to ensure that nothing goes wrong. He still owes me a favor. The Chilean Ancient Desolation continued to say, causing everyone to become excited. "Who?" a Chilean Absolute asked. The Chilean Ancient Desolation spat out a single word, "Hui." The others immediately opened their eyes wide and sucked in a breath of cold air. The Chilean Mei carefully asked, "Big brother, isn't this too risky?"